You see that appoint so and set and forward the names for concurrence. What is concurrence? Concurrence is a euphemism like nimekutumia mtu wangu mwekelee mahali fulani. Those are direct instructions. Let the president appoint people who are competent and allow them to work and hold them accountable. That's how we are going to have real progress in this country. Finally, in 2010, for those who were around when the constitution was being campaigned for by the yes and the no team, you know that every side of the campaign made a lot of effort to do civic education. They broke down the constitution into small relevant parts and then they circulated them to various places, churches, farmers, schools. In the same way, to have a competent and accountable government, building on this conversation, this space, and all the revolution that is happening across various platforms, let us have specific professionals in law, in medical, in engineering, in agriculture, pick relevant items that need to be addressed by the government, and then we push that agenda very hard. If it is about the biodiversity or there's an act about these seeds, GMO seeds. Anybody who is an expert in that area, pick key bullet points and then educate the masses on a regular basis. If it's about the ICT bill, we'll have a committee of technical people who will study that bill, the merits and the demerits of that bill, and then we educate the masses so that when we push the MPs, then we have a solid point to put across. Going back home, my parents are not as exposed as I am, and most of your parents aren't either. So when they are told that the space or the Gen Z who are in the streets are gay activists, or they are criminals, or they are funded by foreign governments, or they are funded by Illuminati, those parents will believe. They are very religious. When the moment they hear it is gay or it is Illuminati, they will believe those politicians. I saw Nelson Koech in Belgut telling the parents that the protests were being funded by the opposition. Now the opposition has joined the government. I don't know what he's going to tell those members of Belgut, but those fools were clapping. Unfortunately, those fools are our parents. So we have to take a step to go and educate them and win them over by educating them the benefits of pushing the government and imagining the government as not doing as a favor, but delivering services based on the taxes that we pay on a regular basis. So those are my submissions. Na nasema tuendelee. Let's push this government. Let them know that we are the employers. We are building a future for ourselves as a millennial and for our future, for our children who are Gen Zs and maybe Gen Zs. Thank you very much. I'll keep holding.
Wow.
You can drop me from the speakers panel.
Thank you so much. Engineer, web and engineer, because it seems this is the direction we might be taking this morning. I will request that you remain. Others may be dropping because questions might come. I think, Kimuzi, that I feel that is what we can do so that whoever has questions can shoot the questions to them. Let's begin with Boniface. Boniface Gatua. Boniface.
Thank you, Daktari. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, and thank you, Kimuzi, and all the listeners. Perhaps before I pose my question to Webb, I'll have this to say. First of all, tuendelee ama tusiendelee? That is not even a question, because it is either we go forward or we are doomed. Because as far as I know, and for what we've seen in the last, not just 2 years, since 1992 when Ruto came into politics, he will play into your tune, and we know he'll do that. For as long as we let him remain president, he'll apply all the diversionary tactics just to remain in power. And we need to be vigilant more than we've ever been. And secondly, I want to join engineer in saying this. So long as our political seats are loopholes for business and scot-free theft, and we let these guys go away with all manner of bad manners and corruption, we'll remain in the same hole. We'll continue saying all the good ideas we have here. We'll continue bringing all these solutions, but they will not go anywhere. And the way to make this progress, we need to make these political seats unattractive as possible. The political seats from MCA to president, they must be made unattractive. People must know that when they get to these offices, they're supposed to work for the people. And one way is reducing the salaries and benefits that these people have. There's no way that an MCA should be earning more than a teacher in public schools. So long as these guys go to sittings and they get sitting allowances for doing what we elected them to do, nothing is going to change. And we need to first of all effect that. And how do we effect this? We first of all need to get the right people in these offices. And one thing I even tell most people I talk to is when you give the devil a chance, you're just becoming the serpent. You're becoming the serpent and you're becoming his angel. These guys we are trying to negotiate and try to listen to. These are the same kleptocrats, thieves. The whole cabinet was made up of thieves. These are ICC inductees. The president himself was accused of murder and incitement. These are guys who are willing to kill just to remain in office. They are willing to kill all of us if they can. They are saying they will kill 5,000 people on the streets. These are the people we are saying we want to listen to. That's not possible. And eventually, the problem that we need to solve in this country is the problem of governance. Even in as much as we want to implement the solutions we were saying about blockchain, how sustainable are these solutions? If we don't have the right people in office, they are going to bring sabotage. For example, if you say we want to hold people accountable for the money they spend, how do we hold them accountable? How do we deal with corrupt people? We know China, for example, when you steal in China, you know you public enemy number one. You even face penalties such as death penalty, or you go to jail for the rest of your life. And the president needs to be clear. He has no capacity to tell us that he's a weak president. Why is it that when he wants to pass draconian taxes such as the housing bill, this affordable housing bill that he passed 2023, how is it that he can pass that, but he cannot pass a bill to fight corruption? He just does not have the goodwill to do what is right. And the drafters of the 2010 constitution, they recommended a parliamentary system where all power will rest in parliament. But now, since some people had individual and selfish interests, they sabotaged the whole process, and that's why we are in this hole. And I dare say this, Dr. Ombati, just
You have a
1
minute,
minute as
brother.
I finish. All
You have a
right.
minute, yes.
I dare say, even right now, as many people are suggesting, even if you put Omtata there with such representatives in the office, in the parliament, we are not going anywhere. And again, the problem of neocolonialism started very early in the late COVID. Such leaders such as Jomo Kenyatta, we were fighting the same problems you were saying, the health, illiteracy, and poverty. And the president right now is telling us about the AI revolution and digital revolution. We've not even industrialized our country. I'm an engineer myself, unemployed. I've never been employed. Let's settle and know the problem with Kenya is debt. Is not debt. It's not the revenue collection. It's the bad governance that we need to deal with. And the question I wanted to ask Webb and probably engineer was, how sustainable is this system that you are saying we are going to implement if we don't have the right people in leadership? Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll continue to listen.
Thank you. Web and engineer, please hold on
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Don't respond to it. Then
Yes.
will be followed by Jesse Watanga. Right. In that order.
And one more thing, we request the mic. We don't want to be only men.
Yes, yes.
It
I have
looks
seen Meth is
chauvinistic.
here. Wangari is here. We will bring
Okay,
more.
you'll give them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ago, since the Mandamano started, I support that without leaders, our system will fail. Because, I mean, computers are not meant to serve us, but we are meant to operate them in a way. So, how do we get good leaders? We first look at our legislatures, the MPs, the senators. I've always been asking this question: why should we have an MP paid 800,000 shillings per month? Then he attends sessions in parliament and they get sitting allowances. So I've always pondered the question in my head, and I don't get answers. It's like saying you get a CEO of a company or a manager, you pay them quite well for that position. Then, whenever they come to work, every time they get the sitting allowances for doing what you employ them to do. So, we are the employers. We should seek the right channels to have these people make laws that will favor us. And how do we do that? So when the IBC is reconstituted, we will start by recalling MPs who are not serving our interest. After we recall MPs, we have people in the houses, in both houses, that are partyless because I don't see the need of having a president and or a government with majority in parliament. Parliament is supposed to be an independent institution, but having the majority that does the wills of the government MPs, we have people, independent people in the houses. Then ask them or not ask them or not ask them, tell them because we are the bosses, we put them in power. Make laws, make amendments to laws that are favoring us. These things to do with acts of parliament. In fact, acts of parliament do was not to finya sana because you will find positions like the prime CS are not in 'Parliament'. Things to do with the housing levy. CDF is not part of their mandate. Hakuna haja aseme that you elect me, I will give you bursary. If you elect me, I will ndatengeneza pale ka drainage kwa hii estate. Yeah, 2013, 2020, 2012, and they have not, had extreme cases. Now the senators. So, guys, we start with the right people in power. We recall our these guys, and we put pressure. History, a conflict of interest bill in at the Senate. We put pressure for them to amend. Will come in power na watazifunga hizo systems, they will downplay their systems, watajua tu how to just assume or ignore the systems. So we begin with the right people, then we go down and we see sisi wenye tuko chini, we are getting the benefits we deserve as a people of Kenya, as citizens of Kenya. Thank you for the time. That is my submission.
Thank you. Kimuzi, allow me clear some air. Legrand as that is me actually. If you allow, I can. Yeah, so I am the Dr. Ombati has mentioned. I was the CEC Health in Nyamira, a position I served from 2022 to 2023 when I was relieved of my duties. I don't know whether it was a miscommunication or whatever that was, but governor akasema kwamba nimeiba madao, and so I was relieved of my duties. So the MCS came to him asking him how kama nimeiba as a CEC where I was involved. The organization with whom 7 days. The governor requested the drugs to be brought in a single day. This didn't happen, and they wrote a letter citing the uprising that was happening, that period ile maandamano ilikuwa ya Raila, and it delayed the supply of the drugs. It didn't come within that period, but eventually the drugs were supplied. The governor did audit of the same, and eventually the audit that came out exonerated me or exonerated the Department of Health that drugs were lost. Number two, the letter of sacking that the governor wrote to me is not mentioning anything about drugs that were lost. The letter of sacking that was written to me is saying that I lied to him. I lied to him that the drugs were supposed to be supplied within a day, but they eventually went ahead to be supplied in 7 days. So that is where the issue was. But I don't want to discuss so much about it because I had to go to court, and my case is active in court. And he's one guy I've been calling out because I believe whatever that we were doing and whatever that I was doing as the CEC have was putting things, whatever that I'm discussing, whoever who has worked with me will share the same sentiments. I'm one guy who's my life has been very open, and it's a period I served. Now, finally, for the drugs to be lost, there is a chain of command. Those people who have worked in the government know this. Kuna the procurement, who did the same. They procured, I don't pay as the CEC. The accounting officer, who's the chief officer, paid. The chief officer finance approved the money to be paid. So my role as the CEC was to oversee the running of the department. And that is what the MCAs kept asking the governor. Those of you who have been following what has been happening in Kenya, and especially in Nyamira, would bear me witness that there's a point the MCAs almost toppled the governor out of office. This happened because of my case. They were asking him tough questions. Why are you sacking Ombati and you are leaving the procurement officers, you are leaving the chief officers, you are leaving all these other people, the chain that was involved, that is involved in the procurement or in the supply of the drug. So there's hakuna dawa zilipotea. There was a miscommunication. There was a delay in supply, and the letter of sacking, which of course it's a personal thing, but it's also something that can be shared. Whoever who might want to know, or if
actually share, because what we know, integrity, what
yes,
defines a man is actually integrity, respect, honesty, trust, loyalty, and empathy. Because I just pick randomly the speakers so that I can give everyone a chance to talk. And I just pick you randomly to co-host and speak, right? I didn't because
you're
I
right.
don't
You're
judge.
right.
Yeah, you remember, I don't judge. And to be fair, I don't want, because like granted DM me, I didn't see it, and he just told me about it. And to be fair, we have 7 speakers, and we don't know about your case. For me, I haven't ever been arrested. I don't have any court case, both home and here. I've never ever, like, I don't have any questionable trait or anything. And these other people, maybe they are like that, or I don't know. So maybe they
Yeah,
can take a
I
vote.
agree with you, Kimuzi. Neither have I been arrested, but I have a case that is ongoing in court because I'm the one who took the governor to court. Aware of what is happening.
Okay, if you share the letter, it will be really okay for
I'm
transparency.
actually sharing it. I don't know how to share it, but I'll share it to you. so that you can share it with the rest of the people.
You just click the tweet, then share on the space.
Oh, okay. All
Okay,
right, so we can go ahead.
Mebs or Mebs can talk. Then Jesse has really raised his hand for a very long time.
Unity. And my issues are very simple, are concerning the county government. As you might all be aware, um, we had a report that Kimani Wamatangi has denied investors opportunity to invest, and I think this cuts across the whole country, especially in my home county, that is Siaya County. You know, we have to recognize Raila for his role in fighting for this, but they have started what they are doing right now. They want us to get off the streets, but I feel we have a very big problem, especially in Nyanza. So, what I'm doing towards this is I'm trying to mobilize youth, led by my president in KSL, that is Joshua Okau, that was abducted. So we want to mobilize youth, and if you are Gen Z and you're in Nairobi, because the cartels that are behind Raila Odinga and they are not working. I saw Raila Odinga Jr. in the space. So please tell them there are legislators, especially in Nyanza, that have refused to work because they are hiding behind Raila. Although we respect Raila, but
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Kimuzi. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. Okay. I'll just start by saying that I agree 100% with all the sentiments that have been raised before, with especially with Web 3.0, because I, for sure, I'm a Kenyan in Germany, and I enjoy the fruits of a functioning institution. Yeah. And also, I agree that even when I, as MEBS, works in finance and controlling, there is no way I would even ever dream of applying for a job. Let's even be selected to run anything in the health sector, for instance. So at the end of the day, Ruto should not lie to us. We need that everybody who will be given this CSS position in future, and the next panel that is going to select, should be competence, integrity, and should be the key, yeah, qualifications. Otherwise, they should not take these jobs. And also, we need to kick tribalism out of this country. If those CS positions were, I don't know, 20 something, let them give them to the minority tribes. Let's see for once that somebody from, I don't know, the smallest tribe in Kenya, I don't know, I can't remember the tribes. Yeah, some of them.
El Molo.
Exactly, El Molo people, or I think we have like Suba. I think I can't remember. Yeah, all that. Anyway, and anyone who is newly appointed should first ask for a public audit. Yeah, before they take the position. Otherwise, they should reject the position. If there's no audit, we don't know what rot they're going to be dealing with, so they should not even take that. Kimuzi, back to your question here, tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Of course we're endeleaing, tunaendelea until we want to make Ruto serve as an example to a position. Si ya kujoke, tunayo watu wa Kenya. My leaders are not people who you just stand up one day in a podium, say I will do this, and then the next day say I'll do something. You don't do it. You don't fulfill what your promises. No, this is what we don't want. Yeah, we don't want bandages on top of wounds. If something needs a surgery, we need to go and dissect it and look at the problem. Same way, I won't waste much time because Web 3.0 really stated every point that I wanted to talk about. This is where we want Kimuzi, we endelea kufinya kabisa. And I understand the speaker before me talk about the county. Once we clean on top, we are draining everything. If tomorrow somebody else is appointed to any other position, they just come and continue the job. They just come and continue the job. And then I don't know what time you sleep, by the way, and I start to question if you're a real person, because I left you here last night and I found you here this morning. So take your flowers, and thank you very much for everybody who always makes their time to listen and contribute to this platform. Thank you.
I left a post, so that's why I just woke up.
Kate, okay. So fine. Kenyan lady, once you finish, okay. Kate start, then Kenyan lady will. Okay, then Kenyan lady will come in.
Yeah. I had spoken earlier. I was talking about the tribal thing, and talking about the privatization of the companies that the senators were trying to pass in the previous sitting. So I had spoken earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan lady. Please go on, Kialo. Yes, please go ahead.
Wow. I started requesting for the mic yesterday at 6 jioni. And a lot of things have been said. So personally, time tulikuwa tunaishi Soweto, I can remember as a kid, nikiwa bado mtoi mdogo, hapo class 1, class 2, and you all know how Kayole is. And Kayole imewekwa in an image that msee akisikia unatoka Kayole, they perceive Kayole as some place that imebeba tu wezi, imebeba tu watu wabaya. But trust me, Kayole haina watu wabaya. Growing as a kid, and unapata msee aliuawa jana jioni. As a kid, unavuka mwili ya msee, na si ati aliuawa na wezi, ni polisi. Kayole was a place whereby as a kid, alarm ya kwenda kulala ilikuwa bunduki. Nasikia tu risasi pa, unajua tu it's time to sleep. Nakumbuka saa hizo uko kwa nyumba ya mabati, the so called silver apartments. So as a kid you know that you are not safe. Hizo bullets unaweza catch stray bullet anytime. And also these cops have been my enemies ever since I was a kid, man. Wamekuwa adui wetu. Manze tumeshikwa huku. Hujafanya kitu bro, you're being arrested because you are poor. Tulianza kunyimwa the rights of being citizens in Kenya ever since you were kids, man. Polisi wametutesa hii Kenya. Wametutesa. And me, my greatest problem is police bada. Hatu ni that I have. I hate those people. I hate those people. They destroyed our childhood. Unapata hata ukigrow unakuwa mkubwa, you're just traumatized. Ulianza kuona maiti ukiwa mdogo. That's why kenanga protest, man, you have nothing to lose. Walianza kutufeli. It's not that hatuna akili bro. People live nikienda interview, kumbuka vizuri sana, Talanta Plaza, Upper Hill, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economics and Sports. Shamelessly, a lady mwenye hajafanya anything related to sports comes and tell me tukiwa hapo that I don't know his relative mjinga mgani yeye akujua hata job ili announcewa. Me I followed the due process, nimeenda huko kutafuta job, aniambia relative sijui mgani alimuita akamwambia job iko, and that lady took my job. She took my job because tulikuwa wawili. She took my job. That was my job. I was qualified for that. Man, nepotism. Nepotism is another thing. People do not get this position based on merit. That's the worst thing that we have. Me, by the way, in my life, I can never be led. Never in my life. Hata niende institution gani. Mtu danda kuniliko. Bro, heri nikae jobless. I've been jobless my entire life and I'm surviving. Sasa ina survive vizuri sana. Though I'm not doing like I had a right to be a citizen. Currently, they are taking even my rights to be a citizen of Kenya. Man, kukuwa na ID. If I don't renew the ID, like sijalipa hiyo nini ya kurenew the ID, does it mean I'm not a Kenyan anymore? Both my parents are Kenyans and both of them come from the same tribe. And also this thing called tribalism. Maze, I hate you. My parents from kuzaliwa, since I was young, my parents have been against tribalism. Kabisa, you are speaking anything to do with Kikuyu or anything to do with Kalenjin, bro, you are not a good thing. I know other people may be saying about tribalism, they don't know the effect of tribalism. I've suffered in this regime. ID niliapply last year December. ID yangu ilipotea kwa gari. Man, mpaka leo naendanga naambiwa kama after 2 weeks. Mpaka leo sijaipata ID. Naendanga kila siku your ID haijatokea kama after 2 weeks until I gave up. I gave up. Sasa na survive na duplicate ID. Passport sasa imechukua I don't know 1 and how many years. Niliona Citizen TV announce some bullshit at sijui ID zimetolewa but watu hawajaenda kupick, I don't know nini, some very cock and bull stories zenye wanaweka hapo. I went huko Nyayo house kutafuta ID, there is no ID. Man, these regimes of governments from Moi era has failed us. It has failed us as young. It has failed us as young people. It has failed us. I trust yes.
I just want to tell Caleb, nangi kwa motivational speaker or anything, but I'm sure things will change. It will change na itakuja in wapi wamelala njaa hapa. Mimi nimelala njaa mara kadhaa nikiishi Roysambu. I just want to encourage Caleb to keep moving. Asiseme I've suffered because sometimes
Do we have Chief Rat? Yeah, he will open the. Okay, so.
Please give the opening.
Are you not the one who's doing opening? No, it's not the one.
But I can.
Well, just welcome. Just.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, comrades. Yes, that's a better one. My name is Stephen Mbugwa Wanjiru. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a council member with the Law Society of Kenya, co-convening the Public Interest and Human Rights Committee. And today, on behalf of the human rights community and on behalf of the Law Society of Kenya, we want to welcome each and every one of you to this particular event. We are looking forward to a space where we are going to have interactions on what happened during the protests, the people who faced serious political brutality. We have a few who have volunteered to share with us, and we have also called upon all the members of the public who suffered the same fate to share the information with us. We want to discuss, have a space of discussion on what next. What next when it comes to justice? What next when it comes to the people we lost during the protests as they struggled for this liberation? What next when it comes to the issues of governance? What next when it comes to adherence to the Constitution and the rule of law in this country? And it is my sincere hope and trust that this conversation will be a candid one and an honest one, because there is no other better time to have this kind of conversation than this one we do have right now. This is the season, and God blessed us to be in this particular space of this country at this time so that we can forge and provide a forward, not just for ourselves, but even for the future generation. So thank you very much. Feel at ease and encourage your friends and colleagues, wherever they are, to find their way here. And especially those who have evidently suffered through this protest and are victims of police brutality and abuse of human rights. God bless you, and we look forward to a great interaction as we move forward. Viva! Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Rat Steve Wanjiru. So the next segment is introductory remarks and objective setting. And we will welcome Happy Lal to the stage for this.
Viva, comrades, viva. More power to the people, more power. Down with police brutality, down. Down with corruption, down. My name is Happy Olal, convener Social Justice Centers Working Group. Before we start, I will request for a minute of silence to all comrades whom we lost during this struggle. Nitaomba tusimame. Long live the undying spirit of our comrades, long live. Long live. You may take your seats. 2 days ago, we were at the Kenyatta National Hospital. We went to visit our comrades who have been admitted there because of police brutality. Up to now, there are around 25 comrades, between 25 and 30, who still have gunshots in their bodies. They are yet to be removed. But the country seems to be moving on very fast. We seem to be fast forgetting. There are comrades who are still being found in rivers and forests. The president is focusing on saving his job, his career, his presidency. I appreciate what we've done so far. If only 3 weeks has sent finance bill home, cabinet home, what if another 3 weeks could do? Today we are meeting here, one, to reflect on what we've achieved so far and to learn our lessons, what the challenges, the successes. Today we are meeting here to remember all the comrades who've injured, lost limbs, who've lost lives. Asking ourselves, did they have to go through what they went through? Today we are also meeting here to remind the government of accountability. We saw the cabinet going home, but the Inspector General is still in office. We must continue injecting. The Inspector General must take responsibility. Today we are meeting here to remind IPOA that they have a constitutional mandate to make sure that we don't have police brutality. Yet, in a document that someone saw at the Kenyatta National Hospital, they had admitted around 288 people with gunshot wounds. In 3 weeks, if the police can shoot more than 288, it shows that either they don't fear, they know nothing will happen to them. There's a police officer who shot at journalists. Kila mtu akiona, see all of you saw. Why is he not in jail? So for those people who think that we've won the battle, we are just starting. for all the resources, the cabinet that has been walifutwa kazi, those people must go to jail and tell for all the money that they stole, for the millions that they used to flaunt around with, giving people in sports and all that. So comrades, today we are meeting here to give ourselves hope that we might see some successes, but we've not won the battle yet. The battle and the mantra remains, Ruto, 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 niko njaa hata siwezi karanga, oe hahe shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufana, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Viva comrades, viva! More power to the people, more power! More power to the revolution, more power! Thank you very much.
A round of applause. So the very immediate next segment is first-hand account, narratives and testimonials of various victims. We are going to start with the victims of police brutality, and this segment is going to be led by Linus Mwashigadi. Over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. We welcome you to the Citizens Assembly here today. In this session, we will get to hear from the victims themselves what they faced, their first-hand accounts. For those that are joining us virtually, we welcome you, and you can join in the conversation. For the first speaker, I'd like to call Nadia Nthia to come up and to take us through her experience and the police brutality she met during her protest. You can begin with explaining who you are, and perhaps there or here. Okay, you can just have a seat here. And then we can have a series of questions, and then we'll open the floor for Q&A. For those that are here, you can join by reserving your questions. And those that are live, you can also post your questions online. Is it on? No, it's not. It's on. Thank you so much, Nadia, for being brave and coming forward to share some of your experiences and the police brutality that you met while you were protesting. Let's begin by you introducing yourself. Who is Nadia, and why did you protest? Let's begin from there.
Good morning. My name is Nadia Nthia. I am a lawyer. I am an advocate trainee at the Kenya School of Law, admitted to the Advocates Training Program 2024-2025. And I joined the movement majorly because I believed in the cause. We were fighting the system over economic policies that were set to disproportionate the common mwananchi. So that was my motivation. We need a society that works for all of us. We need systems that work. So, yeah.
What are some of your experience, if you can recount and tell us? What did you experience?
Wow, I experienced quite a lot. I was abducted. I was abducted about 2 or so weeks ago with my partner. And according to our captors, they had been trailing me for about a week before they took me, just waiting for the order to say, okay, now you can take her. And the day before they took me, I moved out of my house temporarily. I went to stay with my partner because I believed I was going to be safe there. But they found me even there. My phone had been off for like 2 days. I was communicating majorly with my laptop. I had my apps on my laptop. My phone was off because I had been told they were tracking me using my number. So, yeah, oh, I was saying, sorry, ADHD. The day before they took me, I had come from school, from the Kenya School of Law. I wasn't using my phone entirely. Even the trip that I took from the Kenya School of Law to the house, my partner had to request from his phone, and I was paying for things in cash. It was crazy. I was living in fear for about a week before they took me. I was purely, entirely in hiding, but they still found me. So anyway, so at around 6 p.m. the day before, I got to the house and something just told me, you know what, check the window, like look outside. And I checked and I saw a silver SUV parked outside and 3 men got out of it. So I called my partner at that time using my laptop on WhatsApp. And I told him, okay, you know what? There is a silver SUV parked outside. There are 3 guys moving around. I'm scared that they're going to take me right now. I don't know what to do. So he tells me, just calm down, breathe, observe, text me everything, like tell me everything that's going on. I'm on my way. So I observed them for about half an hour. They were just moving around. It was like surveillance of some sort. So they were moving around, observing the area. I don't know what they were trying to find really, but that went on for like half an hour. Then they left. And around the same time they were leaving, he arrived. I was so scared. I was rooted to one spot of the living room the entire time until he got there. Then I was like, oh, phew, now I can breathe. So that evening went by. It was very calm. It was peaceful. We slept.
What was your emotional state at that point?
My anxiety was so bad. I was having panic attacks after every couple of hours. It was insane because the day before they had taken my friend Shadrach, so I had a feeling that they were going to come for me next, especially if they went through his phone. Yeah, so that evening went by it was calm, it was quiet, we slept. I wasn't able to sleep much during that period because, of course, nerves, anxiety. So at around 4 a.m., I hear movements outside. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's the neighbors coming, getting home from somewhere. And I brushed it off as nothing. And then they knocked. They knocked at our door. And I brushed that off as well. The knocking got louder and louder. And at that point, I woke him up. I was like, they're here. They've come for me. And before that, I had typed out a tweet on my laptop that I was going to send out when they came, like, wamenichukua. But I didn't even have time to send that out. I didn't even have time to send that out. Yeah, so I woke him up. I told him, there's someone at the door. So he got up. I'm scared. I'm shaken. It is so loud. They wanted to break down the door at that point. They shouted something at him in Luo, Nyerere something. He later told me it meant, open this door or we're going to break it down.
Mm-hmm.
So he went to the door. I stayed in the bedroom, scared as hell. I'm still in my nightwear. I was fixed to that spot. I didn't know what to do. He went to the door, he opened it. As soon as he opened it, they put him down. Blindfolded him, tied him up, came in to look for me. They were 7 with guns as big as me.
Could you tell their faces?
No, I could not. They were wearing baklavas, they were masked up, so I could not see their faces at all. I could just hear voices. It was just voices. So they put him down, came into the bedroom looking for me. Mm-hmm. I saw their guns and, dude, I'm very short, so when I tell you their guns are as big as me, I saw them, and the first thing that came to my mind was, why are they coming to get us a little girl with military-grade weapons? I'm not a terrorist. The only thing I did wrong was use my social media and my voice for a cause that I believed in, for a cause that millions of Kenyans believe in. So I told you I was sitting my nightmare, so they wanted to take me like that, but one of them had sense and said, no, let her get into something that's a bit warmer, more appropriate. Yeah, they didn't even want to let me dress up. They were just standing there, watching me, waiting for me to undress and give them some kind of show. They're sick people. No, but one of them, the one who had sense, yeah, the sense was constant. He told them, okay, maybe we can give her a minute to get changed. And then, yeah. So I dressed up. I just put a t-shirt and one of my official pants on and this exact jacket and a sweater, and I took one for him as well. I didn't know they were gonna take him. Initially I thought, okay, they're just gonna come for me and he's gonna get me out. But they took him too. So I took a jacket for him and they tied us up, they blindfolded us, and we left. So took us down the stairs.
Blindfolded from the house. From the house. There were instances where they used to take off the blindfold, like if we went to the washroom, which meant a lot. But yeah, so they took us into the car. I don't even know if we locked the house. I have no idea what happened after that. At that point in my head, I was just like, oh God, shit. Sorry for the colorful language, but that's what was going on in my head. So they put us in a car. I didn't know we were in the same car because later on I was told there were 3. So in my head, I was also thinking, okay, where did they take him? What are they going to do to him? Not my partner. Where did they take him? And then later on I came to realize, oh, he's right here. So calm down a bit. So they put us in the car and we drove for nearly 20 minutes, got to our destination. The entire time, these guys are hitting my head, like, usijaribu kutoa your blindfolds, ukitoa utanikasirisha and you don't want to make me mad. So they're hitting my head and confirming, is this thing on? It was so tight, my head hurt so bad, my ears. It was crazy. So we got there, we sat in the car for about 10 minutes, and the entire time they're like, other guys came and they were like, oh, unda Nadia, oh, unda ringleader, nkasichana kadogo, ndo kana ringleader tuko na wanawano. So I'm like, every time I'm scared, I'm like, mimi sija ringlead too. That's all I kept saying. And they took us inside. It felt like a house. So they took us inside the house and put us in a room. Later I realized there were 2 beds. So my partner was in the other one and I was on the one on the right. Still blindfolded this entire time and tied up. So they left us there for a few minutes. And then I think we were handed over. The people who took us are not the same people who were interrogating us. So we were handed over from one team to another. I'd like to call other guys who are also in the room, Ernest Nyerere and Bill Simani, to also recount on their experience as well, so that we can get the conversation going and it becomes more an engagement. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. It's Billy, correct?
Yeah.
For coming on stage. Ernest will be joining us shortly. Just briefly recount for us how the experience was for you.
Hi, my name is Billy Simani, otherwise known as Crazy Nairobian. Okay, for me, I think, the first guy to be abducted. So for me, it was more of a surprise. We had just come from a successful Thursday maandamano. So on Friday, I was still asleep throughout the day. I just woke up constantly to tweet and go back to sleep. So at 3 p.m., I think it was on 21st June, I had a knock on the door. At first, I thought it was the caretaker because that's the only person that can knock at my door. So I went to open the door. So I was still in my t-shirt and my short. I went to the door, opened it, and I saw it was 4 guys in balaclava. The 5th one was a lady because she had on a face mask. And the first question they asked me was, Billy? And out of shock, I answered, yes. Na hiyo time yote wameshikilia mlango. So they all rushed in. The first guy ran to the balcony. I think they thought that maybe I would escape. Then the second one went to the bedroom. And then the third one, it was this huge guy. He told me to face the wall. Alafu, they told me to sit down. And the next thing I know, I was being slapped with brand new wrist bracelets, yani pingu nyuma. Alafu, the other guy went for my laptop and my phone. And then they started interrogating me. First, they asked me to open my phone. They wanted me to unlock my phone, but I refused. And then the whole time I was asking, nimefanya nini? Nataka nijue nimefanya nini? And they silenced me with a few rounds of claps, all of them. Wow. And so I realized this is not usual, because first of all, I was just tweeting normally. I hadn't done anything wrong. And the other guy went for my t-shirt, the maandamano t-shirt, it was on my chair. I thought maybe they were taking evidence, but they wanted to use the t-shirt to cover me up. So the whole time I was pleading with them to at least let me put on some pair of trousers, but they refused. And then they asked me the last time, tufungulie simu tafadhali. And I told them, mimi niambie kwanza mnanishikia nini ndio nijue. They silenced me once again with a few rounds of clap, all of them. And you know, I live on the 7th floor. And that's the first time ever since I moved into that building that night I stairs na I think it was a few seconds because they were too quick. I couldn't see because walikuwa wameni cover up. The next thing I know, I'm being sandwiched in the back of a car. I think there was one guy on my right, the other one on my left. And then we drove around for like 2 hours. So me, in my mind, I knew that I'm being taken out of Nairobi somewhere. And I knew this was it because first of all, they didn't introduce themselves. Second of all, I've been blindfolded. So the next thing I knew, story yangu imeisha hivyo. So we drove around for like 2 hours. Then they started whispering. And then one of them was asking for directions from someone on the phone. And then they sent him the pin. And then the next thing I know, I'm pulling up to, I don't know, one of them, they stopped the car, they came out. And then one of them was like, ni hapa? Then the others were like, yeah, ni hapa. Wakasema, sawa, toa hiyo jamaa tumalizane na hapa kwa kahawa tuende kufanya kazi ingine. And I knew that was it. And then the next thing I know, I'm being taken out of the car. I was still in my t-shirt, my short, barefoot, hands tied behind my back. I've been blindfolded. The next thing I know, I'm being taken down the stairs into a room. It was a very cold room. Then they told me to lie on my stomach. They asked me they asked my name. I told them Billy Simani. The next thing they wanted my ID number. The next thing they asked me where I come from. I think on contact kujua ushago ni wapi. I told them. Then they asked me nimeshikiwa wapi. So I was like, I thought these were the guys that brought me here. So I think those were the other guys that I was handed to who were asking questions. They made me lie on that floor for like an hour. Then after an hour, somebody came. They took me upstairs into, I think it was an interrogation room. Those guys at the interrogation room were a bit friendly. The guys at where I was being held up were a bit rough. So the next thing I know, I'm being sat on a chair, and then one of the guys started asking me questions. They asked me the usual question: what is your name, your ID number, where do you live, your social media handles. They wanted Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. And then the next thing they told me was, we're going to ask you questions and you're going to answer us. If you don't, first of all, this is not a police station, so they might not find you, so you have to cooperate. And I was like, this was it. So they wanted to know who was funding these protests. And I told them, no one, it's just the youth. There are people who are coming up and buying water. Some people are coming up and buying t-shirts. Watu wanajitolea tu. Then they told me, the reason why we have brought you here is because tungeongea nawe kwako, ulikuwa kichwa ngumu. First of all, we need you to unlock that phone. And I was like, mimi nataka nijue nimeshikiwa nini. And they told me once more, I'm the one asking the questions. You're going to open this phone because we want to see something. And then I just decided to open the phone for them. I told them the code. They checked. I think they were looking to see if somebody was funding us, and they didn't find anything. So they took me down to where I was being held. I think it was a downstairs. It was a very cold room. I slept there the whole night. My hands on my back, still in my short and t-shirt the whole night. So they came for me the next day. That's when they brought in tea, and then they transferred my hands to the front. And then after tea, I was taken back to the interrogation room. And then the guy was friendly enough to ask for a blanket. And then they told me, we wanted you to first to meditate and think about your questions first. So I think now you're ready to cooperate with us and tell us what you want to know.
Perhaps, so, Billy, during the entire time, paint us that experience that you had that entire time, because you're talking of you being slapped at the back, you've been tied up, your hands, having to sleep in a cold room the entire night. Just paint us in a minute how that experience was for you.
The whole time I was trying to think, what tweet gave me out? Like, what did I say? Because the only thing I know, I was protesting like the rest of my colleagues. So I was wondering why I was brought here. And the whole entire time I didn't know why I was brought there. Like, I knew this was the end for me. So it was like a psychological warfare, because first of all, they removed the cuffs, the handcuffs, and then they replaced them with, they're called ziplock, zip ties. And the more I was struggling, the more they were tightening. So my hands were numb. I couldn't sleep the entire time. I was trying to like listen and know where I was, but there was no sound, no nothing. I didn't know if there was anybody in the room. So I wasn't even sure if I was in a police station or what. But I later realized the following day when they transferred the hands to the front, when I had the chance and lifted my blinds, I was in a toilet. I was actually in a toilet. It's a very small toilet. And that's where I was held the whole night. And then they would occasionally come. And when they came, they announced that they are coming, so I had to face the wall. Then they tightened the blindfolds again. They take me to the interrogation room. I think by that time, people had made enough noise on social media. I was all over, I was in the news, and they were tense at that fast, and they were telling me, your friends think that we have killed you. They're making noise all over. So we're not here to kill you. We are just trying to keep the country at peace. And they told me on Thursday, the day before they arrested me, the protest was so huge, and then goons came in at around I think 6, 7, and they started burning a few matatus. They started destroying properties. So in their mind, they thought that maybe we were sponsored by either a politician or someone. So they wanted to know who was this that was sponsoring the protests. And that's when I explained to them that ours is a peaceful protest. That's why we have even printed T-shirts and we have given out a memo that anybody who is going to appear in the protests, wakuje kama wamevaa black, so that we identify each other. And then they wanted to know how we were going to ensure that the protest was peaceful. And that's why I told them to go and look at my tweets. We had previously said that everybody should use their smartphone. If you see anybody vandalizing anything, take a picture, post it, so that when they try to pin the distraction on us, we at least have evidence. So they went through my tweets and they saw everything that we were telling people. We had even posted how people are supposed to conduct themselves during the peaceful protest. And I think that was what helped me to be alive right now.
Thank you so much, Billy. Ernest, karibu sana to the podium. Just give us a brief introduction of who you are and your participation in the protest and how it impacted you.
All right. I'm Ernest Nyerere. I'm a patriot. A lover of our country. And I work with the President of the Law Society of Kenya. My involvement in the protest was largely piecemeal because I take the work that we do with the President very seriously. And it means that you have to understand the delicate balance of sharing your views and how it can affect the responsibility, the greater responsibility that lays on the shoulder of the person that you work with. So as a principal, I try to manage how vocally I share my views. Of course, I have very strong views and I have my own opinions of how things should work, but I understand that extrapolations are a norm in our society. So to avoid such extrapolations, I keep my role as professional as possible. And my involvement in the protest was in supporting the work that the Council of the Law Society of Kenya was doing, and of course, under the leadership of the President. So I would say I was the number one agitator, but I supported it in a more strategic capacity in the role that I hold.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I'd like to come back to Nadia. What is your perception about civic engagement now that you have experienced police brutality? And according to you, you're protesting, it's your right. What is your perception about civic engagement after the entire police brutality?
Thank you. I believe so far we're doing well with regards educating ourselves and educating members of the society on how we can keep the people who are in these positions of power accountable and keeping the systems in check and whatnot. So, civic education right now, I think, is moving in the direction that it was supposed to be moving in previously. It's better than it was before, I think also because of the incidents that we have had of people getting murdered, people getting maimed, injured, abducted like ourselves. So our society is moving in the right direction, I believe. We are moving in the right direction.
Thank you so much, Nadia. At this point, I'd like to take a comment, not really a comment, but welcome at _Oduk, who's joining the conversation from X. If we could have him, please. Okay, so we're getting him through. So at this point in time, we're just opening the floor for Q&A. So if you have any questions, kindly jot it down and the person to whom you want the question directed to. So I'd like to ask Bill, perhaps, how do you think the victims of police brutality can get support, having gone through yourself police brutality?
I think most of us need like a psychological evaluation, because the moment I was released, the first thing was to switch off my phone, because I'm still paranoid at how they located me, how they even knew my house, my door. Like up to now, my phone is still off. I'm using a different line. And I haven't been staying at one place. I've been staying at different people's places, because I'm still afraid, because I think that they might come back for me. So if you know anybody that has been through what you have been through, the best you can do is be there for them, support them, talk to them, because I don't think any of them want to be alone at this time.
To you, Ernest, whipping you back to the conversation from a law perspective, how do you think the demonstrations should be handled from the law perspective with those that are enforcing the law, that is the police, of course?
Well, of course, we have to understand that a democratic society is the number one sort of dream that our constitution envisions. And that is why we have very elaborate structures, institutions, and provisions on ensuring that the people can engage in a democratic manner and ascertain a democratic and fair and equal society. Now, we've all had the conversations that have been there about Article 37 and all the relevant constitutional provisions under the Bill of Rights with respect to participation of the people, how the people are supposed to engage. And the reality is the people of Kenya have come to an awakening that, hey, these are our rights. We gave them to ourselves, and it is upon ourselves to enjoy them. And this realization is simply because the people that have been entrusted with ascertaining the protections of these rights have failed. You look at the duty of the police under Article 244, they have to uphold constitutional standards of human rights. But is that what they do? You know, when baddies are walking with water bottles and their iPhones and simply trying to talk about what their rights are, and you tear gas them. It's very unfortunate, you know. Advocates trying to uphold the right to fair trial, going to police stations to represent people who, mind you, have been unlawfully arrested. Then you tear gas these lawyers, not caring for their health, not caring for their duty to the people. Then what kind of setup are you trying to put in place? We find ourselves in a situation where we stand at the risk of those in positions of power choosing when to suspend the constitution and choosing when to adhere to it when it suits them. And therefore, it is a moment of awakening where we as the people of Kenya need to come together. We need to stand up to all the ills that have characterized our country historically and since the promulgation of the new constitution, and we need to appreciate that we have a wonderful constitution and it is upon us to make it work for ourselves, because our political leaders have not just failed, they have refused to implement it.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Nadia, just walk us through how this entire experience has really changed in terms of how now you view life and everything else.
My life has changed so drastically in the span of 1 month, I cannot even tell you. As Billy said, we need a lot of psychosocial support. The anxiety, constantly having to look over your shoulder, constantly being scared that people are out to get you. I also haven't stayed in my house for more than 2 days at a go. since this thing started. Just jumping from relative to relative, friend to friend. I stayed with my partner also for some time. So it's crazy. As I was telling my story right now, I could feel like a panic attack was coming on, because as I recount those events in my head, I feel like I'm back there. I feel like I'm going through that again. So, Billy, on your end, how is it for you?
It's not simple, because you walk around, everybody knows you. From the news that you are missing, everybody wants to hear your side of the story, but at the same time, you are scared because, first of all, I didn't see those guys. I didn't see any of their faces. So in a way, I can't trust anyone. I'm a bit skeptic, and now my life isn't normal because my phone has to be constantly on flight mode, because I'm getting a lot of calls, relatives, they want to know how I am. So I always reach out to my mom so that she can at least tell them that I'm okay. But at the moment, I'm moving around constantly from house to house because I don't want to be found in my house again alone.
So much. As from the end, from the Law Society of Kenya, perhaps are you looking at ways in which you can be able to get justice for people like Nadia and Billy?
Well, I'd have to say that I wouldn't want to claim to speak for the Law Society of Kenya, but I would have to admit that it is important that those who are capable and are in positions to intervene, do intervene. And of course, I appreciate my relationship with the Law Society, and being a victim myself, I think it is in order that the Law Society takes an active position in representing these people and, you know, finding redress, because as they've shared, the experiences were not easy. There are issues of there must be reparations. That is what we must agree as a people, we must agree as a society. There must be reparations, there must be consequences. So we would have to say all the things that we have experienced should not go in vain. For instance, the day I was taken is the day I knew hot water tastes good. I ordinarily do not take hot water, but it was the only thing on offer. Yeah, it was the day I was reminded of how it feels kupigwa kofi ya kisogo. I have not been hit on the backside of my head since I was 9 years old, and that's quite some time back. But those reminders came in, and it was a harrowing experience. But we have capacity, we have numbers, we have capability, we have courts that are not just prepared, but are required to make sure that justice is served. And I do believe that all the partners who have taken part in putting this together, the Citizen Assembly, will work as well to ensure that the necessary reparations are found for all the victims and all the families of those who lost their lives.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I don't know if the people here have any questions to our panelist. If we could have perhaps the mic going round. If you have any question, just raise up your hand so that we can have an interactive engagement for our panelists here. Yeah, floor manager, there is a question there from the gentleman, and then we can have the lady to my left, the gentleman to my right, the first. Thank you so much. You please state your name and your question and to whom is it directed to.
I don't have a question, I just would like to do something. Can I ask the three of you to stand up and turn around and face that side? I am used to giving instructions. I was in a school in a minute. Please stand up. Come as close to the edge without falling. Okay. Just look there, don't look back. Just be present. The rest of you stand up. I want you to imagine you are back there and all these people have your back. But you could not see them, but they were all calling for your release. But none of them forgot you for that moment. And in that sense, be present to the fact that when we take a stand as human rights activists, we are never alone. There are 56 million people who are slowly beginning to find capacity to protect you. I'm not sure if this is a question, but we have your back.
Thank you so much. We have another question from the second row to my left on this other side. The lady in green, I presume. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Diana Gishengo, and just like Irungo, I have no question. And mine is to say thank you. Thank you very much for your sacrifice, for what you have done for this country. We really thank you. Nadia, erase from your mind, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong in all the posts you did and what you did on the street. We celebrate you, we honor you. I think in addition to having their back, can we all pledge that the torture they went through, in addition to the people who have lost their lives, the firing of cabinet is not enough, is it? Yes. For patriots to have sat in a toilet because they demanded good governance, Parliament must go. For all the wrong investments in military guns, silencers, we need a new budget. Not the one that he's referring to. We need a new budget. And finally, if the president could not apologize for this, he said they were fake. Look at these people. They are here, we can see them. Does he deserve to be our president? No. Ruto must? No. Thank you.
Thank you for those opinions. Any other round of questions?
Atit Muiroki, just confirm you're able to hear me. Count 1 to 10.
People power. People power. Thank you very much. My name is Brian Okeja. Actually, we really don't even need to ask questions. We need to speak.
Atit Muiroki, just confirm you're able to hear us.
In this country,
Atit Muiroki, _7. Just confirm you're able to hear us.
Bunch of bones and muscles.
If you can, just count 1 to 10.
We are dealing with a government that has a massive disdain for rule of law. I can tell you there are just a few of us, but so many people suffered. Myself, I was hit by a canister. I lost balance. I almost broke my knee. I was clobbered on the back by a ring. I was washed with that pink water. Iliniwasha di makende. What they have done, that they have arrested our people, they have tortured us, they have killed us. But what they don't know is this, that when we made the decision to come out of our houses, we knew that the fight for democracy is very expensive. And we are ready to pay the ultimate price. We are ready to renew that we would either come back home safe or not come back at all. But that will not deter us from anything. We will continue. They can kill us, but they cannot kill this movement. They can torture us, but they cannot kill this liberation. They can kill us. The worst thing that they can ever do to us is to kill this bunch of balls and muscle. This is a body, but they can never touch our soul. We will die and we will reincarnate. We will come back and be born in this same country. We are not going to accept any nonsense. And what we are saying is this, that as the youth of this nation, as the Gen Zs, our allegiance, our obeisance, our loyalty,
and fidelity is to the flag of this nation, is to the flag of Kenya, and to no one else and to nothing else. People power. Say with me, I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Before we continue, I'd like to invite Rocha Madza, who is the student president, to just give his comments. The mic is there, please, if you could. The mic is there, please. Thank you.
Comrades power! Comrades power! Comrades Stephen! Comrades Leah! Comrades Leah! I'd first like to take this chance to thank the organizers for this event. Very honored. And if I may recount what we underwent when we were going for the demonstrations, we were rallying ourselves through the main campus where we were able to organize ourselves and get some masks and water. And what we are mainly agitating for as students, apart from the finance bill, is mainly the new funding model, which has been really affecting us. And even as the president has dissolved his cabinet, we are still saying there is more to be done. Comrades, because as we are sitting right now, we can't afford school fees as students, and not according to the president to do. He dissolves and he abolishes the new funding model, which is really affecting the needy, because if education is an equalizer, then why then should we segregate, and why then should we group students based on how financially they are? Because as you're speaking, the first years in nursing school who are paying 612,000 shillings, half of them have deferred from their class because they're expected to pay 30% of that, which is about 200,000 shillings. So where I come from Kwale, that is in Zombo. My parents, maybe they sell mangoes to earn a living, so they really can't afford these school fees, and we are killing their dreams. So as we are here, let us also agitate for that in the X and other avenues, that we still need change, and this is the right time. And I'd urge all of us, let's not kill the movement, because the country is still in shambles, and we can't say we have won yet. Much has to be done, and manage to urge all the comrades that we will do this until we get to where we are, because this is our nation and we must fight for our justice. And for all those who are affected, we have been praying for you, and I'm sure everything will be well. And for all those few remarks, let me thank you for organizing the event. Have a lovely day. Safari ni Ikulu. We reject the new funding model. Comrades power. Comrades power. We want free education because it's a basic need for all of us. Yes, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Rocha, for those comments. Please reserve your comments and your questions. Of course, the engagement and discussions are still ongoing. At this point, I'd like to begin with Nadia. What are your closing remarks? And perhaps the leaders that are watching you today, what is your message to them?
We owe it to ourselves and to our fallen comrades to see this thing through to the end. This movement is not about one person, it is not about two people, it is about all of us collectively. We need systems that work. We need a country that works for all of us, not just a select few. So, yeah, they can maim us, they can injure us, they can murder us, but they cannot stop this movement.
Billy, on your end, your closing remarks to those that are watching, what are you telling them, especially the policymakers, those that are in charge?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for all the noises that you made while you were abducted. So, and all I can say is that together we are powerful. The noises that we are making behind our keyboards, behind our phones, they are very powerful, and we are seeing the effects, like they are working. So all I can tell all the comrades, don't give up. This thing is working. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Ernest, from your end, your closing remarks and the calls continues, and perhaps what is the way forward from your end?
I think there is a defiance that comes with knowing that you are doing what is right and knowing that you are fighting and standing for something.
Standing at that door after it opened, seeing 8 men armed with military-grade weapons, the fear went out of me because I knew I had done nothing wrong and I knew there was nothing I could do. I was helpless, but I was sure that if that was the end, it was for doing nothing wrong. We, the people of Kenya, will continue to do what is right. We will continue to fight for what we deserve, and we will continue to use our brains because our ingenuity is what sets us apart from those who have fought before us. We will not just come at you in the streets. We will use our brains. We will fight you in courts. We will use technology. We will stop you from making this country move in the right direction by whatever means available to us. We are the smartest, we are the strongest, we are the best this country has to offer. Na tutashuka na watu.
Thank you so much, Ernest, for those remarks. Please, let's give them a round of applause. It's not easy, and we wish you well, even as you get the psychological help that you need to get yourself through the next phases of your life. At this point, I'd like to call Giuliani as we take a very short breather, and then we will continue the conversation. So keep your questions there. We will get to them. So at this point, we are going to just take a breather and then invite Giuliani on the stage. Thank you so much.
May our children rest in peace. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
To have Giuliani on stage. Karibu sana Giuliani. Let's be upstanding, please.
Maovu yakitawala, ufisadi, ubinafsi, sura wataki kuuza sera, undugu ni kufana, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Viva comrades, viva! More power to the people, more power! More power to the revolution, more power! Thank you very much.
A round of applause. So the very immediate next segment is first-hand account, narratives and testimonials of various victims. We are going to start with the victims of police brutality, and this segment is going to be led by Linus Mwashigadi. Over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. We welcome you to the Citizens Assembly here today. In this session, we will get to hear from the victims themselves what they faced, their first-hand accounts. For those that are joining us virtually, we welcome you, and you can join in the conversation. For the first speaker, I'd like to call Nadia and Thea to come up and to take us through her experience and the police brutality she met during her protest. You can begin with explaining who you are, and perhaps there or here. Okay, you can just have a seat here. And then we can have a series of questions, and then we will open the floor for Q&A. For those that are here, you can join by reserving your questions, and those that are live, you can also post your questions online. Is it on?
No, it's not.
It's on, it's on. Thank you so much, Nadia, for being brave and coming forward to share some of your experiences and the police brutality that you met while you were protesting. Let's begin by you introducing yourself. Who is Nadia, and why did you protest? Let's begin from there.
Good morning. My name is Nadia Ndia. I am a lawyer. I am an advocate trainee at the Kenya School of Law, admitted to the Advocates Training Program 2024-2025. And I joined the movement majorly because I believed in the cause. We were fighting the system over economic policies that were set to disproportionate the common mwananchi. So that was my motivation. That was my motivation. We need a society that works for all of us. We need systems that work. So, yeah.
What are some of your experience, if you can recount and tell us? What did you experience?
Wow, I experienced quite a lot. I was abducted. About 2 or so weeks ago with my partner. And according to our captors, they had been trailing me for about a week before they took me, just waiting for the order to say, okay, now you can take her. And the day before they took me, I moved out of my house temporarily. I went to stay with my partner because I believed I was going to be safe there. But they found me even there. My phone had been off for like 2 days. I was communicating majorly with my laptop. I had my apps on my laptop. My phone was off because I had been told they were tracking me using my number. So, yeah, ADHD. The day before they took me, I had come from school, from the Kenya School of Law. I wasn't using my phone entirely. Even the trip that I took from the Kenya School of Law to the house, my partner had to request from his phone, and I was paying for things in cash. It was crazy. I was living in fear for about a week before they took me. I was purely, entirely in hiding, but they still found me. So anyway, so at around 6 p.m. the day before, I got to the house, and something just told me, you know what, check the window, like look outside. And I checked, and I saw a silver SUV parked outside, and 3 men got out of it. So I called my partner at that time using my laptop on WhatsApp. And I told him, okay, you know what? There is a silver SUV parked outside. There are 3 guys moving around. I am scared that they're going to take me right now. I don't know what to do. So he tells me, no, just calm down, breathe, observe, text me everything, like tell me everything that's going on. I'm on my way. So I observed them for about half an hour. They were just moving around. It was like surveillance of some sort. So they were moving around, observing the area. I don't know what they were trying to find really, but that went on for like half an hour. Then they left. And around the same time they were leaving, he arrived. I was so scared. I was rooted to one spot of the living room the entire time until he got there. Then I was like, oh, Fuchs, now I can breathe. So that evening went by. It was very calm. It was peaceful. We slept.
What was your emotional state at that point?
My anxiety was so bad. I was having panic attacks after every couple of hours. It was insane because the day before they had taken my friend Shadrach, so I had a feeling that they were gonna come for me next, especially if they went through his phone. Yeah, so that evening went by it was calm, it was quiet, we slept. I wasn't able to sleep much during that period because, of course, nerves, anxiety. So at around 4 a.m., I hear movements outside. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's the neighbors coming, getting home from somewhere. And I brushed it off as nothing. And then they knocked. They knocked at our door, and I brushed that off as well. But the knocking got louder and louder, and at that point, I woke him up. I was like, they're here, they've come for me. And before that, I had typed out a tweet on my laptop that I was going to send out when they came. It was like, wamenichukua, but I didn't even have time to send that out. I didn't even have time to send that out. Yeah, so I woke him up. I told him, there's someone at the door. So he got up. I'm scared, I'm shaken. It is so loud. They wanted to break down the door at that point. They shouted something at him in Luo, Nyerere something. He later told me it meant, open this door or we're gonna break it down. Mm-hmm. So he went to the door. I stayed in the bedroom, scared as hell. I'm still in my nightwear. I was fixed to that spot. I didn't know what to do. He went to the door, he opened it. As soon as he opened it, they put him down. Blindfolded him, tied him up, came in to look for me. They were 7 with guns as big as me.
Could you tell their faces?
No, I could not. They were wearing baklavas, they were masked up, so I could not see their faces at all. But I could just hear voices. It was just the voices. So they put him down, came into the bedroom looking for me. Mm-hmm. I saw their guns and, dude, I'm very short. So when I tell you their guns are as big as me, I saw them and the first thing that came to my mind was, why are they coming to get us a little girl with military-grade weapons? I'm not a terrorist. The only thing I did wrong was use my social media and my voice for a cause that I believed in, for a cause that millions of Kenyans believe in. So I thought I told you I was still in my nightwear, so they wanted to take me like that, but one of them had sense and said, no, let her get into something that's a bit warmer, more appropriate. Yeah, they didn't even want to let me dress up. They were just standing there. watching me, waiting for me to undress and give them some kind of show. They're sick people. No, but one of them, the one who had sense, yeah, the sense was constant. He told them, okay, maybe we can give her a minute to get changed. And then, yeah. So I dressed up. I just put a t-shirt and one of my official pants on and this exact jacket and a sweater, and I took one for him as well. I didn't know they were gonna take him. Initially, I thought, okay, they're just gonna come for me and he's gonna get me out. But they took him too. So I took a jacket for him and they tied us up, they blindfolded us, and we left. So it took us down the stairs.
You blindfolded from
the house.
From the house.
There were instances where they used to take off the blindfold, like if we went to the washroom, which we went to a lot. But yeah, so they took us into the car. I don't even know if we locked the house. I have no idea what happened after that. At that point in my head, I was just like, oh God, shit. Sorry for the colorful language, but that's what was going on in my head. So they put us in a car. I didn't know we were in the same car because later on I was told there were 3. So in my head, I was also thinking, okay, where did they take him? What are they gonna do to him? Not my partner. Where did they take him? And then later on I came to realize, oh, he's right here. So calm down a bit. So they put us in the car and we drove for nearly 20 minutes, got to our destination. The entire time, these guys are hitting my head, like, usijaribu kutoa your blindfold, ukitoa utanikasirisha and you don't want to make me mad. So they're hitting my head and confirming, is this thing on? It was so tight, my head hurt so bad, my ears, it was crazy. So we got there, we sat in the car for about 10 minutes, and the entire time they're like, other guys came and they were like, oh, undo Nadia, oh, you ndo ringleader, nkasichana kadogo, haka ndo kana ringlead watu kwenda maandamano. So I'm like, at that time I'm scared, I'm like, mi aki sija ringlead mtu, that's all I kept saying. And then they took us inside. It felt like a house. So they took us inside the house and put us in a room. Later I realized there were 2 beds. So my partner was in the other one and I was on the one on the right. Still blindfolded this entire time and tied up. So they left us there for a few minutes. And then I think we were handed over. The people who took us are not the same people who were interrogating us. So we were handed over from one team to another.
I'd like to call other guys who are also in the room, Ernest Nyerere and Bill Simani, to also recount on their experience as well, so that we can get the conversation going and it becomes more an engagement. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. It's Billy, correct?
Yeah, Billy.
For coming on stage. Ernest will be joining us shortly. Just briefly recount for us how the experience was for you.
Hi, my name is Billy Simani, otherwise known as Crazy Nairobian. Okay, for me, I think, the first guy to be abducted. So for me, it was more of a surprise. We had just come from a successful Thursday maandamano. So on Friday, I was still asleep throughout the day. I just woke up constantly to tweet and go back to sleep. So at 3 p.m., I think it was on 21st June, I had a knock on the door. At first, I thought it was the caretaker, because that's the only person that can knock at my door. So I went to open the door. Wengine upiga simu before akuze. So I was still in my t-shirt and my short. I went to the door, opened it, and I saw it was 4 guys in balaclava. The 5th one was a lady, because she had on a face mask. And the first question they asked me was, Billy? And out of shock, I answered, yes. Na hiyo time yote wameshikilia mlango. So they all rushed in. The first guy ran to the balcony. I think they thought that maybe I would escape. Then the second one went to the bedroom. And then the third one, it was this huge guy. He told me to face the wall. Alafu, they told me to sit down. And the next thing I know, I was being slapped with brand new wrist bracelets, yani pingu nyuma. Alafu, the other guy went from my laptop and my phone. And then they started interrogating me. First, they asked me to open my phone. They wanted me to unlock my phone, but I refused. And then the whole time I was asking, nimefanya nini? Nataka nijue nimefanya nini? And they silenced me with a few rounds of claps, all of them.
Oh, wow.
And so nika realize this is not usual, because first of all, I was just tweeting normally. I hadn't done anything wrong. And then the other guy went for my t-shirt, the maandamano t-shirt, it was on my chair. I thought maybe they were taking evidence, but they wanted to use the t-shirt to cover me up. So the whole time I was pleading with them to at least let me put on some pair of trousers, but they refused. And then they asked me the last time, tufungulie simu tafadhali. And I told them, mimi mniambie kwanza mnanishikia nini ndio nijue. They silenced me once again with a few rounds of clap, all of them. And you know I live on the 7th floor. And that's the first time ever since I moved into that building that nimeiteremka stairs na I think it was a few seconds. Because they were too quick. I couldn't see because walikuwa wameni cover up. The next thing I know, I'm being sandwiched in the back of a car. I think there was one guy on my right, the other one on my left. And then we drove around for like 2 hours. So me, in my mind, I knew that I'm being taken out of Nairobi somewhere. And I knew this was it, because first of all, they didn't introduce themselves. Second of all, I've been blindfolded. So the next thing I knew, story yangu imeisha hivyo. So we drove around for like 2 hours. Then they started whispering. And then one of them was asking for directions from someone on the phone. And then they sent him the pin. And then the next thing I know, I'm pulling up to, I don't know, one of them, they stopped the car, they came out. And then one of them was like, ni hapa? Then the others were like, yeah, ni hapa. Wakasema, sawa, toa hiyo jamaa tumalizane na yeye hapa kwa kahawa tuende kufanya kazi ingine. And I knew that was it. And then the next thing I know, I'm being taken out of the car. I was still in my t-shirt, my short, barefoot, hands tied behind my back. I've been blindfolded. The next thing I know, I'm being taken down the stairs into a room. It was a very cold room. Then they told me to lie on my stomach. They asked me they asked my name. I told them Billy Simani. The next thing, they wanted my ID number. The next thing, they asked me where I come from. I think walikuwa nataka kujua ushago ni wapi. I told them. Then they asked me nimeshikiwa wapi. So I was like, I thought these were the guys that brought me here. So I think those were the other guys that I was handed to who are asking questions. They let me lie on that floor for like an hour. Then after an hour, somebody came. They took me upstairs into, I think it was an interrogation room. Those guys at the interrogation room were a bit friendly. The guys at where I was being held up were a bit rough. So the next thing I know, I'm being sat on a chair. And then one of the guys started asking me questions. They asked me the usual question, what is your name, your ID number, where do you live, your social media handles. They wanted Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. And then the next thing they told me was, we are going to ask you questions and you're going to answer us. If you don't, first of all, this is not a police station, so they might not find you, so you have to cooperate. And I was like, this was it. So they wanted to know who was funding these protests. And I told them, no one, it's just the youth. There are people who are coming up and buying water. Some people are coming up and buying t-shirts. Watu wanajitolea tu. Then they told me, the reason why we have brought you here is because tungeongea nawe kwako, ulikuwa kichwa ngumu. First of all, we need you to unlock that phone. And I was like, mimi nataka nijue nimeshikiwa nini. And they told me once more, I'm the one asking the questions. You're going to open this phone because we want to see something. And then I just decided to open the phone for them. I told them the code. They checked. I think they were looking to see if somebody was funding us, and they didn't find anything. So they took me down to where I was being held. I think it was a downstairs. It was a very cold room. I slept there the whole night. My hands on my back, still in my short and t-shirt the whole night. So they came for me the next day. That's when they bought in tea. And then they transferred my hands to the front. And then after tea, I was taken back to the interrogation room. And then the guy was friendly enough to ask for a blanket. And then they told me, we wanted you to fast, to meditate and think about your questions first. So I think now you are ready to cooperate with us and tell us what we want to know.
Perhaps, Billy, during the entire time, paint us that experience that you had that entire time, because you're talking of you being slapped at the back, you being tied up, your hands, having to sleep in a cold room the entire night. Just paint us in a minute how that experience was for you.
The whole time I was trying to think, what tweet gave me out? Like, what did I say? Because the only thing I know, I was protesting like the rest of my colleagues. So I was wondering why I was brought here. And the whole entire time I didn't know why I was brought there. Like, I knew this was the end for me. So it was like a psychological warfare, because first of all, they removed the cuffs, the handcuffs, and then they replaced them with, they're called ziplock, zip ties. And the more I was struggling, the more they were tightening. So my hands were numb. I couldn't sleep the entire time. I was trying to like listen and know where I was, but there was no sound, no nothing. I didn't know if there was anybody in the room. So I wasn't even sure if I was in a police station or what. But I later realized the following day when they transferred the hands to the front, when I had the chance and lifted my blinds, I was in a toilet. I was actually in a toilet, a very small toilet. And that's where I was held the whole night. And then they would occasionally come. And when they came, they announced that they are coming, so I had to face the wall. Then they tightened the blindfolds again. They take me to the interrogation room. I think by that time, people had made enough noise on social media. I was all over, I was in the news, and they were tense at that fast, and they were telling me, your friends think that we have killed you. They are making noise all over. So we are not here to kill you. We are just trying to keep the country at peace. And they told me on Thursday, the day before they arrested me, the protest was so huge, and then goons came in at around, I think 6, 7, and they started burning a few matatus. They started destroying properties. So in their mind, they thought that maybe we were sponsored by either a politician or someone. So they wanted to know who was this that was sponsoring the protests. And that's when I explained to them that ours is a peaceful protest. That's why we have even printed t-shirts, and we have given out a memo that anybody who is going to appear in the protests, they wakuje kama wamevaa black, so that we identify each other. And then they wanted to know how we were going to ensure that the protest was peaceful. And that's why I told them to go and look at my tweets. We had previously said that everybody should use their smartphone. If you see anybody vandalizing anything, take a picture, post it, so that when they try to pin the distraction on us, we at least have evidence. So they went through my tweets and they saw everything that we are telling people. We had even posted how people were supposed to conduct themselves during the peaceful protest. And I think that was what helped me to be alive right now.
Thank you so much, Billy. Ernest, karibu sana to the podium. Just give us a brief introduction of who you are and your participation in the protest and how it impacted you.
All right. I'm Ernest Nyerere. I'm a patriot. A lover of our country, and I work with the President of the Law Society of Kenya. My involvement in the protest was largely piecemeal because I take the work that we do with the President very seriously, and it means that you have to understand the delicate balance of sharing your views and how it can affect the responsibility, the greater responsibility that lays on the shoulder of the person that you work with. So as a principal, I try to manage how vocally I share my views. So of course I have very strong views and I have my own opinions of how things should work, but I understand that extrapolations are a norm in our society. So to avoid such extrapolations, I keep my role as professional as possible, and my involvement in the protest was in supporting the work that the Council of the Law Society of Kenya was doing, and of course under the leadership of the President. So I wouldn't say I was the #1 agitator, but I supported it in a more strategic capacity in the role that I hold.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I'd like to come back to Nadia. What is your perception about civic engagement now that you have experienced police brutality? And according to you, you're protesting, it's your right. What is your perception about civic engagement after the entire police brutality?
Thank you. I believe so far we're doing well with regards educating ourselves and educating members of the society on how we can keep the people who are in these positions of power accountable and keeping the systems in check and whatnot. So civic education right now, I think, is moving in the direction that it was supposed to be moving in previously. It's better than it was before, I think also because of the incidents that we have had of people getting murdered, people getting maimed, injured, abducted like ourselves. So our society is moving in the right direction, I believe. We are moving in the right direction.
Thank you so much, Nadia. At this point, I would like to take a comment, not really a comment, but welcome at _Oduk, who's joining the conversation from X. If we could have him, please. Okay, so we're getting him through. So at this point in time, we're just opening the floor for Q&A. So if you have any questions, kindly jot it down and the person to whom you want the question directed to. So I'd like to ask Billy, perhaps, how do you think the victims of police brutality can get support, having gone through yourself police brutality?
I think most of us need like a psychological evaluation, because the moment I was released, the first thing was to switch off my phone, because I'm still paranoid at how they located me, how they even knew my house, my door. Like up to now, my phone is still off. I'm using a different line. And I haven't been staying at one place. I've been staying at different people's places because I'm still afraid because I think that they might come back for me. So if you know anybody that has been through what we have been through, the best you can do is be there for them, support them, talk to them, because I don't think any of them want to be alone at this time.
To you, Ernest, roping you back to the conversation from a law perspective, how do you think the demonstrations should be handled from the law perspective with those that are enforcing the law, that is the police, of course?
Well, of course, we have to understand that a democratic society is the number one sort of dream that our constitution envisions. And that is why we have very elaborate structures, institutions, and provisions on ensuring that the people can engage in a democratic manner and ascertain a democratic and fair and equal society. Now, we've all had the conversations that have been there about Article 37 and all the relevant constitutional provisions under the Bill of Rights with respect to participation of the people, how the people are supposed to engage. And the reality is the people of Kenya have come to an awakening that, hey, these are our rights. We gave them to ourselves. And it is upon ourselves to enjoy them. And this realization is simply because the people that have been entrusted with ascertaining the protections of these rights have failed. You look at the duty of the police under Article 244, they have to uphold constitutional standards of human rights. But is that what they do? You know, when baddies are walking with water bottles and their iPhones and simply trying to talk about what their rights are, and you tear gas them, it's very unfortunate, you know. Advocates trying to uphold the right to fair trial, going to police stations to represent people who, mind you, have been unlawfully arrested. Then you tear gas these lawyers, not caring for their health, not caring for their duty to the people. Then what kind of setup are you trying to put in place? We find ourselves in a situation where we stand at the risk of those in positions of power choosing when to suspend the Constitution and choosing when to adhere to it when it suits them. And therefore, it is a moment of awakening where we as the people of Kenya need to come together. We need to stand up to all the ills that have characterized our country historically and since the promulgation of the new constitution, and we need to appreciate that we have a wonderful constitution and it is upon us to make it work for ourselves, because our political leaders have not just failed, they have refused to implement it.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Nadia, just walk us through how this entire ordeal and experience has really changed in terms of how now you view life and everything else.
My life has changed so drastically in the span of 1 month, I cannot even tell you. As Billy said, we need a lot of psychosocial support. The anxiety, constantly having to look over your shoulder, constantly being scared that people are out to get you. I also haven't stayed in my house for more than 2 days at a go since this thing started. Just jumping from relative to relative, friend to friend. I stayed with my partner also for some time. So it's crazy. As I was telling my story right now, I could feel like a panic attack was coming on, because as I recount those events in my head, I feel like I'm back there. I feel like I'm going through that again. So,
Billy, on your end, how is it for you?
It's not simple, because you walk around, everybody knows you. From the news that you are missing, everybody wants to hear your side of the story. But at the same time, you are scared because, first of all, I didn't see those guys. I didn't see any of their faces. So in a way, I can't trust anyone. I'm a bit skeptic. And now my life isn't normal because my phone has to be constantly on flight mode because I'm getting a lot of calls, relatives, they want to know how I am. So I always reach out to my mom so that she can at least tell them that I'm okay. But at the moment, I'm moving around constantly from house to house because I don't want to be found in my house again alone.
Thank you so much. Ernest, from your end, from the Law Society of Kenya, perhaps are you looking at ways in which you can be able to get justice for people like Nadia and Billy?
Well, I'd have to say that I wouldn't want to claim to speak for the Law Society of Kenya, but I would have to admit that it is important that those who are capable and are in positions to intervene, do intervene. And of course, I appreciate my relationship with the Law Society, and being a victim myself, I think it is in order that the Law Society takes an active position in representing these people and, finding redress. Because as they've shared, the experiences were not easy. Evidently, there are violations of constitutional rights, and there must be reparations. That is what we must agree as a people, we must agree as a society. There must be reparations, there must be consequences. So I would have to say that all the things that we have experienced should not go in vain. For instance, the day I was taken is the day I knew hot water tastes good. I ordinarily do not take hot water, but it was the only thing on offer. Yeah, that was the day I was reminded of how it feels kupigwa kofi ya kisogo. I have not been hit on the backside of my head since I was 9 years old, and that's quite some time back. But those reminders came in, and it was a harrowing experience. But we have capacity. We have numbers, we have capability, we have courts that are not just prepared, but are required to make sure that justice is served. And I do believe that all the partners who have taken part in putting this together, the Citizen Assembly, will work as well to ensure that the necessary reparations are found for all the victims and all the families of those who lost their lives.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I don't know if the people here have any questions to our panelist. If we could have perhaps the mic going round. If you have any question, just raise up your hand so that we can have an interactive engagement for our panelists here. Yeah, floor manager, there is a question there from the gentleman, and then we can have the lady to my left, the gentleman to my right, the first. Thank you so much. You please state your name and your question, and to whom is it directed to?
Comrades Power. I don't have a question, I just would like to do something. Can I ask the three of you to stand up and turn around and face that side? I am used to giving instructions. I was in a school in a minute. Please stand up. Come as close to the edge without falling. Okay. Just look there, don't look back. Just be present. The rest of you stand up. I want you to imagine you are back there and all these people have your back. That in that moment you could not see them, but they were all calling for your release. That none of them forgot you for that moment. And in that sense, be present to the fact that when we take a stand as human rights activists, we are never alone. There are 56 million people who are slowly beginning to find capacity to protect you. I'm not sure if this is a question, but we have your back.
Thank you so much. We have another question from the second row to my left on this other side. The lady in green, I presume. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Diana Gishengo, and just like Irongo, I have no question. And mine is to say thank you. Thank you very much for your sacrifice, for what you have done for this country. We really thank you. Nadia, erase from your mind, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong in all the posts you did and what you did on the street. We celebrate you, we honor you. I think in addition to having their back, can we all pledge that the torture they went through, in addition to the people who have lost their lives, the firing of cabinet is not enough, is it? For patriots to have sat in a toilet because they demanded good governance, Parliament must go. For all the wrong investments in military guns to silence us, we need a new budget. Not the one that he's referring to. We need a new budget. And finally, if the president could not apologize for this, he said they were fake. Look at these people. They are here, we can see them. Does he deserve to be our president? No. Ruto must? No. Thank you.
Thank you for those opinions. Any other round of questions? Okay.
People power. People power. People power. Thank you very much. My name is Brian Okeja. Actually, we really don't even need to ask questions. We need to speak our hearts here. What we are dealing with in this country is a kleptomaniac bunch of bones and muscles. That is what we are dealing with in this country. We are dealing with a government that has a massive disdain for rule of law. I can tell you there are just a few of us, but so many people suffered. Myself, I was hit by a canister. I lost balance. I almost broke my knee. I was clobbered on the back by a rungu. I was washed with that pink water. Iliniwasha di makende. What they have done, that they have arrested our people, they have tortured us, they have killed us. But what they don't know is this, that when we made the decision to come out of our houses, we knew that the fight for democracy is very expensive. And we are ready to pay the ultimate price. We knew that we would either come back home safe or not come back at all. But that will not deter us from anything. We will continue. They can kill us, but they cannot kill this movement. They can torture us, but they cannot kill this liberation. They can kill us. The worst thing that they can ever do to us is to kill this bunch of bones and muscles. This is a body, but they can never touch our soul. We will die and we will reincarnate. We will come back and be born in this same country. We are not going to accept any nonsense. And what we are saying is this, that as the youth of this nation, as the Gen Zs, our allegiance, our obeisance, our loyalty and fidelity is to the flag of this nation, is the flag of Kenya, and to no one else and to nothing else. People power. Say with me, I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Before we continue, I'd like to invite Rocha Madza, who is the student president, to just give his comments. The mic is there, please, if you could. The mic is there, please. Thank you.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades Stephen. Comrades Ria. Comrades Ria. I'd first like to take this chance to thank the organizers for this event, and I'm very honored. And if I may recount on what we underwent when we were going for the demonstrations, we were rallying ourselves through the main campus where we were able to organize ourselves and get some masks and water. And what we were mainly agitating for as students, apart from the finance bill, is mainly the new funding model, which has been really affecting us. And even as the president has dissolved his cabinet, we are still saying there is more to be done. Am I doing, comrades? Because as we are sitting right now, we can't afford school fees as students, and what we're calling for the president to do is he dissolves and he abolishes the new funding model, which is really affecting the needy. Because if education is an equalizer, then why then should we segregate, and why then should we group students based on how financially they are? Because as we are speaking, the first years in medicine school who are paying 612,000 shillings, half of them have deferred from their class because they're expected to pay 30% of that, which is about 200,000 shillings. So where I come from Kwale, that is in Zombo. My parents, maybe they sell mangoes to earn a living, so they really can't afford these school fees, and we are killing their dreams. So as we are here, let us also agitate for that in the X and other avenues, that we still need change, and this is the right time. And I'd urge all of us, let's not kill the movement, because the country is still in shambles, and we can't say we have won yet. Much has to be done, and mine is to urge all the comrades that we'll do this until we get to where we are, because this is our nation, and we must fight for our justice. And for all those who are affected, we have been praying for you, and I'm sure everything will be well. And for all those few remarks, let me thank you for organizing the event. Have a lovely day. Na safari ni ya Ikulu, na we reject the new funding model. Comrades power. Comrades power. We want free education because it's a basic need for all of us. Amani wongo. Yes, so thank you, nambarikiwa sana.
Thank you so much, Rocha, for those comments. Please reserve your comments and your questions. Of course, the engagement and discussions are still ongoing. At this point, I'd like to begin with Nadia. What are your closing remarks? And perhaps the leaders that are watching you today, what is your message to them?
We owe it to ourselves and to our fallen comrades to see this thing through to the end. This movement is not about one person, it is not about two people, it is about all of us collectively. We need systems that work. We need a country that works for all of us, not just a select few. So, yeah, they can maim us, they can injure us, they can murder us, but they cannot stop this movement.
Billy, on your end, your closing remarks to those that are watching, what are you telling them, especially the policy makers, those that are in charge?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for all the noises that you made while you were abducted. So, and all I can say is that together we are powerful. The noises that we are making behind our keyboards, behind our phones, they are very powerful, and we are seeing the effects, like they are working. So all I can tell all the comrades, don't give up. This thing is working. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Ernest, from your end, your closing remarks and the calls continues, and perhaps what is the way forward from your end?
I think there is a defiance that comes with knowing that you are doing what is right and knowing that you are fighting and standing for something. Standing at that door after it opened, seeing 8 men armed with military-grade weapons, the fear went out of me because I knew I had done nothing wrong and I knew there was nothing I could do. I was helpless, but I was sure that if that was the end, it was for doing nothing wrong. We, the people of Kenya, will continue to do what is right.
We will continue to fight for what we deserve, and we will continue to use our brains, because our ingenuity is what sets us apart from those who have fought before us. We will not just come at you in the streets. We will use our brains. We will fight you in courts. We will use technology. We will stop you from making this country move in the right direction by whatever means available to us. We are the smartest, we are the strongest, we are the best this country has to offer. Na tutashuka na watu.
Thank you so much, Ernest, for those remarks. Please, let's give them a round of applause. It's not easy, and we wish you well, even as you get the psychological help that you need to get yourself through the next phases of your life. At this point, I'd like to call Giuliani as we take a very short breather, and then we will continue the conversation. So keep your questions there. We will get to them. So at this point, we are going to just take a breather and then invite Giuliani on the stage. Thank you so much.
May our children rest in peace. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Waiting for Mandela. My people.
To have Giuliani on stage. Karibu sana, Giuliani. Let's be upstanding, please.
Niaje. Mkupoa. Niaje. Mbona mmesimama ama mko maandamano? So allow me to do this for everybody that we have lost. Nataka msisikie sauti, msikie maneno, sawa? Sawa? Sawa, sema hatuko nawe. They took you away. La la salama. Sema hatuko nawe. Yeah, they took you away. La 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 salama. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. Tapatana machozi ya jana. Inauma hii side ya left ya chest. Naomba boxes zingine za handkerchief. Machozi ligeuza matope penye ume rest. Hii si WhatsApp group, unaweza rudi ukileft. Waliwakata mabawa, usi fly again. Clouds ni grey, nguo ni white, nguo ni black, macho ni red, colors are pain. It takes a long day kujua life ni short. Life haina remote, unaweza fast forward ama rewind to a happier episode. Machozi ya jana haigandi, tunapanguza na furaha ya justice. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. La 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 salama. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. Tapatana machozi ya jana. Nilijaribu kujiconvince huku juu. Mapenzi ya Mungu, ukweli ni rosa statue ndani ya watu. Sababu seriousness ya poisonous snake, tusipuuze ka cuteness ya pet. Kwa mkono mngekimbilia ndio muliangamia, amkunuia mlo waliwandalia. Sauti ya glass ya champagne ikigonga cheers, impunity ikicelebrate. Itatizwe na sauti ya nyundo kwa court wakiface judgment. Iwe funzo kwa wenye tabia kama hiyo. Mwizi wa uhai hukumu isiwe kuchunwa sikio. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. La 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 salama. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. Tapatana machozi ya jana. Ewe Mungu wajua njia zangu yatengeze, yale siwezi yasongeze. Wewe ndiye nguvu ya wanyonge. Ewe Mungu wajua njia zangu yatengeze, yale siwezi yasongeze. Wewe ndiye nguvu ya wanyonge. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. La 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 salama. Hatuko nawe. They took you away. Tapatana machozi ya jana. Mungu abariki, asante man. Mnisede kuimba hii sawa? Shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. To get wadhifa, una deserve bila kashama kashfa. Hii society Kenya wanaeza share ni nyungu ya busa ama keto la shisha. Mfuko unasikia echo, unajua thamani ya mali na size ya kispuli. Yo, ujaibiwa jua unakaa kitu what? risking jail time, police bullets for. Unaweza argue crime doesn't pay, lakini wezi dismiss justice in a bay. Mwizi ana 40 days, 365 days later anaendelea kugrow fatter. Do anything for power, ready to lose their head for presidency. Bora waione kwa currency. Sababu gani siko affected na turbulence? Flyanga nimezo the same feeling. Matatu zikipitia portal mtaani. Julian, yeah, nisaidie. Gala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi hey, sura wataki kuza sera. Undugu ni kufana. Sitasimama DJ wapi kidero when you need to slap somebody? Complain ufisadi, kwani ulidhani 50 bob leso t-shirt siku ya campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5-year loan investment, utalipa kingia parliament. We are one, ama ni we are one. Utumishi kwa wote, utu missing CCTV, we were watching. Racial insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy. Usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Maskando zina threaten our survival. Media define leadership, na suruke ka front page na improve leadership. Ambia sawa Twitter wa hashtag hii, ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of inquiry, walikula commission bila kutupa ukweli. Ni kubaya, mpaka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. Machozi ya perpetrator inaweza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said and nothing will be done. Niko njaa hata si owe hae shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu ala, sitasimama maovu. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza hataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufana. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Mungu awabariki yao sio. Nataka tu since niko na mic, acha tu nikimbele mbele hapa, si ndio? Nataka tu mseme kama sisi sawa? Si ndio? Kutabadilishana nani kama? 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 Mungu awabariki au sio? Alafu it's my pleasure to introduce the one and only, the President LSK, the amazing Faith Odhiambo wewe. Hey, swag nini? Igwe.
Thank you. Nchi mzalendo.
Hey, go for my left side screen.
Before I speak, first of all, it gives me great courage and enthusiasm to see all who have made their way here today. God bless Kenya. Allow me to first invite some of our partners who are here to stand here and just introduce themselves, who have made this possible. Please, our various partners, make your way here. Then, before I speak, I'll invite the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi chairperson, Eric Kivuva, to also say a word.
That's a big job.
Comrades Power! On behalf of the movement, Amnesty International, we salute your courage, we salute your constitutionalism and your fidelity to the rule of law. What we saw was a breakdown in the rule of law. We saw the abuse of state power, and it is this movement that has corrected this moment for the nation and for the world. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Irungo Houghton, Executive Director, Amnesty International.
Viva, comrades, viva. More power to the people, more power. Down with police killings, down. Down with police brutality, down. Down with corruption, down. Down with Ruto, down. My name is Happy Olal, the convener, Social Justice Centers Working Group. Tuko hapa, Ruto must go. Thank you.
Some of you will be falling over if you don't sit down. Please take your seats. So I've been asked to also just to acknowledge some of the other people that have helped to put this together. This is a collective effort. There are many organizations that are on the poster, and there are many others that didn't get onto the poster but were in support. Let me acknowledge the International Commission of Jurists, Kenya section, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, a state agency committed to human rights. And to be honest, that is all they have been doing in the last 4 weeks. To the Defenders Coalition, who have protected and supported many of you here and many others. And also lastly, to Happy Olal, but also to the movement of social justice centers that were organizing all over the country to protect the protester. Thank you.
Comrades, power! Comrades, power! Power to the people! My name is Eric Kakemu Kivuva. I serve you as the LSK chair, Nairobi branch. And I am truly delighted today to be part of this gathering that I can only describe as a gathering of patriots. Because for me, we have been brought together by the unfortunate events happening in our country, but maybe not so fortunate, because for the first time since independence, we will for once describe the country we want for us. We will for once describe the kind of leadership we want for this country. We will for once reset and even describe who a patriot is, because what has been happening is elections in this country has sanitized the worst of criminals, and we call them waheshimiwa. I am so delighted today. 13 years ago, this gentleman, Mr. Julius Owino, aka Giuliani, sang a song called Bahasha ya Ocampo. I don't know kama we remember that song. Niliponea bahasha ya Ocampo, oh, lakini kile naogopa hata zaidi, finger of God ikini point, yule. And I think 13 years later, his prophecy is coming to pass. Walioponea bahasha ya Ocampo, the finger of God has caught up with them. It is now pointing them out and calling them out. But more importantly, We the people should not be an empty rhetoric. It should be that which we live as Kenyans. And in the first verse of that song, Juliani makes the statement, ndio ujue vitu ziko wrong, pedestrians wanapisha gari kwa zebra crossing kupita. That is the country we've had for the last 13 years, for the last 60 years. But we, the people, must describe the kind of country we want and tell ourselves we will live in a country where the rule of law is supreme and we are all faithful to the rule of law. And fellow patriots, it starts with all of us being considerate to obey the list of things, including giving regard to a zebra crossing, including giving regard to traffic lights. If that is the country we want, we must be part of that change. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly delighted and even more privileged because I know Madam President will be giving her keynote address, especially on the subject of we, the people. Thank you very much. God bless Kenya. God bless the movement. May we, patriots, keep at it and never relent in seeking for a better country. Thank you. Just before Madam President speaks, I have been informed that those who wish to register their complaints, the desk is just outside there on the left. Madam President, Faith Odhiambo, karibu sana.
Comrades, power. I'm not feeling that power. Comrades, power. Viva. Viva. Viva Kenya, viva. Viva. Protect our constitution, viva. Viva. My fellow Kenyans, comrades and colleagues, for decades our country has faced endless spate of unresolved extrajudicial killings associated with political spectrum. I remember Law Society was involved in collecting evidence for the last Mandamano killings. To date, we are still demanding from IPOA, why haven't you tabled that report? Why haven't you held those policemen accountable? Why is the Inspector General of Police still sitting on that chair? We all know about the controversial death of P.O. Gama Pinto in February 24, 1965. Very few will remember January 29, 1969, where Agwins Kodek, a pioneering Mau Mau lawyer, died in a car crash under mysterious circumstances. The families of Pinto and Agwins have never known justice, and the same fate befell Thomas Joseph Adhiambo Mboya on July 5, 1969. Have we forgotten J.M. Kariuki on March 2, 1975? Where is the truth about Bruce Roy Mackenzie's death on May 24, 1979? We are here today to stand for justice for victims. We do not want to leave any man behind. The stories of those who came before us, the different regimes, the different decades, are testament that when political stars and fights come to an end, there are bodies that are littered in the streets. There are bodies that are left for our kin to deal with. Yet no one knows justice. No one sees justice for those victims. I would go on until the cows come home. And you will all see that each regime in this country has had its fair share of assassinations in an attempt to eliminate persons perceived to be standing for something that the political class do not want. Killing of innocent Kenyans on the streets started with Mzee Jomo Kenyatta on the dark Saturday of October 25th in 1969, when Jomo's visit to Kisumu turned bloody. We all know how many Kenyans died during the struggle for multi-party democracy under Moi's 24-year rule. Abductions, torture, and painful deaths did not start with this regime. The police have merely inherited the vice from generation to generation. And we are saying, does it stop in this generation? Yes. Does it stop in this generation? Yes. It must end in this generation. No more abductions, no more extrajudicial killings. President Mwai Kibaki presided over the worst tide of killings. We cannot forget about the 2007-2008 post-election violence. And we do not ever want to go back there. Uhuru Kenyatta too was no different, because every year the local newspapers reported how many people disappeared mysteriously in the hands of law enforcement agencies. And just when we thought there was a new dawn in this country, new hope, a country where the head of state was brought in the mantra for the young people, a youthful leader, we have seen police disappointing this hope. And we are demanding from the head of state that his promise that there will be no extrajudicial killings in his tenure, in his reign, that he may hold truth to that. At least if for nothing else, let people not die for standing for their beliefs. Let people not be abducted for standing for what they believe is right. And we are still demanding from him to ensure that all those who have been involved are arrested and prosecuted before our courts of law. The civil societies are struggling to put together the data of injured people, both from gunshots, crude weapons, and attempts to follow up on missing persons. We know that there are families that are still reeling in pain and anguish, and yet we want to move forward. We want to move forward, but we want to move forward with justice for everyone. These families should not be struggling with paying medical bills, struggling with fundraising to bury their kin. Yet we have a state, we have a nation that the head of state has committed that they will be held accountable for each and every death, for each and every person who have been injured. I've visited people at Kenyatta National Hospital. Young men and women like you who now will never walk again, they have lost their hands. Where do they start? We cannot move on and forget them. For a nation to grow, we must move on together. And that is what we, the Law Society of Kenya, and coalition of all our partners here today are standing for. We want justice for each and every one of our members in this great country. Fellow Kenyans, today we want us to begin a journey of truth and justice. Today we walk back the hands of time towards tracing the whereabouts of our missing brothers and sisters. Walk with me as we seek justice for our fallen heroes of the leaderless revolution. We are going to ensure that we give our family the hope to wake up every morning knowing that their son or daughter, whose remains are buried in graves spread throughout this country, are not in vain. To that mother, to that aunt, to that sister, to that father, to that brother looking for their loved ones, please come to us. We have created a network of social and civil rights defenders working together to unravel these mysteries. Let this be the last time that Kenyans will take to the streets in peace, only for trigger-happy policemen to flood the same streets with their blood and walk scot-free. The plan is to set camp at almost every county that experienced police brutality during our protests. I want to raise my greatest appreciation for my different branch chairs all around the country that mobilized their members upon my request and call to go out to the different police stations all around the country. That is why we've been able to make a mark. Each and every one of my branch chairs, my council members, and every lawyer who heeded my request and call are the heroes that I can sing proudly from the Law Society side, coming to defend the rights of Kenyans and fighting against any trumped-up charges, those who have been kept beyond the required period in prisons, and trying to ensure the safety and freedom of all Kenyans who had been arrested. There are so many people out there living in pain inflicted by the police. It could be mental health or just desolation. Please come out. Let our experienced team of experts offer psychosocial support to help you heal. Today we begin here at the historic Ufungamano House. We are coming to you all around the country. The Law Society of Kenya, together with all our partners here, have membership across the country, and with the support of our various branches and offices, have remained zealous and steadfast at protecting the Constitution. If we work together in this, then our defenseless families will not shed tears in vain. As a mother and a lawyer, I stand here today with a heavy heart of what we have seen the last few weeks. The numerous calls that I've received, those in distress, even at very wee hours of the morning. It shows to you the waning strength of so many members of the public. Though in fear, some struggling, some in despair, but yet our young generation are still coming out strongly and firmly, affirming that we are standing for accountability, transparency, we are fighting corruption. We want to see a positive change in our government. Those who have been coming out are loyal patriots of this country. They are standing to see a change. They are the same James Orengos and amongst others who came to fight for multi-party democracy. This is a fight against corruption, a fight for accountability, a fight for transparency, which we must embrace as a nation to move forward together. Even in commemorating those of us who are no longer among us, it would be remiss of me not to appreciate each and every one of your zealous, ingenious, persistent, and unified sacrifice for our country. You are ridiculed, underestimated, threatened, and vilified, all in an attempt to break your resolve to reclaim your country. Through it all, you remained peaceful and focused on the noble objective of standing for what is right and what you deserve. Your courage is unparalleled, your patriotism unchallenged, and your unity against all political barriers unprecedented. You are exactly what you think you are. You are the heroes of today. The irrefutable gains of what you people stand for shines a bright ray of hope upon the future of our country. If you do not believe it yet, allow me to confirm to you that you people have achieved what many dreamed of and wished for, but few realized. A weak and unreliable parliament betrayed you, the people who they swore to represent you. Mlianguka now. A punitive tax regime was forced down the throats of Kenyans despite public outcry against the repressive finance bill. Mlianguka nayo. The political elite unified to run Kenya down the rabbit hole of treachery and deceit to deviate you from your resolve to bring change to Kenya. Namely, an ineffective, incompetent, and arrogant cabinet represented impunity and refused to work for the people from whom the power they exercised. And once again, today marks a crucial step in our progressive journey towards real sustainable change for our country. This is the onset of a series of deliberations by sovereign citizens of Kenya to reflect on who, where, and what we are as a country. The preamble to our constitution defines who we are. Article 10 prescribes what we ought to be, and the entirety of our constitution in its brilliant magnificence envisions where we ought to be as a nation. However, time without number, those to whom we have bestowed power and trust to deliver to us the dream of Katiba 2010 have failed us. Tumewapatia lakini wamekataa kuperform. Kenya finds itself in a constitutional moment, one where the people have reclaimed their sovereignty and are ready to rid of any individual, institution, or entity that jeopardizes the well-being of the country and defies constitutional principles. What started as demonstrations against the Finance Bill 2024 has spun into a domino effect that gives us an opportunity for change that is ours to lose. Shida zetu zikianguka bado lazima zimeingia one leg. It is thanks to this realization that the Law Society of Kenya, all our partners and stakeholders have taken the obvious step to join all of you in forging the path on which we want our country set. Thank you for embracing us. Thank you for allowing us to stand with you, and thank you for allowing us to be part of you. My speech was quite long, but I wanted to also highlight that we have seen changes in the Police Service Commission. We have seen so many trainings, but now we are saying we are going to hold you accountable. We are not going to sit and start discussing a way forward for training, better institutions for police. It's time for accountability. It's time that those who have been given power and have abused it, to be held accountable. That's why we are here today, to count everyone and ensure no one is left behind. That when we are challenged that who are these people, where were they hurt, which place, we'll be able to table credible evidence as advocates and our different partners, that will be able to put this at the table. That should be part of the discussion. Any dialogue must start with information and telling us these number of people that we have collected, this data, what are you doing about it? And we know that IPOA will be coming today, that IPOA may also take responsibility and take that mantle. We will not allow you to continue to fail us as a people of Kenya. You must also take up your place and hold any police officers that have been identified, have been seen. You can't tell us that you cannot find them, yet our Gen Zs, our millennials, our youth, our fellow Kenyans are able to trace them and to find their details and have shared them with you, but you refuse to do your work. To independent institutions, the judiciary, constitutional commissions, independent offices, and statutory bodies, it is high time you stand up to be counted. People have been killed by police, but IPOA is yet to act. People have been outed for corrupt conduct by EACC, is yet to institute relevant proceedings. The helplessness feigned by our institution is the greatest enabler for the tribulations we face. The hesitation and refusal by proper mandated authorities to take action in the face of subversion of the rule of law and constitutional principles is the reassurance upon which our aggressors act with impunity. Government frustration and refusal to cooperate are in no way, shape, form, or fashion unacceptable excuse. The people are with you, they will support you, they will help you finish the job, but only if you start doing it and doing it well. Na hata nyinyi mkikataa, Wakenya mtafanya nini? Lastly, to the political leadership and elected representatives, there is no honor higher than being chosen by the people to serve your country. That honor requires delicate, deliberate, impartial, and accountable exercise of that authority that is donated to you. Hubris and bravado are vices that have no place in the Kenya of today. The people of Kenya awake to their full authority as the true sovereign, and their realization of the beauty of their unity draws the curtains on divisive ethnic politics that has historically been endemic in this Kenyan's politics. It's time to become leaders, not rulers. It is time to represent and serve the people, not to be demigods desperate for constant praise and worship. It is time to act, not making unyielding promises. Henceforth, contempt for the people will neither go unnoticed nor remain unresolved. Gen Z wame? Hii ni tofauti. Gen Z wamegotha? We will not believe, you will not believe. From the Law Society of Kenya and all our partners, we make our solemn understanding that what we have done over the last few weeks have been fueled by the strength we have drawn from your courage. For as long as you stand for what you believe is just, fair, and right before the law, we will stand for you and will fight for you. Join me in this final prayer, the prayer for our forefathers, the Father, the prayer of our nation. We say the first stanza of our national anthem in English. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. I pray that God bless you and God bless Kenya. Really? Come, you guys come. Come. Steve.
I hope all our heads will fit inside. You come this side. Let me come on the other side of it. Will we all fit? We are here now.
Were we going back down?
Do we go back or stay?
Oh, I think you guys are panelism.
We're the next panel,
Yeah. Watch our Twitter in case they need us.
What do I do? All right, okay. Thank you very much to everyone. Really appreciate
just stand by.
President, perhaps the best president this country has ever seen. A better round of applause for Madam President, please. And absolutely, really great, the comments and seeing what we have to do today. I'd like to call us back to attention because we have a lot to cover today. My name is James Smart. Allow me to welcome all of you again for the second panel. On this second panel, we have Dr. Willie Mutunga, who's joining us on X Space, the famous X Space. All right, let's listen to Dr. Willie Mutunga, former retired Chief Justice. All right, Dr. CJ, please give us your comments.
Gen Z and millennials, thank you very much for what you are doing. There is, I'm in Kabarak actually, and there is a joke going around here, which I think I should tell you. Apparently, the president is going around looking for a general called General Z. This reminds me of Idi Amin going to the central bank looking for one of the workers who was called foreign exchange, who was never around in Uganda, and they wanted to kill him. So, my comment, there are two comments that I want to make, and I've made them in other spaces. One is that what happened the other day, and I think this has been discussed, so I'm just reinforcing what we have always said for a long time, that the factions that rule Kenya cannot be described in the way we describe them as that there's one faction that is the lesser evil, and that we have to choose evil. They have come together. They've shown that they are birds of the same political feather, and they have identified themselves as the enemy of the people. And that's progress, because we have had for the last 60 years or so the politics of division and the politics of monetization, which you must avoid, at all costs. And you have started a revolution. There's no doubt about that. And we wait and, we hope that you continue your political demands to emphasize, the concerns of your material interests and needs, education, health, jobs, struggles against foreign domination, housing, everything that is important for your existence. Your posters have captured those particular issues in a revolutionary manner. I've loved the calls, or the clarion calls, which you have called occupations. Even the occupation of IMF, and the World Bank, making that connection between our rulers and our external rulers is very, very, very important if we are going to carry on this revolution to its successful change. So I've also want to praise you for breathing life into the Constitution. We have a Constitution that, is fairly progressive, but we gave it to, leaders who find it inconvenient and they don't want to implement it. But you've come to the scene, and you're basically saying that you want to exercise our sovereign power directly, and I think that's what is reflected in the various calls for occupations, whether it's the occupation of parliament, occupation of state house, occupation of I guess the judiciary and all the institutions. So these are great clarion calls, and so I just want to finish by again glorifying what you are doing, and asking you to keep your eyes on the prize, avoid divisions, because the people you are dealing with, or the class you are dealing with, you should never underestimate them. They are geniuses in politics of division, ethnicity, religion, and if that doesn't work, they also got plenty of money to stop this particular movement. So thank you very much. Aluta continua, and victory is certain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, retired Chief Justice Dr. William Mutunga. They are giving us his thoughts. Let's get straight into it and introduce my panel for what we need to do next. Hussein Khalid, please join me on the stage. Irungi Houghton as well, join me on the stage. And Gloria Kimani of LSK Council member also join me on the stage. A round of applause, please, as they join me on stage. So for this panel, what we'd like to do is we want to capture reflections of what has happened in these last 4 weeks. There's been reported police excesses, there's been disappearance, abductions, illegal arrests, killings, injuries, and that sort of thing. And we haven't spent time as a country to capture exactly what has happened. What does that mean? In essence, are we saying that protesting is an illegal thing in this country? And if it's not, why did we see the reactions that we saw? Let me start with you, Hussein Khalid.
Thank you very much, Smart. And let me first of all congratulate everyone and the entire country. Comrades power! Comrades power! We are doing it, we are changing this country, and moving forward, things will never be the same. So I'll just speak briefly about my experiences on the ground as, a person who has been, visiting families, visiting the sick in hospital. I think there have been gross human rights violations in the last couple of weeks. Many families have suffered, continue to suffer. We have an entire ward at the Kenyatta National Hospital of victims of police excesses, and that's just one hospital. We have many other hospitals in different parts, not just of Nairobi, but of the entire country that have people who are sick. Up to now, we are still trying to understand the magnitude of the violations that have been meted out on Kenyans. I think in the midst of everything, we get, taken up by the success, the dismissal of the cabinet, the withdrawal of the finance bill, and we forget to remember that people have paid with their lives and limbs for us to be where we are today, and they must never be forgotten. In a number of instances, some were even, approached. I remember we were at the burial of David Chege, and the police officers were there. And we had just gone there to drape the coffin with the flag and to give another flag to the family. And the propaganda that was going around was that this is supposed to be for the KDF only, this, the flagging of the coffins and everything. And they were told that if you bury your person with the flag, the government will later come, to exhume and get the flag. So there are things that are being said out there that are completely out of line. And I think it's important for us, and we were discussing, to remind Kenyans that this is an opportunity. We are supposed to be extremely lucky and, honored to be living in these times. Because no other generation, this moment has never been there. So what we need to do is to continue encouraging each other and pushing each other forward. I think it was Kindiki who said that, the financiers, fellow criminals, power! Fellow criminals, power! And I remember they were threatening us, I don't know who, the financiers, the organizers, the planners, you will face the consequences. Well, guess what? Hatutishiki, sindio? Nani ameanguka, sini wao ameanguka. So we are saying, this is a moment, and each and every one of us can play a role. The question that we need to ask, what are you doing to bring forward this change?
Okay, Hussein, I'd like to come back to you shortly, but I want to get to Gloria first on the question of the flags and the killings and those who lost the limbs. But Gloria, on the question of people getting arrested for protesting, I remember seeing the first day or the Tuesday, droves and droves of people getting picked up and being put, in police vehicles, carted away to police stations. I want to talk to me about this moment, about what does that moment mean legally, and what was the violation with that moment, and why do we keep seeing it?
Thank you so much, Alan, for that. And I would like to say that the Law Society of Kenya has, that day, it was a sad day for us, because that Tuesday, what happened was we had gone for a memorial for Honorable Monica, who was killed in the hands of the police. And we were called and we were told, we even had not set up the toll-free line for people to call advocates, and we were called that there are some advocates who have been arrested and they're in Central Police Station. And we asked ourselves the pertinent question. That time I remember we were with Steve and Tess, and we asked ourselves the question, why are we going to release only lawyers while people who have been peacefully demonstrating have been arrested? And I think we had a discussion with the president, and she said, yes, let's go bail them out. And I remember when going there, we didn't expect what we saw on that day. So we went to the police station, and we actually asked to be given the list of the people who have been arrested and their charges. And I remember it was a back and forth, and now lawyers from certain groups were called, come, let's release these people. And actually, when they saw lawyers there, they saw us as a threat, because we are going to release the people who have been causing trouble, quote unquote, trouble to them. So when we went there, we tried talking, they tried calling the president and saying, just tell your people to go till 6 p.m. And we asked them, why till 6 p.m.? Has the law been suspended till 6 p.m. that we can only release people after 6 p.m.? And when we demanded to stay with the people who have been arrested in the police station, they threw tear gas at us. I remember even one of our council members, Otto, they threw a canister, the tear gas canister, at her. So the lawyers have been really harassed in this whole process. We saw even the other day in Nanyuki, where they had gone to actually take, because this guy, I think Lewis, they were looking for Lewis, and they were harassing him, going to his home, banging his door, and they decided, okay, let's take him to the police station. And when they went, they were all chased away. Lawyers were chased away, and they were told, no, we want to speak to Lewis alone. And they said no, and it became a commotion. And they started beating the lawyers and chasing them out of the police station. So what does it mean? It is very lawful, especially for what had been happening in the first times of the demonstration, where people were coming out peacefully. They are just with their water bottles, they are just singing, chanting, and they were not causing any kind of fracas. And I think the government had not seen such kind of a thing. They thought everything will be organized, will be uniform, but when they saw large numbers coming, and they were wondering, how can we contain these numbers? Because they thought it will just be like the normal ones, and by 2 p.m. they're at home, or 3 they're at home. So I think we need to defend the Constitution, and we are saying peaceful protesters. And that is the case we have seen all through. Peaceful protesters are being arrested, and that is what we are standing for. That you cannot just be arrested for exercising your right.
Right.
Yeah.
Irungu, to keep up on this space, the police not only threw tear gas, but they were shooting live ammunition, rubber bullets, beating up protesters. But most importantly, we also saw police without uniform, completely face covered up, somehow mingling with the protesters, and the rest shoot, and perhaps some of those abductions happen in these moments. I want to ask you about what should the police be doing during protests, and what we just went through, just how illegal this whole is, and what can we do anything about it, or it's just a matter of, well, we reflect and then say, well, that something bad has really happened, we need to move on.
So the illegalities in terms of policing that we saw over the last month or so did not start then. I think we have to go back to 2023, we have to go back to 2017, and we have to ask, why is it in a point where the state is being challenged on the basis of corruption, on the basis of inequality, on the basis of impunity? Why does the state respond so violently to peaceful protest? And as Amnesty International, we monitored with the Kenya Medical Association and Law Society, and of course many organizations here under the auspices of the Police Reforms Working Group, and we saw the pattern of policing essentially was to destroy the possibility of a peaceful protest. How that starts is commanding officers failing to accept letters of notification. The second thing that happens is you arrest anybody you suspect to be an organizer. Now, what is a protest organizer? A protest organizer is also a marshal. It is the person who makes sure that when we write a letter to the OCS and we say, we are going to move from this point to this point, we are going to approach this government office, and we are going to hand over a petition here. That is the person that controls the crowds. So once you take those two quick actions, you immediately send a protest into confusion. And we have said this so many times to commanding officers, to the more senior police officers, that as soon as you disrupt that process, you have thrown a peaceful protest into something that is not provided for within Article 37. The second stage is to have police officers coming like criminals, either in balaclavas or without identification, or with vehicles that have 4 or 5 license plates, and they embed themselves. They pretend to be protesters in order to arrest protesters, or they pretend to be journalists in order to arrest journalists, or they tear gas medical officers. This is what we saw this time, where we set up pop-up emergency clinics, essentially for medics, volunteers, not even paid by government, to basically provide treatment, not just to protesters, but to bystanders and also police officers, let's not forget. And what happens is you tear gas them, you arrest people like Brandon, you then seize their medical records so that they can't even follow up with patients. And then the question is, for me, is actually who is behaving as if this is a riot? Who is providing the riotous activity? Who are the criminals that need to be prosecuted? So to end this point, I think there are many things that we need to do. We need to crowdsource, identify those officers. We need to bring cases against those particular officers individually, plus their commanding officers, to ensure that they are held accountable, not just for the deaths, not just for the injuries that Hussein has spoken about, but even for the violation of the right to protest and the right to expression. The previous panel spoke about the horror of having people coming to collect them in the middle of the night. That also needs to be prosecuted, because the freedom of expression is what makes us human beings. It is not just that the Constitution protects it, but you are not a human being if you cannot think independently, if you cannot articulate yourself, and if you cannot take action in order to protect a Constitution that we all voted for.
Okay, right. So I want to go back to the point about, and we sort of systematically talk about not just the people, but the role of the flag, as you had brought it up. And my question is this: who owns the Kenyan flag?
Hiyo ni swali rahisi sana. Kenyan flag belongs to the people of Kenya. It's not a government item. It's ours. When you talk of black, it's us. It's the color of our skin. When you talk of red, it's the blood shed. And we continue to shed to this moment, to this very day. And green is our land, you know? So, I mean, I find it absurd for anyone to even imagine or to tell us that you can't do this. This is a preserve of a few individuals, only the leaders. These are today's Mau-Maus. When you are Mekufa, we are seated here today having this conversation here to Fungamano in their honor, because they died so that we can be here today. And one thing I want to communicate is that even with the families that we have been going to, you know, you can see that, you know, that resolve and that pride that they have. When you go there with the flag and you're draping the flag over the coffin, and they say, wow, our son did not die for nothing. He didn't just die like that. He died truly fighting for this country. And when you go to the family, when you're handing over the flag, you can actually feel, you know, everyone there holding the mother, the father, the family in pride. So, later, wasitutishe, iyo tunawaambia, you know, anyone we need to hang. In other countries, people hang these flowers in their backyards. They are there on their doors. And here we are being told that if you display the flag or if you put it sijui, it's an offense. My foot, I mean, we can't have that. Wasitutishie, this is our country, and that is why we need to reclaim. For me, I'm a grassroots person. I'm not much of a talker. But you know, everyone, this is the time. Hakuna kitu yenye hatuwezi fanya. Hata kama kila mtu anataka ice cream, sasa tunaenda tunaambia serikali hiyo tax, nunulia kila mtu ice cream. I mean, you can't tell us anything. So not just the flag, everything, even the emblem. Ukitaka kuvaa kofia uweke nini, it is yours. So hiyo mambo ya kutishana, that fear is gone. When we lose our fear, thank you very much.
Gloria, same question. What is this problem with flag, and why do we have this sense of belief, and especially the security forces and the guys who run government, that they own this item, exclusively theirs?
Sorry?
They think they own this item. It's a government product.
One, we need to remember it's a symbol of this country. And if it was illegal, I think I'll be the first one in this place, kushikwa.
Some illegalities
I have used it, yes, I have used it as a lesson, but not necessarily, but showing my patriotism to this country. We walk around with the bracelets, the Kenyan bracelets, but it has never been a problem. Everyone in the UK, you can identify a Kenyan from one when you just see that bracelet. But right now, when we are using it at this time, it becomes a problem. Then I think we are not the problem, they are the problem, and I think they should deal with it. And this is just speaking because we have had, we see people putting the flags on their cars. Right now, they're even ashamed of putting those flags in their cars because we will flag them that tutaanguka now. So I think it is not a problem right now. And carrying your flag is patriotism. They did it very proudly, and now we are the ones saying we the people are taking it proudly, and we are carrying our flags, and let them know that we have the power in our hands. And I think one of them, the symbol is our flag.
Irungu, same question, and I will come to the audience to get some reactions to it, and also we are doing this on Space and live on NTV as well, so we'll go to that to get your comments, and this is our conversation of Irungu, the same question really about this piece of item, the flag.
Let me step back and then come back to the flag. So in a crisis, all nations have three choices. The first is to twist towards constitutionalism, the second is to twist towards authoritarianism, and then the third choice is anarchy. Now, what this movement has done has twisted towards constitutionalism. In constitutionalism, there are things that are non-negotiable. One of the non-negotiables is the Constitution, that all our actions, all our thoughts are captured in that place that we call a Bill of Rights. And it is clear to me when I saw those crowds marching with constitutions and police officers without a single constitution among them, but with batons, I began to see the righteousness of what was happening on our streets. Consider that in a context where the state wants to disenfranchise you, the first thing it will do is it will tell you there are certain symbols of patriotism, of nationhood that do not belong to you. The flag does not belong to you. It is okay if you don't take a voter's card, or you lose your ID and don't bother to get another one, or you don't volunteer in a school clinic, in a school nearby you, or you do not volunteer in a clinic to oversee a public resource that keeps our people safe and dignified, or you don't volunteer at all. That is what a state tries to do, to remove that section in the Constitution that has expressed itself so loud in the last 3 weeks, and that is Article 1. If you do not seize this moment, not just as I think it was the president who spoke about this. If we do not seek this moment, if we do not grab this moment as a moment for the third liberation, then we are going to squander this moment more generally. So I would say to those cabinet secretaries that are waiting, that are lobbying, and perhaps if they follow the same route that they took in 2027 and 22, that are beginning to put money together to buy a cabinet secretary seat, if they do not come with new ways of working, then consider they have come to reap where they did not sow. And they are coming essentially not to build on this constitutional movement, but to take us back to a place that we did not want to do. So wear your flag. If necessary, have a flag, have an outfit made from the flag, and let's walk around with underwear, trousers, t-shirts, and jackets.
Okay, great. Let's get a reaction from Space. I think Masika is online. Masika, could you tell us what your reflections of this protest were? And then I will come to the audience here to get their reflections as well.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate. I hope I'm audible enough.
You're great.
Yeah, so I really appreciate that we are having the Citizen Assembly, and one of the key things that we note clearly is that things have changed, times have changed. We are no longer in the olden days. I was listening that bit on the police and the police upholding the law, And maybe one of the things that the LSK can be helping us to know, because I think the police are enforcing the law, but they don't know the law. Because when you ask a police officer why they are arresting you, some of them clearly do not know even the procedure of arresting, whether you're a criminal or a suspect or something like that. Do they have it in their curriculum? Because these guys go in the training camps to do martial arts, to do work on how to use batons, to beat up people. But when you ask a police officer to uphold the law when they are arresting you, do they have the knowledge of applying that law? So for me, that has been a question, because the problem with the police begins at the time of recruitment, because you look at even the people that the recruiters are looking for, then you clearly know that is where the rain starts beating us. Me personally, I did very well in O level, and I wanted to join the police, but I was removed from the line because I was told that I needed to go to university and study. But I needed to become a police officer, whether I started as a serviceman and then later on be promoted, but they refused because of my grade in Form 4. So one of the things that we need to push, even as right now, because our voices are being heard, and this is how it's going to be, can we have anybody, even if I got an A in Form 4 and I want to become a police officer, I be allowed to become a police officer at whatever level I'm beginning? Because we have graduates who got A's and they do not have jobs and they're doing border work. So if I got an A and I want to become a police officer, they should allow me to join the forces. Because one of the things that we are battling with is some of the guys that I'm not saying that if you scored less in Form 4, you don't have brains, but clearly most of the people that we meet in the police and they are arresting you, you can clearly tell that they do not even have the ability to engage with you and tell you why they are arresting you. They just come using muscles and power. So I think the police do not have the knowledge of the same law they follow only commands that they are given. So when you say you're doing a peaceful demonstration according to Article 37 and you're not destroying any property, is that police officer who is arresting you aware that there's such Article 37 in the Constitution? Because that is where the rain begins beating us. Can we have the law, part of the law trained to the police officers who enforce the law? And then arrest, I want to think, arrest should be done the open, and somebody should be notified, because we are having abductions and the police are picking people from the street and their homes. Can we have, if you arrest me, please allow me to notify my family members that you have arrested me and where are you taking me? So as I finish on that police thing, I think the failure of the police starts at the place where you're recruiting them, and it also continues because of the curriculum they use to train the police officers. And then when I come on the flag thing, the flag is a national symbol. The same way we sing national anthems. I have a national anthem on my phone as the ringtone. Why am I not being questioned? The Constitution, I think, is Article 9 just says national symbols. It says the coat of arms, the national anthem, the flag. It is patriotism for me to put on, like somebody is saying, I can even do an underwear showing the national flag. It is the love of my country and the symbols that represent my country. So I think on the flag thing, it's an intrusion. We can use the flag in whichever way, as long as we are not disrespecting it. We're just using it to show the love that we have for the country.
Thank you very much. I need to hand over the microphone to one person next, then I come back here. Sylvia Ngati. Sylvia, if you can take 1 minute and give us your reflection as well. Do I still have Sylvia? All right, meanwhile, let me just give the gentleman here the microphone. Please say your name, stand up, say your name and tell us what your reflections are.
Thank you very much. Comrades power. Power. Now I want us to do it a little differently. When I say people power, you say our power. People power. Our power. People power. Our power. Our power. People power. I want to make quick reflections. My name is Musila John Muisio, and I coordinate a social movement. This is the Activista movement. But I'm equally a member of the Kibera Social Justice Center. And there is a panel that came just before your panel, And these guys were speaking there, Billy, Nadia, and the other. And all they did before was to be on social media. They just used to tweet on things that pleases them. And for the first time, being on social media attracted problems to them, that they were abducted and all that. And I wanted to ask them a question, and I think I still need to ask a question to the room. Would they have seen themselves in a state that they've seen themselves or found themselves now? And the obvious answer could have been no. If it were me or IPOA and a few others, being arrested today will not be a scare to us because we've been on the streets a number of times. Some of us have been arrested and all that. What has really happened with this movement, it has redefined what human rights defense is. This is not a career. Human rights defense is everyone's call to be an active citizen and demand service, demand accountability from its government. And so when I see young people today, every day spending every second on social media to just speak on issues of accountability from their government, I am so elated because it is no longer about a few who held the title human rights defense. But before I sit down, I want to make another just quick reflection. You've seen just the other day that the opposition joined the president to try and protect their interest. In 1975, before J.M. Kariuki was killed, he made a very simple statement that Kenya had become a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. Now today, the beggars have united against the millionaires of this country. And all they are saying, enough of you taking advantage of us. And it started very simply by rejecting the finance bill. So my last statement, smart as I sit down. The framers of the Constitution 2010, and I will read because I have posted it on my Twitter, said but a few things. That the greatest threat to liberty in Kenya is an all-powerful central government where only a few dictate the many. We've seen what the president has done in even curtailing the powers of our National Assembly, our legislature, which is a separate wing of government that should be holding this same executive to account. And this is because he is taking us back to an all-powerful central government, which the Constitution actually is against. But they were equally very cautious to realize that the rule of the mob, which is unguided at times, will lead to anarchy and, in the end, despotism. I know as a country that respects its constitution, we wouldn't want to get there. So as we've been pushing, we are equally very cautious not to allow anyone an excuse to say, I turned this country into a military state because the mob did not want to be guided. I turned this country into a dictatorship because the mob insisted into it. So we are pushing, demanding for good governance, demanding for accountability. We are not relenting because, as always, people power is greater than the people in power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Just give the microphone to the gentleman on a suit at the back.
Thank you. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva. Amandla. Thank you so much. Comrade, I just have an observation in form of a question. That, of course, we are doing well with the national government. But there's a group of people who are really devolved and in touch with our people, or the proletariats in the villages, back in the counties. I was saying that, comrades, let's not forget the counties. That is the people who are also interacting with our people back there in the villages. So after this struggle come from the national, we go back to the county government so that we fight this nepotism and fight for transparency and accountability. I want specifically to appreciate Aki Africa. I was there, smart, I'm traumatized up to date. This guy is so quiet, I don't know what he's using, I'm shocked. They took me to a mortuary, I ran away with this gentleman during Rex and Evans postmortem. I don't know you are made of what. All those parents were crying on their chests. I was shocked to see them still walking. I was shocked on the hardest day of the strike. You know, on Thursday, few people came. among the few who came, and Shakira and the rest, now to notify us and to get us very, very easy on Thursday. I remember those guys were going to an extent of tear gassing where people were being treated. You are just wondering, what kind of human being is this? This is a place where people are now being treated, please. And they're even going ahead to tear gas a petrol station. We are at the corner of the total there. It was quite unfortunate. Please, comrades, the question I wanted to ask with care and with utmost humility, how can we organize this struggle in a way that we don't lose the gains made and we don't lose the focus? Because if we end up in the morning, someone is saying we fight for this, fight for that, fight for this, fight for positions, then we are going to lose this focus, and these guys are going to run away with all the gains that we have done, what? We have made. So I was just pleading with those in the panel, if you can guide the conversation to a clear focus. Because now there are also political rivals who are taking advantage of this thing. Like someone is planning to vie for 2027. What is the next thing? 20 to Salami and Ani. You are getting? Not for the struggle, but for the narrow, self-seeking interest. That was my plea. Otherwise, Aki Africa, may God bless you. And I'm pleading, colleagues who are seated there, how can you debrief? I'm a teacher by profession. Some people who came for the struggle didn't even know the road. I was shocked, someone asking me, amefika Ngara and liza wapi barabara ya kwenda Kabete. You can tell you. When we are taking that roundabout to Nyayo, wale waliangusha fence, those who are falling down, wale waliona, they are still, I still feel the smell of blood mpaka saizi. So how can we debrief these people by counseling them? Because some people may also turn violent after this one. Because some wengine wako wamezoea that kind of exposure. I remember one girl alitoka tu nyuma tu akaanza kupiga kelele na nduru, watu wakimfuata. Watu wakimfuata tu nyuma tu. Ni kama ako possessed. So how can you also organize that? We have centers, we communicate where these people can come and we get guidance and counseling. May God bless the struggle.
Thank you. Can you take your brief as well and keep it a minute or less?
Yes, I'll make it very brief. Comrades power. Comrades power. Now, I want us to trace the bullet that was in David Chege's head. Back to the trigger, to the magazine, to the command, Adamson Bugay, to Japheth Kome, and we make it very clear where the accountability stops. My point is this. The person who is ultimately responsible for all the death, the destruction, is the president. Okay? Let's not make excuses. Let's not say the police, the police, the police. They are individually culpable. But ultimately, it's the president who takes responsibility. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. As I finish, I think the problem we have, and I'll put this to the panel, I think we have a country that is lacking ideology. And please, civil society, help us define the ideology for this revolution. Because we have inherited a system, colonial government and governments after, where governance is about brutality, repression, plunder, and pillage. So can we have an ideology moving forward so that when we fight, when we occupy spaces, we're occupying spaces knowing the Kenya that we are fighting for is defined by this certain set of values. Otherwise, without values, we'll get back, certain politicians will come back, and we'll have the same battle over and over again. Thank you. Ruto must go.
All right. Can I get ladies in the room, please? So bring the microphone to the front. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good afternoon, I think. My name is Mirna. I'm a forensics specialist. I've had the privilege of working for government, working outside of government, and now I work as a consultant, and I'm sure Hussein is laughing because he knows there's a place we met. I have a question, slightly, the two issues. He brought up a forensic issue, but my question, I think it's just an issue of reflection. Since the start of the protests, I've been wondering, and when I go into every office, I see the picture of the president. I don't mean any disrespect, but is that also a symbol of, that is compulsory? You understand, like, I wonder why I don't see the picture, a framed, beautiful picture of the Constitution of Kenya. of the preamble signed by the Kibaki. I mean, that is what we give the president to uphold. That is his custodianship in terms of mandate when you are a president. So I think we have to do away with the frills, with that kind of, self-aggrandizement, idolatry somewhat, because it's also, it's behavior modification. You keep seeing this image, and instead of seeing the constitution, instead of seeing the rules by which we want to govern ourselves as a society, we see a person. And so none of us can get away with seeing this person, either at national government level, offices, public offices, private sector offices, county governments. I think it's time for us to put the symbols of power by the people where they should be, and the symbols that need to be transitioned out, as my dear comrade has said, is then moved towards what's the ideology of this revolution. I would say we need accountable governance. We don't just need governance, we have governance. We try to use elections to eliminate people. I would say this, eliminate them out of the competition. Elections have been used to vote people out, but we don't vote in the person we want, because we don't see the person we want. We are just left with two choices, and we choose the lesser, I don't want to say it. Someone said the other day that mababas wa Eve, So, we can't do that anymore. And when I think about all these things, I'm just like, this country is a beautiful country. We have, with everything that has happened, we are here. We are a regional power, we are respected, and we need to move forward from that. But we are now stuck because there is no accountable governance mechanisms in every agency of government, parastatals, sagas, and our priorities are just simply upside down, and our foreign policy is dictated not by us, but by others. And I'm like, we cannot continue like that. We don't want to be the princes that are being ruled by fools. I worked in government for many years. Merit is secondary or tertiary to networks and connections. You cannot change the system from the inside. I tried. I was in government for more than 11 years. You cannot climb. In all those years, I never saw a budget. We were never told, write a budget. You don't prepare for results, what is a planning for results process, or what they would call the equivalent performance contracting. And so it's hard to even appraise people. When people come and say, okay, what have you done? Where is your appraisal? There's no appraisal, right? So I think the ideology should be accountable governance, and if we want justice and we want independent investigations, when I say forensic, say evidence management. Forensic. Evidence management. Who is in charge of evidence management in this country? You cannot have the potential perpetrator be the same person as the investigator. And right now, the National Forensic Lab is in the hand of the National Police Service.
All right.
So you cannot investigate crime and conduct the scientific analysis of that evidence.
Okay.
So half the evidence is sitting with families, and we are here, outside the system, and half the evidence is inside the system.
Thank you very much. I have decisions to make. I have many people on space, and I have many people here. And I have audience here. Do I have a lady? I'll come back. Don't worry. We're here. I'll come back. Let me go to space, get one comment, because they're also participating and they want to be here. Daniel, if you can make your comments in a minute or less. Do we have Daniel? Okay. So we'll come back. But let me just get quick reactions to this so that we move the conversation forward. Start with you, Irungu. I'm told Daniel is here. Daniel, can you hear us? Please make your comment. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I want to go one step back and look at the Constitution. So when we inaugurated the Constitution, what we did was that we changed who has power. We clarified that, we the people, right? And what's happening now and what you're seeing in this movement, we want to now define and clarify what power does, because now it's clear who has the power, we the people. And going forward, this movement continues to clarify, what power does. Now, what we need to do going forward, I think, this is my opinion, is that we need to make being in public or being in public office so undesirable for somebody who doesn't like to be made accountable. So undesirable such that the only people who get attracted to those offices are people who are open and are willing to account. And that's the biggest problem that we have with corruption. And that's the biggest problem that we have with the police and so on and so forth. Now, one question before I go, and this is a question to the panel. I'd like to understand, we are the children of Kibaki. We came, this generation millennials and Generation Z. We came with a free education, and I said this in my TED talk a few years back, that we have had a 360-degree Kenyan experience. Unlike our parents, we have the full consciousness of feeling Kenyan. Many of us don't even speak our mother tongue, or our primary languages are national languages. We have lived everywhere in the country, and we have a full 360-degree Kenyan experience. With those digital media, it has culminated with this consciousness of political consciousness. Now the question is, how can we, going forward, manage this movement? We know that part of the reason why we are seeing many changes is also because we have a debt issue. And the cancelling of the financial bill, and also we've seen that Moody's has also downgraded our credit rating, and we will have a problem with money. And usually when there's austerity and a problem with money, the regime might use that as an excuse to bring some sort of social injustice by denying services to the people who are most needy with the excuse that we don't have money, right? And some reforms can be difficult to push through because the president will say we don't have money. So how are we going to continue making the government accountable, but also waking up the debt issue and managing our country through this very difficult situation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start with you, but let me start with Hussein because it's just about to drop off. Hussein, could you just give a quick reaction of what you had?
Thanks, Matt. And I apologize because I have to dash out to go to the mosque. But I want to agree with Musila John. I think all of us have to be and to make a resolve to become human rights defenders. I think for many years, we've been out there for many years. You're actually protesting on an issue that affects every citizen. And you actually see people in the pavement just watching what you're doing. That has been the culture, that has been the tradition in Kenya for years. But right now, and we have to give credit where it's due, Gen Zs, it doesn't matter what your background is. Awendi uambiwe, mtetezi tutetee. They're saying they are the watetezi. Kila mtu, and we have to give credit to the Gen Zs because they've stood up. And they've said, we will take back our country. You know, some of us, we've been arrested, we've been beaten, we've been blacklisted, but then people would just come back and tell you, great, you're doing good work. And continue. And like, isn't this your country? So for the Gen Zs, for that change, we give credit where it's due, and we tell you hongera, and let's keep on with that. The second point was on debriefing, my brother, very, very true, particularly for the families. We've really been trying to work with the Kenya, I think, Association of Counselors and Mama Kennedy, particularly, for example, the 12-year-old boy who was killed. He had actually asked to go and pick a book. He was supposed to do his homework. One of I don't know, if you look at the artwork that he does, and the mother keeps looking, and we have to remind ourselves of what has happened. The 16-year-old, the mother is so devastated. I mean, some of us, tunasema, we are in this, but those families that have been affected, please, if you're near a family, if you're near someone who is injured or who has been affected, please reach out. This is the time for us to stand firmly together. You ask yourself, what can I do? There is so much you can do. Just going to visit someone and telling them, umeumia kwa niaba yetu, asante sana, that can make a whole world of difference. So let's be there for each other. Let's be our brothers and sisters keepers. And last but not least, I think we were in one of the funerals, Boniface Mwangi said, let's replace the pictures of the president with the flag. But I think this addition is extremely important, the Constitution. So the flag and the Constitution is what each and every person should have hanging somewhere in our house, not the president's photo. I mean, and we have LSK here. Could you please confirm to us that it is not illegal to have a picture or the Constitution somewhere in your house or in your business? Is it illegal? It is not illegal. So we make a resolve here today, the Ufungamano resolve, that we remove the picture of the president and we put the picture of the flag and of the Constitution of Kenya, and those shall be what we refer to as symbols of national unity. Thank you very much, and I apologize. If you could release me so that I can go for prayers.
Thank you very much, Hussein, and thank you very much for your comments. A round of applause for Hussein as he leaves the panel, please. Please.
I think I'll first respond, the first person asked of the rights of arrested persons, and if the police actually do know the rights of arrested persons. I do believe that in their training, it's very extensive, that the police actually know the rights of arrested persons, and they are taught in their schools or whatever trainings they do. What I think they do is they deliberately choose not to put that into practice. We have had the president here saying they have had trainings among trainings among trainings. And we are saying we don't want trainings anymore. The police have been trained enough and they know. But what they are doing is following a command. And that's what we see. When we go to the police station, I remember even the other day when I was speaking to lawyers, I was telling them, people do not know actually of their right to remain silent when they are actually arrested by the police officers. And this is something I think we should pick up. And we have been saying that human rights defenders and only lawyers are the ones to defend the Constitution. But remember, this was passed by each and every one of us in 2010. And one of it was Article 49, where when you're arrested by a police officer, they are supposed to identify themselves and tell you why they are arresting you. I saw Bonnie laughing here because it is not known in Kenya. So I think it's about time that we take a stand, that we say when you arrest us, you tell us. We have seen now when we said reject finance bill, imeangushwa. Or we have said we need to see a change in leadership, imeangushwa. So I think it's about time that we also bring awareness and let the police know that we are watching. When you arrest us, you're not telling us why you're arresting us. And let us gather, and all of us, let's go and defend this person and say they were not given their right to be told of the offense they were charged, they have been arrested with, and they are not being given. We have had here Crazy Nairobian saying he refused to give his passwords. Naka walimsalimia vizuri sana. And we are saying it was his right to remain silent. So it's also, I think, it calls upon also the law society and the civil societies also to teach people of their rights when they are arrested. When the police officer asks you a question, you do not have to respond. When they tell you to do statements, you do not have to, because it is your constitutional right. And right now, we even fear of telling people it is your constitutional right to remain silent, because when they remain silent, we don't know if they are going to die, them exercising their rights or what. But we need to remember, they cannot kill all of us. They cannot kill all of us. And we are not going to do the police work. Yes. We are not going to give to do police work because they're the ones who are supposed to do investigations, not us help them with investigations when they arrest us. So that is also a right. So I think it's good that we hold them accountable. And I think one of the things also they said, we need also to hold individual police officers accountable. I think it has not been done enough in Kenya for police actually to know when you violate or threaten to violate a right for a citizen, you can actually be held accountable. I saw in the Twitter spaces, Baby Pendo, the case was being done, I think was it last week, where Willis was saying those police officers were begging not to be arraigned in court and take plea. This is what we need to see in Kenya. And not after so many years. We have seen from when Baby Pendo died, this is the time they are being taken to court. I think those are the issues we need to hold accountable. The ones who will be held accountable for all this protest and whatever is happening, what we need to ask is quick investigation and them being arraigned in court. Because when we go to the streets, tukishikwa, tunapelekwa immediately, where the investigation, the 1-year inquiry and things like that. I think that is what we need to stand on, and I think we need to stand on business on that and keeping the government accountable.
All right, thank you. Irungu, would you wind this down for us?
So when Denzel Washington saw Will Smith slap the other comedian, he made this comment where he said, "Be careful. At your point of triumph, it is when the devil comes for you." I think for this movement, those words are important. There could be a temptation at this moment to rest, to even become egotistical and to gloat. But we have to recognize that what we're up against is not even individuals. It is a system that is built around the idea that only a few can take decisions on behalf of the many. That idea is unlawful in our Constitution because Chapter 1 tells us that it is the people that have the power. The problem is that we have a country that is not designed around our Constitution. And we have a Constitution that continues to look for a country that actually reflects the constitutional values in that Constitution. So my word to this movement is to remain inside of the soul that you generated for this country. And that soul was courage, lawfulness, patriotism, and a sense of purpose. So we have to think very carefully about how do we dismantle a system so that other people do not come and confuse us, at the same time keeping the same system that we were worried about. So we have to think about a number of things. As we challenge or as we rebelled against a taxation bill, that taxation bill has to be generated again. We hope it will be a new one. But the question is, are we there at the table to demand what will be in that taxation bill? Do we understand the cycle of budgeting? Because whether it be at the county level or whether it be at the national level, that budgeting process will happen. And the people that you have now challenged, they are waiting for you to go back to sleep. They are waiting for you to think you have won so that they can produce another budget that pays tenderpreneurs and creditors, foreign creditors, before it thinks about Kenyans. They are waiting for you to sleep so that they can change the police personnel, transfer a few people, and have the same violence come back a year or a few months from now. So I think what we have to do is be diligent and think about what are the propositions, what are the ideas that we are organizing around, and make those ideas so strong and so powerful that it's not just one generation who will fight for them, but our father's generation, our mother's generation will also fight for them. And just for that message, just for that point, a few days ago I got a text from a former freedom fighter, and he reminded me that that was the reason that they went to the forests, to have a generation rise up and take back their country when they felt that they had lost their country. More power. More power. More power. The Gen Zs are not orphans. They have parents who protect them, who gave them money, who are so proud of them today. But let me just say that there are grandparents also that have seen what is capable of this generation and are now looking forward to that alpha generation to see what will come next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A better applause for the panel, Gloria and Irungu Houghton. Thank you very much. You've all done very well. Really appreciate your time and your thoughts. Allow me now to welcome for the transitional period before we get to the next panel, the President of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, Dr. Peter Maynard, to take a minute or less to give us some reflections. A round of applause, please, for Dr. Maynard. You're next.
Yeah? Go Yodera. Okay. Reverend Go Yodera.
I can use this. Hey, how are you? Sure. You can use the podium.
He wants you to make some remarks.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give it. Okay.
Asante Sana for the very warm welcome. I'm Peter Maynard. I'm president of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, which is a group of 56 jurisdictions around the world, including Kenya. And I had intended to visit Kenya some time ago, and so I thought it would be appropriate to come now, also before the meeting of the Law Society of Kenya elections. No to police brutality. No to extrajudicial killings and abductions. Those are some of the fundamental principles of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association. Our objectives are simply to uphold human rights, the rule of law, access to justice, and the independence of judges and lawyers. And so I make just 2 points, that we have observed the situation with great concern, and in solidarity with the Law Society of Kenya, we have also issued a statement, a statement condemning the arrest, abduction, and killing of civilians. I wish to say that we are supportive of the Constitution and the rule of law. I encourage you all to continue to recognize the importance. You see, Kenya, from an outsider's perspective, Kenya has one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. But constitutions are just words. It's important for individuals, institutions, both government as well as protesters, to continue to recognize and implement the Constitution. My perspective is a little different in Kenya. I am inspired by my late grandmother, who was born on a slave plantation. She was raised by her grandmother because her father had been killed by the colonial authorities, and also her mother had gone away to look for work. And so I have been raised in a den of human rights activists. We have recognized the importance for economic transformation and also political transformation. And so as a teenager, I came to Kenya for the first time, because Kenya has been an inspiration to the Global South and continues to be an inspiration to the Global South. And I encourage you to continue that, because economic transformation will come through you. And so we also are concerned with making the CLA, my organization, fit for purpose, and particularly fit for the purpose of transforming the Global South, fit for economic transformation, fit for political transformation. And so I commend the human rights activists among you. I commend the Law Society of Kenya and the judges. You've had the CG Emeritus, is a very admirable figure. The President incumbent is also very admirable. And so, in this challenging time, I encourage everyone to remember constitutionalism, to continue to give meaning to a very effective and powerful Constitution of Kenya, to continue to give effect to the rule of law. After all, we are after economic transformation, political transformation, in a setting of constructive dialogue, constructive engagement. Rule of law and governance are so very important. Understanding human rights and also human rights obligations. They're both sides, rights and obligations are so important. So with that, let me say thank you for having me here. I'm learning more and more from this very constructive session. And the Commonwealth Law Association continues to be in solidarity with the judges, with the lawyers, with human rights activists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maynard. Really appreciate it. Okay, all right. Let me welcome Cricket Rights to come give us the first interlude for the entertainment, then we go to the next panel. Cricket Rights, where you at?
So tutaunganisha stima, tutaunda barabara, tutajenga serikali na vijana ya bodaboda na mama mboga. So akaka slogan ikakasha goa goa. Mr. President Ruto, gani unatupeleka? Kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive, ni ku-exercise our minds. Kusema education ni free, na jana kuna mtu yalisare shule juu alikosa uniform, ni ku-exercise our minds. So unafilaje? Unafilaje saa zenye urezo wako na kuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa? Alafu Korogosho, Madhare, kwa jenga wanabomolewa. Gunshot na sauti za tinga kwa mwananchi amenyeshewa zinafanya hati zao even more weta. Alafu kuna sauti na ring kwa mind, mukinichagua hakuna kijana atapigwa risasi tena, mukinichagua hakuna mwananchi atabomolewa tena. Lakini Mkenya, soma story ya Jaramogi, utagundua Kenya bado hakuna. Wrong history kwa classes, ndio maana youths legacy ya msteka Steve wajui. Kazi tu ni biko. December 12 tuna celebrate Jamhuri Day, but story ya December 12 movement nani anainarrate? Mkenya, pambana. Time ina fly. Na Daily Nation ni propaganda za orezo kwa flights kujaribu kuland jobs kwa youths. Nation ni sick, hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kulipa doctors, but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CASs at a cost. The Star, News Bulletin, Mwakenya nilikeji kina Karemi wanatumia kupass exams za history yenye stories za kina Karari, Ndudhu zimepigwa njama na kuarrest kama role ya women kwa Maumau, Zakayo, Maleza, uende. So policies walitaipa alafu zikasainwa na ball pen, na hapo ndio tulichezwa. Koti wakapiga perfume, na expectaji wataheshimu court order. 21st century bado gava inatumia unga ku bribe nation kuvote. Mkulima wa kahawa na go loss after sales juu kutoa chai. So nani haoni Kenya bado hakuna. Nani hata articulate article 1 ya constitution vifiti? All sovereign power The people The people ni set flani ya rulers wa protect wealth kwao. Sunday wamekram Apostles Creed, alafu Monday greed in our drive na testimonies za vile 7 days without prayer inawafanya weak. Wewe hujasikia kiongozi wa Wanga alikuwa na bongo na bado alikuwa deceived na sweets. Mambo leo still ni ukoloni, believe me, hata Mugabe angekuwa Kenyan hangetaka anyone amuite roba ama ni roba. So tunaishi na country whereby the president anapenda the youth but most strategic jobs anapea the old, na kwa hiyo mood still awari country yenye ina constitution. Kama ni leadership nachagua humanity kwa leader wangu, juu kama leadership ni school degrees na certificates, basi hadi zile karatasi za Waititu zilikuwa true. Ni fedi na dalizi misinterpret. So pieces mob za peace wasanii wanaandika lakini bado hana amani. Kiongozi mwananchi alichagua already anamfichia white. Already ana stock ya ngano ya kubandika posters time ya campaign na Turkana tunakufanja. Wanjiku hawezi afford kwa Rimona mkulima wa Roskoko na majani chai. Analia njaa toka time ya Nyayo. Afya center ni kama base fulani ya viongozi waendea snacks. Docs ni less, hospitals ni less na zenye ziko hazina madawa. Doka na complain of protective gears ndio anatekechea 4M la last time. Nurses wali strike ni jana. Si wages zinafanya mwalimu kuata kidato. Si wages zina donatives kwa evicted Kariobangi, Mokuru na Ruai. Unanyomoke Ruai ginya hakiri. So equality iko wapi time kuna mwenye nchi kare na kona aneka ya paki na neka smoking zone na parking large kuliko chuo fulani iko Korogosho, Dandora na Mathare. Equality iko wapi time kuna mwenye nchi Karen akona aneka ya paki na neka smoking zone na parking large kuliko chuo fulani iko Korogosho, Mathare na Dandora. So tunataka police service ya police force. Utumishi kwa wote, si utumisi kwa kara wengine. Juu kara wengine ni same na photographers kila time they've got a clear shot. Makara wengine ni kama kwa class walitoa sura viatu vile wamekuwa sharp shooters. Tulienda recruitment za makarao alafu tukaambiwa tuko na shida ya macho. Alafu after kutembea station tukapata afande amevaa miwani. So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungwa macho juu tulikosa za macho. So naitwa cricket rights. Naitwa Cricket Rights. Mnaweza ni follow at Cricket Rights kila platform pale YouTube. Tuzidi kusababisha, si ndio? Organize. Sasa comrades relax. Hawa wasanii nataka kuleta hapa next. Nimesikia ni wasanii wa smart kukuliko baba. So relax kidogo. Nimesikia ni wasanii wanaitwa wa Douglas wanakuja kuwa anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Tushasikia. Aha. Nakushasikia. Cheki. Nakushasikia kukiingia ni kubla. Uko kabado na chukula madakso. Anguka na tabaki meflo na vibe. Anguka na koko single for now. Mdaglis mteja patikani. Hadi late night saa 6 ndo taniwai. Nikupin location na nikofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi najua utakuwa. Irizo riris. Acha nikushow kwanza form ni Adidon. Nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa Adi na mini. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Take a video no post pale NGC. Jina ni Content kurap ni talent. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo twende down low now. Stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one lege. Anguka nayo. One lege. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo kama umefeel relaxed. Anguka nayo kama pana new kacha. Anguka nayo kama patina magwasha. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. na katika msupa webanjuka, cheza chini kikongeza matuja, anguka nao baby girl shaitika, dagi matisho wa dagi babe, ama dali, stampi serikali, juni serikali, tamka asali, mnajua ni nani, flow shabiki, domeduka hapo naoni, shi, kutekewa kwa daily meeting, ati, anguka nayo, anguka nayo, anguka nayo, check it, anguka nayo, anguka nayo, pull up DJ, anguka nayo, check it, pull up tena, selector DJ, watu anguke nayo.
Thank you. All right. Okay, all right. So let's get to our second panel. Quite some business to do. We should have DJ. So this is what we're going to do. I've been instructed, this is the instructions I've been given. When I call the panelists, wanakuja wakianguka nayo. Comrades, true or true? True or true? Our first panelists for the afternoon. DJ with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nayo. Help me welcome to the stage Nadia Mukami. Thank you very much. Our second panelist, kuanguka nayo, Maria Mbeneka. Nayo. So Steve Mbogwa, LSK Council member. Nayo. Ladies and gentlemen, Nayo, Boniface Mwangi.
Volume. Okay, I think that's good now. First and foremost, my knees are appreciative of Gen Z. Hiyo kazi si rahisi. Kuanguka nayo. Locked up, trying to run away from the cops, Reverend Joya getting beaten up. And I asked myself, what would prompt people to be beaten and still go back? And it's the love of this country, and the Gen Z are a very significant part of Kenya's history, because we're not just, we are rebuilding this country based on this constitution that we gave ourselves. And so it's very important for us to be vigilant going forward, because the fact of the matter is that this movement by the citizenry, because it's obvious we've taken back our power, and people will be able to say, this is who we want. We want individuals who have been subjected to the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. That is non-negotiable. And going going forward, that's what's going to happen. Secondly, what does Kenya look like now going forward? There's a recall of MPs still on the table. I know Kabete constituency have started a process. There's nothing that's stopping the citizenry from collecting signatures even as we speak. So those are processes that should actually be going forward. And the fact that people have shown interest in the finance bill, there should be bigger interest on the appropriations bill, which is now an act. Nothing stops the PSs who are still in office, who are accounting officers, from committing the budget. Absolutely nothing. So there's still a lot to be done. Eternal vigilance is the price of democracy. We cannot get tired. I must say here that I'm very, very proud of the work that Faith Odhiambo, the Law Society of Kenya, council members are doing. And civic education is important. So beyond saying that something will be done, let's be involved in how it will be done.
Right, and I want to move that along on the how. But Nadia, for you, what do you want to see happen next?
What do I want?
What do you want to see happen next?
We've kept talking about accountable governance for a very, very, very long time. And I will use my example. When we were getting into this industry, I mean the music industry, when you have a name, you have status, you weren't able to publicly call out a vice, call out, let's say, a leader for something they haven't done. For the first time in history, you've seen artists, you've seen influencers in the front line. Because sometimes when we sign contracts, sometimes you're told you shouldn't associate yourself with anything that is happening in the country. But for the first time, even as one of the things that I base off my career, I never want to talk about politics. But for the first time, I remember hiyo siku ya maandamano ya kwanza, nilikuwa huko, nimeangushwa, niko na hadi alama up to date. So for me, it's about accountable governance. And someone said from the X space, we need to make it so unbearable for anyone who's getting into any public office to hold the office space if you do not like accountability. So anyone that is getting into office has to be ready to be questioned, to be asked, because we are the bosses. So sisi kila siku tumekopa sijui how many billions every single day, or we are being taxed, taxes. The other day I was checking bei ya tissue paper. The last time, nikikuwa Mwehoko, I'm from Mwehoko, it was 15 shillings. Sai tissue paper, hakuna tissue paper hata ya 20 shillings. The cost of living inaendelea ikipanda as a day goes by. So, kwa nini tunakuwa, vitu zinakuwa expensive, but the salary ni the same? You understand? Kama wewe ulikuwa unauza, nitasema aje. Kama tuseme ulikuwa uko na biashara yako, the moment you start raising your prices because what you're purchasing with imepanda bei, the supplier price imepanda bei. So wewe ukiongezea customers wako, inakuwa ni ngumu for them to come back. You understand? So for me, it's about accountable governance. Let us hold every single person accountable. Yes.
All right. Accountable. Steve.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Is one thing I can say, Alan, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is what our fathers began in so many years ago. And along the way, they lost the momentum. And now, what is happening now is And I think that is how we found ourselves, because the war to bring in a new constitution is a struggle that has been there for a long time. And the day the constitution was being promulgated on 10th of August 2010, the whole Africa, the whole world praised Kenya for a very progressive constitution. Everybody knew that now Kenya is politically, economically, and socially liberated. The president of Kenya, Dr. Samuel Ruto, when he was campaigning on the mantra of socio-economic justice. Article 43 of the Constitution was his anchor. When he was speaking to the youth about job employment, when he was speaking to the Mamamboga about improving their livelihood, when he was speaking to the Boda Boda rider, who is a youth, about empowerment, he was addressing Article 43. Then what have we noticed? No one is bothered about adherence to the rule of law. What they are doing is to pull things toward themselves. What do I expect to see? Scrapping off of the NGCDF, we need to do away with that unconstitutional fund, which has turned our parliamentarians to become executive puppets. Doing away with bursaries and pumping the money to the education sector. Everybody to have an equal right, because they use these goodies to buy us off, to buy our parents off. So we want to ensure that they stop assuming that we have to go and knock their doors and queue at the CDF offices, begging to get money to go to school, yet Article 43 talk about my right to education. So these are the expectations we want to see. So as he sends away the cabinet, we want to see very serious reforms, and that's why this call for serious reform is not ending, and we are not stopping, because we are coming for the throats of these parliamentarians metaphorically, because look at what happens at the Senate. They dropped the bill for the conflict of interest. Why? Because they want to continue tendering for the government. Some years back, nobody wanted to supply to the government because nobody used to be paid. Right now, they are running that cartel. That is what we want to stop. That is the Kenya we want, where everyone has an equal chance. Everyone, when you are arrested, you have a right to representation. Police respect the rule of law. Everybody respect the rule of law, because that is the equalizer for everyone, because the rule of law is better than the rule of man.
Thank you, thank you. Reverend, go ahead. The same question. Can you help us figure out from where you sit, what should be these actual next steps? What would you like to see? What should we all sort of collectively try to figure out and say, this is what we think should happen?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Sorry, I wasn't introduced. My name is Gowi Odera. There are a couple of things we need to be able to recognize, James, what we're up against in this movement. One is that the president, as real colors have come out, even in his campaign, we need to recognize that a leopard does not change its spots. In the early 90s, when we were doing our clamor, we were here in Ufungamano, he wasn't here. He was part of YK2. And they were the part of our generation that were co-opted by Moi with money. When we were doing the constitution and clamor for constitution, he voted no. In fact, he said that ni kama karatasi ya kufunga nyama. So constitutionalism is not part and parcel of those who are in office. So that is what we are up against. The second thing what we're up against is a culture, all right? A culture that does not necessarily value hard work and a meritocracy in itself. So Gen Z are trying to say, we are putting in all this effort to get what we want. Now we are seeing people wakivuka line and getting there without even earning what they are. And lastly, I think a thing that we have, and the panelists have said, is accountability. And I think those are the three things we need to continue championing moving forward. What Gen Z, I'd like to be able to encourage this group of young people, this generation of young people, is recognize that this is actually a marathon. This is not a sprint. And so there are certain gains we need to make. And I think there's somewhere we need to celebrate what we have gained these past 3 weeks. And we need to celebrate that. In as much as some of our comrades have fallen, We need to celebrate this. This is a great thing, that a government can withdraw a finance bill is a big accomplishment that I'd like to celebrate what these young people have done. It is something I am proud of you. We are proud of you. And you've done something my own generation was not courageous as you to do. And you have taken this to another level.
So just to your point, as I come back to this, there's two problems here that we have to contend with. There is the question of dialogue that keeps being bandied about. I want you to speak about this question of dialogue. And then at the tail end of this process, it's a political process. So there has to be a reasoning on how the public engages politically, because those changes have to happen in a political construct where the politicians have the experience more than anyone else.
So the issue of dialogue is who is dialoguing? So the referee cannot be the player. James, the referee can't be the player. And so you don't have the credibility. Now, the institution that I am part of, the church, has lost its credibility too. Yeah. When we were supposed to be doing what we are supposed to be doing, we were sitting in State House. So we've lost the credibility too. So there needs to be another umpire, another person doing this. We can learn from others. We're not the first ones to do this. So there are other actors that can come and do it. And secondly, James, it can't be a political process alone. Yes, we understand there are political processes that have to be happen, but there's also a place where we need to talk about the economics of this dialogue. We also need to talk about, and very big is just the philosophy of how we do it. So we cannot give it to the politicians. We left the politicians to do the final putting together of our constitution. And look what they gave us. So we can't trust the politicians. We can't. And I tell you guys, don't trust the politicians. We can't leave it alone to them. In as much as they are players, it has to be a collaborative effort.
Right. The question of how not leaving this to politicians then become an important question. There's hyper, right now, engagement. Every citizen is engaged with every document that comes from State House, that comes from, government. But that, in all honesty, is one thing that keeps them accountable. But at some point, as they say, people will be like, I have things to do, as Nadia says. I need to go sell my tomatoes. I can't be every day on a space for 8 hours, right? That is my job. So walk me through this question of what part of engagement should we be talking about and accountability, and how does that look like, so that we keep this process alive, to make sure that we all don't lose our time, and also don't get fatigued with the process.
I think one thing we need to appreciate, there was Goldenberg some time back. Let me start there. A report was prepared. People had a lot of discussions. We saw a lot of parading of people. Then that dwindled. We saw Anglo-Rising came. People ate public money. They could not be held accountable. Then that disappeared. People like, there was a Ndongo report on land justice. Nothing came out of it. The Commission on Justice and Reconciliation, there was a report about that. Nothing ever done about it. Until people are now tired. And what we are saying is, we want to see full implementation. And because we know some of these people cannot be able to do that for the obvious reasons that they don't believe in the Constitution itself. And it's very unfortunate, even the church took a position of fighting the Constitution, a very dangerous route in 2010. We need to, those who cannot do their job, they step aside and they allow those who can do the job to take over and steer this country in full implementation of our Constitution. Because some of these things, they don't need to remind the president that every child needs education. When the government was being formed in 1963, there were three things: poverty, diseases, and ignorance. Our education system still affordable and the people are able to go to school? No. Do our hospitals still providing medicines? You find 8 counties are lacking medicine for BCG, for tuberculosis vaccination to children. We are exposing them, and someone has money where he can walk into a fundraiser and give the same money to the church. I always wonder what this project in the church that never end, and we attend the same churches. And so you go to that issue, the issue of poverty, ignorance, and the other one is, I don't know. The education, we have ignorance, we have diseases, and we have poverty. How many Kenyans are living below $1 a day income? Most Kenyans are, that's why they are online, that's why you find them on login the whole day, because what else will I be doing? Moving around myself. Before I got an internship as an advocate, I remember I dropped 36 CVs in the city of Nairobi. And all the advocates will tell you, we'll pick you, but we can't be able to sustain you. Advocates are struggling. Doctors, we saw them, they are struggling. Those careers that all parents wished their children to become, you can imagine they are struggling. So what happens to the other Kenyan? It shows you that we need to get serious. We have talked about progressive realization of the socioeconomic rights. Have we seen the government put in place steps that are geared towards realizing this? Deliberate steps. So that we don't just talk about progressive realization. Progressive realization has a cutout that, are you putting up measures? We talked about two-third gender role. Up to date, they have not done anything. Justice Maraga reminded us before he left the office about that issue. No one has taken action about it. So what we need is not dialogue, it is action. I think that is what the leadership need to know, that we have talked too much. We need to see, I don't need to remind the member of parliament that I am telling you I don't want an extra tax. I want you to be accountable about that. I don't remind the member of parliament that I am paying you a salary of almost $1 million shillings, then I pay you allowance to attend your plenary. Who pays us to attend plenary? And you have a salary. Who pays you to attend a committee of the job you are employed to do by the people? What makes them so scared that once they get elected, they need 10 bodyguards? What are they doing wrong? They know it. And that's what we want them to address.
Okay. Nadia, you raised an important question the last time about the role of creative, and and we've seen what the creatives have been able to do for this movement in this time, using your own talents to push the conversation forward, musicians, comedians, and the rest. But also, there was a question about the corporate world that would stop you doing these things before. There was a reason for that, because the corporate world and the government work, hand by hand. What happens when that comes back? When you're told by the person who's gives you the contract that I continue seeing you doing this Gen Z thing, I can't keep on supporting. What happens?
For me, I'd say any sane person that has seen how this revolution started. I remember the first thing was hisi time ya kupost. For instance, I work with StanChat right now, and I really appreciate them because we didn't have to tell them. They saw and they were like, you guys, you can do whatever you want to do. You understand? So for me, it's about, if you're a sane person, you can see that the pressure and the force is something that you cannot run away from. It will catch up with you. So I think we've had, corporates that have been really understanding and supportive, and we haven't been blacklisted yet. We haven't been sent that you're out of work email. So they have understood. And today, I just want to talk about the power of social media as well. Huwa wanasema msanii ni kioo cha jamii. Every time. Personally, when I started doing music, I was in Maseno University, and during the holidays, we'd go to Kenya National Theatre. And we had something, if there's any creative here, they know PAL, Poetry After Lunch. And what most people don't know, I started out as a poet. And I'd go there, if I do a small, maybe small poetry, I'd have other guys just listening to them. And what these people would talk about is the social injustices. It meant that the time wasn't then. It's a process, it's a journey. We had begun that journey of going to Poetry After Lunch. You're listening to people talk their truths. Talk about mimi nimetoka Kibera, these are the problems that I have seen. But now it has come a place whereby now we can retaliate that on social media. I can tweet and say, guys, MCSK needs to be held accountable. we can say PRISC was given the license to collect on behalf of the other CMOs. Public participation, has it happened? We are the artists, we are the ones who are paying for these people. And that is another conversation that has been held for so long, ever since artists before me found a problem there. I have come, I have found a problem there. And I am not going to leave, you know, because at the end of the day, there's a time gonna reach I'm not able to dance on stage as I am dancing right now. So it is, as I said before, it's accountable governance. We have to hold each and every person accountable. Kila mtu. Now, to the ladies, maybe when you are wamechaguliwa, ama they have been given a position, wasiende wakatuaibisha. We've seen the likes of Karen Nyamu, more of a socialite rather than a leader. There are so many deserving women. I am sorry to say that. It's a stray bullet, but it's the truth. There are so many deserving women who are intellectual, who are smart. We don't need to know your personal life. What have you done for the girl child? For the longest time, women have fought. You're given a position, and all we can talk about is your personal life. She really needs to check herself. Yes.
All right. Thanks. Maria, if anyone engages with politics, and we look at this in this sense, that it would be foolhardy for anyone to think that the political class is going to walk away from this and surrender and say, okay, you guys have won, fantastic, we're out. Okay? That is not going to happen. They're going to rely on what they do best, which is politics. And I suspect this is what's going to happen in the next 2-3 years. From where you sit, with all these issues that we need to solve, and there are many, right? And they're serious, you know, parliament and constitutional, you know, two-third gender rule not anywhere being affected. There are many things on the priority of this list we just don't know and don't have. Give us some advice. How should we look at these questions that we exercise our minds and say we should have priorities, bare minimums, and go forward? Because the political class will have that. And this is a long battle, as Reverend Goy has told us.
First thing, we need to appreciate that the country has changed. It's not business as usual. So there's been a shift in the minds of Kenyans. Whether they're saying it or not, whether they're organizing or not, it's present. And we have to seize the moment. So where do our leaders come from? They come from within us. Today we'll sit here and say, hey, James unatosha mboga. Where tutakuchagua? But what happens? What happens? What follows after? Hey, Mhesh. What do we say? Toboka. Kakitu kalanch. Mhesh. That's the problem. Our politics, our governance is transactional. And the minute I give you a 50 bob, a 100 bob, a 200 bob, I'm done with you until next time. So this shift has to be literal. Like, we can't just talk about it, we have to live it, we have to talk it, we have to walk it. The fact of the matter is, politicians are smart. Even the ones we say are uneducated are street smart. So they will just look at what is trending and jump on it. And if we've decided that going forward, we're serious about our governance, we're serious about who gets into office, how the hell does somebody get elected while they're in jail? How do you get elected after shooting somebody dead? And DCI put out a notice that they're looking for you, and you get elected. So what Nadia, what Mike Mushiri, what other artists and individuals and human rights activists have been doing needs to be amplified. Take civic education very literally, because there are people who think that there's an MP, I think he's called Kamala, in Western. He was telling his people that sasa mjue tunamaliza maneno ya CDF, sasa msikuje kwangu kuniomba. Because that's the way things are done. You come, you ask me for 300 bob, sawa, sawa. And he'll not perform. He will not build that road. I mean, nothing will get done. So we need to amplify the voice of civic education. I think that's very important. People need to understand why electing an MCA is very important, because that's a person who's closest to you in terms of resources that have been devolved to the county. Why a political party is not more superior to an individual who's representing you at the ground. It's important for us, and I think you've debunked this, that tribalism is no longer a factor. And as long as it remains a non-factor, we are ahead. So mtu wetu, that politics is gone. So if we keep at it, and if we keep agitating for the very things that we're actually talking about, governance, accountability, transparency, right from the elective positions. And I think this is an opportunity for young people. You can get elected without being on a party. Yeah, but remember, if our institutions, and this is a very critical point for me, James, if our institutions are not safeguarded, today our institutions are failing us because they are at the mercy of the executive. Why? Because the executive pays. They're the ones who provide a budget. So everybody who's in a position of leadership, a position of governance, a position of representation is swallowed by the system. And we talked about the system. When you get there, you're given, the first thing you're given as a chairman is an allowance, yeah? Sitting allowance. The next thing, mkubwa unataka gari gani? And that thing gets to your head and you forget why you got there in the first place. So let's fight for our institutions. Let's get our institutions back. Let's make sure anybody who's nominated to serve on those institutions is a credible person, and they can always pass the suitability test that is Chapter 6. Remember, in Kenya, we don't have an absence of laws. Steve Wanjiru talked about the conflict of interest bill that is currently in Senate. That bill, it's not that we don't have laws that could have jailed people for conflict of interest. Right. What we've had is deliberate missteps in the application of the law. So the unification of these laws is important. And that's why when you said that, what will we do going forward? Because people will get tired and they'll go back to doing what they need to do. Let us just hold people to account. Start by recalling. And I like that process that people are actually taking now. And let's keep whoever is in office accountable. Let's keep them on their toes. Let's get involved in the budget-making process. Do we know when the cycle starts? Because it's about to start again in September. Right. So that eternal vigilance. It's a lot to ask for the citizenry, but I think it's a price we are ready to pay, and it's been obvious from the reasons.
I want to get one comment from Sylvia, who's been waiting for like an hour. Sylvia, if you can have your minutes now, what is the thing that you want us to do next? Do we have Sylvia?
Yes, good afternoon.
Go ahead.
I'm speaking as a lay person that according to how things are right now, we understand that a government is formed by three arms. I think we have three arms of the government. But as things are now, it's like the parliament and the executive have merged. So we do not have oversight. The legislature, people like the MPs are supposed to represent the people who voted them to go there and do the legislation. But even if they do the legislation, is it favoring a common citizen? Everything they are doing is about them. So I was asking, I'm speaking as a lay person, so just pardon me, and if at all I'm wrong, just try to enlighten me more. As a lay person, under Article 1 of the Constitution, can I say clause number 2, which says that people can exercise their right, is it their right, directly, or can I say the leadership or something? Like we can exercise our power directly. Now, how do we do it legally? Because right now, the parliament is there, but it's like we are the ones who are doing the job. We are here on the streets. We are the ones providing oversight. We are the ones pushing for better legislation. So how do we go about it? Because all this mess is because whoever we put in power messed us up. This also has come about because of the micromanaging, the executive micromanaging the other two, trying to micromanage the other two arms of the government. How do we get ourselves into this?
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I think just an important question, and maybe I'll start with you, Mary, then we'll go to Goi. This idea that you elect people to get to office and they decide that we know best, all right? In fact, you become very clever all of a sudden, and I know what you want. And I think we saw that on this finance bill, that MPs literally told everyone that you guys have no point whatsoever. We know best and we'll do what we want. How do we stop that from ever happening again? That a person who gets elected becomes truly a servant, not our lords?
I think it just goes back to the same thing of public participation, because what happens is that we have to accept that once we elect a leader, we are expecting that they will go and deliver on the mandate. So the issue of, did we elect a party or an individual? Because usually the wave, you're told, this one got in kwa sababu ya wave. And the people were with the wave. So that's why the MPs, some of the MPs had the temerity to tell us, it's not you, it's the party. It's not you I'm accountable to, it's the party. So the first thing is, because you cannot recall an MP until they've been in office for 2 years, is just to keep a record of it, I guess. Because now, the constitutionally, you cannot recall before a certain period. But the fact of the matter is that the way we have seen participation being carried out with creation of ChatGPT, breaking down the information, that's the first thing. Breaking down the information, ensuring it reaches people. Petitions are online. It's easier now to find people, to bring people together. Before you had to be, moneyed to do these things. Right. So it's much easier now.
Okay. Reverend Koi, how do we make our politicians actually work for us? How do we stop the arrogance, the kiburi that they have, that because I'm in office now, I do whatever I want?
The message has already been sent.
Yeah.
The message has already been sent. And what I'm very happy to see is now legislators now are being very penitent about what they're doing. That's one. But then the second one is just adding what she has just said in itself. There are ways we can just keep our legislators accountable. One is just, there's a roll call in Parliament. So when you go in Parliament, you have to, sign in. And so we need to be able to see, just the way when we're in school, you sign a roll in itself. Were you present? And that information is available to any person in the public. We know one legislator now who has barely been in Parliament for 1.5 years or so, that is now out in the public space. And then thirdly, it's being able to get access to your member of Parliament and demanding access to your member of Parliament as often as you can. Like you have a constituency office. How often is this member of Parliament in their office? And so that is another place where you can go and demand to be able to see them. What are your office hours at the constituency office? That is where you can meet them at their local office. And if you are a big office, the government has given this MP or legislator the resources to cover the entire, like North Hore. That's a huge constituency. But there are different constituency sections where you can meet your legislator. So those are some of the things that come to mind.
Yeah. Steve.
Yes, I think, sorry. I was thinking, as I was talking, I was thinking about how we gauge our MPs' performances. And we diverted it to the duties and the responsibilities that are with the ministers, cabinet. Those are the parameters most of the time we gauge when we are voting for a member of parliament. Amejenga barabara ngapi? ameweka mashule ngapi. Is that the job of a legislature? No. Because that has been the parameter for voting. So I think even as we move forward in this conversation, and as I address your concern, we need to do an inward reflection as a people and ask ourselves, are we expecting the wrong things from the right people? Are we voting you as a member of parliament? Then we expect you to build roads for us. Then we have a cabinet which has a ministry of road and a budget to do roads. So that is where we spend our money, wastage, and it becomes a point of a lot of wastages and privileges. And I think my feeling and my contribution to this conversation of the young people, and I want the whole Kenyans to embrace this, not as a Gen Z affair, but the spirit of the youth. Why the spirit of the youth? I want to say this quoting Henry Ford. There's something he said that the greatest thing you can do to yourself is to keep your mind young. Why do you need to keep your mind young? Because at your formative age is when you have a vision, is when you have ambitions. So once you become old and you allow the aged you to be complacent, you lose the vision. We got our constitution in 2010 with a lot of ambition. That was our youth at that time. We got our independence with a lot of ambition. Then what did we do? We became complacent. That's where these guys, when you visit them, they give you a handout. Before you even negotiate, you live with a bahasha. You see a priest has gone to State House, they're living with a brown bahasha. And you saw them walking in, they didn't have one. So I don't know, there's a Bible inside there. You create an office of intercessors, as in like, your prayer request. These are crazy things that we have been witnessing as a country, and it's high time we start holding our leaders accountable. Even the judiciary itself. The last time there was we find, with all due respect to the courts, we filed a petition challenging the deployment of the military. And I don't need to go to the details, but we all saw the live stream of that particular ruling. We all read the Constitution. I don't need to remind anyone the clause in the Constitution. And we can question the integrity of such a person when they are holding a public office. So we need to hold these people accountable. We need to have the right people doing the right job and not putting the wrong people. That's why I keep on saying, until and unless we push for the removal of CDF from the hands of parliamentarians, we are going to continue electing people because they are giving us money. That's why they buy the ticket, because I buy it. I have friends who contribute, give me campaign money. Why is it costing almost 50 million to join parliament? If I save the whole salary for parliament from day one to the last day, I can't raise 50 million. Even if you work with the simplest mathematics, because they have a lifestyle to maintain. So there's a lot of inward reflection that is needed, both to the people, to the president, to the leadership, at all levels and at all arms, and we need to hold them serious accountable.
All right, thank you very much, Reverend Goi Odera, nashukuru sana, Steve Bugwa, and Maria Minekap. You've all done very well, thank you for the panel. I leave Nadia to perform as we exit the stage. Thank you very much. You've all been very nice and very kind.
Wow. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure.
Ngoja.
Thank you very much.
Ningewaomba tusimame. Let us stand up, please. You know, when I came here, I didn't come today to perform, by the way. I didn't come as a Kenyan artist, a celebrity. I came here as a concerned Kenyan. And first off, I want to send my condolences to the families of the bereaved soldiers who we were together kwa barabara, kwa streets as we were fighting. So my biggest condolences to the family and to anyone here who's been affected by this time. As Boniface has said, yeah, they've partnered with Kenya councillors. What is it called again? I think I've forgotten the name. So you can see them after this. And for me, it's also to say, we've had a win, yes. We've had some wins. But at the same time, we need justice for the people, to the families zenye wameachwa na wapendwa wao. They need closure. Ama namna gani? Tuweke ngoma imechangamka kidogo, weka maombi. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio jujuni, si keleleni. Turudie tena. Ngoja. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio jujuni, si keleleni. Tene kazi di. Hoya hoya hoya. Hoya hoya hoya.
Vicky Fundes.
Nilichopata nikiomba walisema kitakwisha. Nikitoa shukurani hadharani wakasema najigamba. Hao binadamu walinipa wiki. Sasa imepita miaka bado wanasubiri. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Tuone wote. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Hey. Sio juju ni maombi. Ni maombi. Si kelele ni maombi. Ni maombi. Sio juju ni maombi. Ni maombi. Si kelele ni maombi. Ni maombi. Hoya hoya hoya. Hoya hoya hoya. Hoya hoya hoya. Ati na mikono nitainua, magoti nipige, niweleze jinsi alivyotenda katika maisha yangu. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Kazi ya Mungu kweli haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio chuchu ni maombi. Asanteni sana. Ni maombi. Si kelele ni maombi. Ni maombi. Sio chuchu ni maombi. Ni maombi. Si kelele ni maombi. Ni maombi. Asante sana, asante, asante, asante. Ila Mungu hawezi kubali uanguke. Alichoanzisha leo lazima atakamilisha uwe. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa. Ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Kazi ya Mungu.
DJ. Ajoshaskia
wa Douglas.
Aha. Ajoshaskia. Ajoshaskia tukiingia ni kublast. Uko ngabado unachukuliwa madam so anguka naye tabaki umeflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Mdagi mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo tani wai. Nikupin location na nikofana na hii. Sukate teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kantel kurap si ni talent. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Check. Anguka nayo twende down low now. Standard juu ya fit mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one lege. Anguka nayo. One lege. Check it. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo kama uko na new catch. Anguka nayo kama uko na new catch. Anguka nayo kama patina magwash. Anguka nayo round tuko for now. Mdagi mteja patikani kadi late night saa 6 ndo tani wai. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo kama relax. Anguka nayo kama patina magwasha. Anguka nayo koko single for now. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Kama uko na new catch, anguka nayo kona patina magwash. Anguka nayo round 2 kwa iba. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Ati anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Check it. DJ.
Anguka nayo.
Hey, anguka nayo.
A round of applause. A round of applause for the guys, Anguka nayo. Thank you so much for your patience. We get into another session, a round of discussions as well. I'd like you to help me welcome my set of panelists on stage. The first person that we have is Otsiemo Nyamoya from the Human Rights Watch. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way up. Thank you so much. You can have a seat. And then we have Dr. Njoki Wamaye. She is an assistant professor of politics and international studies from the USIU Africa. Please, a round of applause for her. Kwani tumechoka kupiga makelele? Tumechoka? Tumechoka? And then the next panelist is Cyprian Nyamwamu. He is from the Kenya Bora. Thank you so much. And then we have Boniface Mwangi, the human rights activist. We all know him. Please. I am Linus Moshigadi. I will be facilitating this round of discussions. Please, karibu sana.
Linus.
So I want us to begin from where we've come from in terms of activism in Kenya and what brought us to where we are here today. So I will begin from you, Boniface Mwangi. You have been an activist. What has been the changes, the journey, and what has been the difference with this set of protests that we've had in Kenya?
The journey began in where Cyprian is organized via phones and in person, to where we are now organizing online, where people show up and say, you know what, online has become our public square, but now the public square is going offline. So you go online and say this is the issue, and you go offline. But I think the game changer is most of the young kids in this country are very angry about the state of the nation, and then they are fearless because they have nothing to lose. They are hungry, they are angry, they are unemployed. I was talking to some young people from the gate, and they're telling me, we're so broke we can't even date. You can't even have a girlfriend. You can't even make someone, you can't even think of starting a family, because how are you going to feed that mouth? So when the president decided to bring the finance bill, and it's going to even tax those who don't even have jobs, they're unemployed, with this, it's called shift, this thing that is there, the anger just exploded. So where are we at? We are very hopeful as a country. Kenya has changed forever. Let no one lie to it, hasn't changed. That's where we are at. Kenya landscape has changed, and people have reclaimed back their sovereign power. We're in charge right now. And it's like you're trying to push out a baby. It's a very critical stage, because if you make a mistake, the baby might die and kill the baby, and the mother or one of them survives. So you must midwife this process very, very carefully, that is not carjacked. The last few days, you've seen the old fossils, these very old politicians, trying to steal the struggle from the people. They're trying to own that space. And there's a possibility the next 2 days, Saturday is a Harambee Day and Burials Day, so tomorrow they're going to be all over with one agenda to center Raila Odinga in this conversation, and we refuse.
That's a very good point, and I would go back to it. Let's hear from Cyprian. From your own perspective, what has the journey been for you in terms of the activism we've seen in Kenya?
Well, the journey has been real. It has been tough.
we've lost people. I thank God that I'm alive. When we went to committee, we saw the cells where a lot of our comrades in the 1980s died in prisons, including Naivasha, Kamiti, Shimo La Tewa, and all those jails and prisons. The torture chambers that used to be physical at Nyayo and Nyati House are now happening, and our young people are being thrown into swamps. But I don't want to talk about myself today. I want to answer only one question that you've asked. What is different between the struggles that we have been in and this one? Because I think that's something that has been missed in all the conversations I've listened to. And my answer is this. This is the only generation which has refused to be used. The only generation which has refused to be used. And I want to use that to bring the struggles. The Mau Mau, Modoni Nyanjiro was the mother of the Mau Mau. If you look at it, the Mau Mau were used. They died, they were deprived of land, they were kept in cells and in jails. Dedan Kimathi died, but they were used by the home guards, the Kenyatta, the Jomo Kenyattas and the home guards who took over power. Then the second liberation, which we died for, we went to jail for, to bring back Section 2A. We were again used. The people who took over power were not the people who were in the fight. Then comes the Kenya Constitution 2010, which the likes of Osieno and myself and all of us in Joki here invested our lives in. Who is the beneficiary of the Constitution of Kenya 2010? William Ruto. The one who said no is the one who is the president. Uhuru Kenyatta, who was against the Constitution, and Rigathi Gachagua are the people who are the beneficiaries of the Constitution. Again, we were used. This is the only generation since Kenya was established as a colony. Kenya became independent. We only have one generation which has refused to say, which has said, you are not going to use us. Raila every time uses dead young people in the streets to negotiate handshakes. 2007, the numbers who died 1,000, by the way, the number was more than 7,600, but we used the number that the government gave us. Then we went into handshake. Comes 2017, hundreds are killed. Power is shared. Then we come to 2022. Last year you saw 75 died. They were used to form NADCO. The young people are saying there is not going to be another dialogue where you are going to use our deaths to gain power. So I have to give it to these Gen Zs, I have to give it to them, that they have stopped something tragic, treacherous that has been going on about Kenya, and this generation has said no more using our blood, our sweat, and our tears to negotiate power.
Thank you so much, Cyprian. Dr. Njoki, rallying on the conversation here, the journey, what is your perspective?
Just something, and thank you, I'm glad we are talking about the journey, because the last 3 weeks, if you even try and get into any of these spaces, it's impossible. You don't have 100,000 followers to speak. So I'm happy we are here acknowledging also the journey. So, and we can look at it in 3 phases. Of course, before independence, Mau Mau and all the rest, like Muthoni Nyanjiro from 1922. Mau Mau is our DNA. Resistance is our DNA, right? Don't ever forget that. For us Kenyans, only 2 countries resisted the British or the French violently before 1970. Later we had the Portuguese resisting. But before 1970, there were only 2 countries, and one was Kenya, and the other one is which one? You know, I'm a teacher.
Yes.
Algeria.
Yes.
The liberation front in Algeria. In Africa is only those two countries. So, and it's because of the Mau Mau, and you know the guerrilla warfare that they fought. So resistance is our DNA. And with that, of course, even post-independence, people resisted the fascist state that Kenyatta, because many times we are just looking at this Ruto. We are forgetting the mistake started from Jomo Kenyatta, because he instituted a very fascist state. You know the many deaths that are still unresolved. And this politics of let's forget and move on is what got us where we are, a country where impunity is our DNA now. Right? And so we need to look at that past from Kenyatta, the mistakes he made, and especially in setting up the structures of Kenya. Look at Tanzania with all its problems. Tanzania is doing much, much better in terms of politics. Kenya, we keep bragging about our economy. So what? The economy, if you don't have your rights, those chapter 4, the Bill of Rights, not just the what do you call it, social and political rights, but also the economic rights. But the social and political rights are the foundation that offer you the space to demand for the others. And the social and political rights, which are enshrined in chapter 4, they should be protected. We already have them. And that's why we are saying, for me, I'm saying, let's not get excited with his changing ministers, because they'll still come back. We should be looking at chapter 4 and chapter 6. Chapter 4, our rights. Our people have been killed. Young people have been killed. These universities where I also teach, they are quiet. You know, so till we have justice, till we have the killer cops arrested, till Koome is gone, you know, and those are some of the things we are saying must change. Then we can deal with, as we deal with the rest of everything. But having said that, it's a good moment. I think Gen Z is probably now what we can call the third liberation. This is I think we've now entered the third liberation. And the second liberation, and I'm glad we are here in this hall. Those of us who don't know, this hall is a very important hall, Ufungamano. And Cyprian is here. I've seen many other comrades who are there those days during the IPPG reforms and NCC especially, and the National Convention on
National Convention Assembly Executive
Exactly.
Council.
That's where the Constitution of Kenya was changed, and Section 2A was repealed, and that's where we can tell off Zakayo and anybody else about why, because we fought for that constitution. And it's really sad that we have to keep fighting. That's why we need to have the right people in power, so that we are not fighting, so that it's people who also think like us, people who know human rights is part of state making. And I'm very glad, because that second liberation, first liberation was the Mau Mau and what they did, and the people who liberated Kenya. Remember, you need to also know who liberated Kenya, because the challenge is opportunists took over the real liberators like Deda and Kimathi. Second liberation, it is those people who fought for the second liberation of this country and the return of and who helped us get the constitution. And some of them are here. Please wave, because we need to acknowledge you. Please wave. I've seen some people, second liberation, Kegoro there, unanyamaza too. You know, thank you, comrade. Because we have to, many of us, especially the new Gen Z activists, we are forgetting the journey. When you get that space, remember this is a marathon. People have died, people have been there. What do we call them?
Social justice.
The social justice centers have been killed on the streets, have been walking in the streets. Kina Mama Rahma, please, let's wave also. Let's acknowledge these people, you know, and all the social justice activists, Olal, Viva comrades. These are the people who have brought us to this moment. So let's not look at it as it's 3 weeks. Oh, now we must always carry that journey. And when you're given to that opportunity, remember those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's tweak the conversation a little bit, and let's talk about the journey when we look at police accountability and brutality. Of course, police have been there throughout the journey in terms of the first liberation, as Dr. talked about. But with the new Constitution 2010, then there was different expectation in terms of how they would engage the protesters. So Otsiero, take us through how the journey has been and how do we make police accountable?
Thank you. My name, I'm called Otsieno Namwaya. I work with Human Rights Watch, but I will also speak more broadly because I've been an activist since the 90s. First of all, I think last week or early this week, I had somebody say in Parliament, I think it was Danson Mugatana, that this is the third liberation. The second liberation there was in the 90s, and then there was the independence struggle. And I think it is broadly true, but I have a different thinking because the second liberation in reality aborted. Picking up from what Dr. has said here, it aborted because if you look at some of the discussions we're having here, they were the same discussions, partly the same discussions we were having in the 90s. The issue of the portrait of William Ruto. I remember sometime, I think 1997, we were the Gen Zs then, we were called Generation X. We had in this same spot, Cyprian, correct me, but we were wondering why do we have Moi's portrait everywhere? And that we need to stop that. That's part of imperialism. So having said that, that struggle, second liberation struggle picked up from independence struggle, which a lot of people believe that the independence struggle aborted and died with the death of Dedan Kimathi in 1957. If you look at movements such as FERA, which is February 18th Revolutionary Army, or Stock Movement, which was with people like Akina, Brigadier Odongo, Raphael Wangondo, and the rest, the reasoning even for naming it FERA was that we aborted the struggle in 1957. We need to pick it from where we aborted it. That was 1957. That's why it's called February 18th Revolutionary Army. Dedan Kimathi was killed on February 18th, 1957. So it is part of the long struggle. So picking it up from there, I was supposed to talk about police accountability. I don't want to go into details of repeating some of the things that some of the speakers who are here in the morning had already spoken about. I want to basically flesh out some of the worrying trends that we have noticed for the last maybe 7 years that we need to be really worrying about and calling out the authorities for what is happening. Let me talk about IPOA a bit. IPOA was basically created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and then operationalized by the 2011 law, IPOA Act of 2011. But it came effectively into operation in 2012 when they were constituted, and then they started setting up in 2013. By 2013, we had a lot of hopes. They had just 6 investigators. But they could try to reach everywhere. They would be in Kisumu, they would be in Nairobi, they would be where? There were just 6. Right now, IPOA has approximately 100 investigators. But what do? If you look at their case success rate from 2013 to now, how many cases have they successfully prosecuted? How many? I think about 12, if I'm not wrong. I think about 12 or 13 cases. How many cases have been filed with them? At some point, IPOA used to post these details on their website. They no longer do that. Why? Because if you look at the cases that have been filed with IPOA, by around 2018, 2019, there were around 7,000 cases of police brutality and police misuse of power and all that. How many could they investigate? There are about 100, maybe 1,000, up to 2022. How many have they successfully prosecuted? About 22. However, the details, those details don't tell you the problem with IPOA right now. IPOA was initially in the thinking of the 2010 Constitution and the second liberation, the issues we had, especially after the 2007 elections and the killings by police, was that we need a civilian institution where people can walk in and report police abuses, so that people don't have to go to a police station to report cases to be investigated by the same police officers who have committed the offenses. So it was created as a civilian institution. It was supposed to be friendly, welcoming, understanding, transparent. But what has happened today, if you look at IPOA, it has transformed itself. It has become more like a police institution. So it's no longer transparent. Those cases they used to post on their website showing how many have come and which ones are killings, which ones are torture, they no longer post that. Then the other is that they are no longer acting like they are civilian. They are more interested in parleying with the police and being called to State House than actually opening their doors for the civilians to report cases. And then the issue of their performance, I know people will celebrate. We have IPOA because 12 police officers have been prosecuted, they have been sent to jail. But there's nothing to celebrate. If you look at the number of killings we have had since IPOA came into place in 2013, they cherry pick cases. So if there's a police officer who has killed somebody in Kangware and there's pressure, the government is also worried or embarrassed, they go and investigate and prosecute that one. But killings such as what is going on today during protests, we have never had IPOA prosecute officers for killings during protests because those are state-sanctioned killings. So in 2017, there were over 100 cases we documented. I think there were more, but we documented 104. IPOA has focused on two, Baby Pendo and Stephanie Mora, cherry picking what they can prosecute because these are low-hanging fruits, but they don't go to the bottom, the root cause or the root cause of the problem. So out of 100 plus, they picked two and they never even successfully prosecuted. People are having to go and prosecute them on their own. Between 2014 and 2015, there were over 100 people who had disappeared in Nairobi, Northeastern, Coast Region. We presented these cases to IPOA. To this day, they have never prosecuted any. In 2020, during Corona, there were over 20 cases. I don't know how many have been prosecuted. Last year, there were over 70. They promised to take people to court. I think by October, they were saying they are going to court. Nobody has been prosecuted. This one is going to go the same way. So even if IPOA, in fact, their behavior this time has been more strange because before then, we used to communicate with them, we used to know what they are doing. Right now, they have shut their doors. They don't want to say what they are doing. We need to start calling out IPOA. That's one. The second one, I'd asked for more time, if you don't mind.
If you could hold on, we could come back in terms of now what needs to be done to ensure the accountability.
I'm trying to flesh out. So what needs to be done in the terms of IPOA is to begin to call for more accountability, more transparency for IPOA.
Okay.
If you allow me to just go through the 3 points.
Okay.
So the other worrying trend is when it comes to accountability, especially where there are killings, like what we have now, police are refusing to do their bit. So the National Police Service Act of 2011 says that police, as 2012 I think, police are supposed to, once there's a killing, police are supposed to do preliminary investigations. The commander is supposed to share details of that investigation with IPOA, with the Inspector General. Then IPOA picks up from there to start the investigation. That preliminary investigation never happens. So IPOA has to start struggling to understand which police officer shot, what happened, what were the circumstances of the shooting. That should have been in the preliminary report. And then the second thing is that when killings happen in a setting like what we have today, the demonstrations and the protests, what is supposed to guide IPOA in investigating those cases is what is called the operational order, which is basically says which police were deployed where and which orders were they given. And then the second one is what is called the register of movement of arms and ammunition, which basically gives you now, narrows down when somebody is killed to understand who had which ammunition, who had which gun, and who was where. So when the investigations come, like in Kisumu, a lot of the killings that happened in 2017, police refused to hand over the register of movement of arms and ammunition. police refused to hand over the operational order. So it became impossible to understand who shot where, but they're covering themselves up. But they only do that because of lack of political will. What they're doing is political. It's a political order to kill. So what's the problem there? It is lack of police independence. And it takes us back to the struggle of the second struggle, which was to ensure we have an independent police authority. And then the other is the issue of the new trend that we have seen from 2017 is the role of the hospitals and mortuaries. So in the past, you would go to a hospital and a mortuary, and quickly you get the register and get to know who has been brought in, who was shot, who was killed. And then you get to know their names and you get to know their injuries. Today, what they are doing is that they have created 2 registers. And that's why I was cautioning our colleagues in Githurai, don't say you have only 2 or 3 killings, because you don't know the killings. Or we went to Kenyatta Hospital and we found 3 bodies. You need to do more to understand how many people have been killed. Right now I'm hearing people say 50 people have been killed. It's not 50. You don't know. Because what's happening in mortuaries is that they cleared 2 registers. So the front one is the normal one, where they put like 3 or 4 cases. So when you go to look for people who have been killed, they show you that one. But there's another police register, where they have all the other bodies. So after 25th, the invasion of Parliament, at City Mortuary they had 6 bodies. And we're wondering, but how can they be 6? When even at Parliament alone, we know that at least 8 were killed. And they refused, they just said 6. Later on, we came back and talked to the staff, and we realized there were other bodies being hidden elsewhere which were not in the register. And that is happening not just there, we saw it in Kisumu in 2017. They hide those bodies, and they make sure you never get to know what exactly happened. We also know that sometimes they don't take those bodies to the mortuaries. In Kisumu, we discovered bodies, I think bodies were discovered in Lake Victoria, around 26 bodies, 3 or 4 months later, after we had looked for bodies in JTRH, in Kisumu District Hospital, everywhere. There were no bodies, but they had been thrown elsewhere. Even this one, let us be very careful, because we don't know where those bodies are.
Thank you so much for that. Going back to Boni, you spoke about the opposition wanting to take this civic engagement that we've seen in Kenya for the last 4 weeks. What is your reaction? Do you feel they're bringing back the political rhetorics and reaping where it's not so?
It's a betrayal of the people. So one of the constant factors in the last 20 years has been Raila Odinga. He shook hands with Moi, shook hands with Kibaki, shook hands with Uhuru. Now he's doing that with Ruto. But every time he does that, he betrays everyone who was involved in the movement. I covered post-election violence in 2007, and the victims were never compensated. I heard Cyprian say the number was like 7,000 people died, but the government claims about 1,200 people died. But there was no compensation and there was no justice. And the difference between that time and this movement is that one of the things that people are saying in the streets is that we must have accountability, and we must have justice, and we must have reparations. So we must compensate the people who have been killed by the police, and we must get the killer cops to be arrested. On Tuesday, we're going back to the streets to demand Kome to resign. But if you look at Raila Odinga, he has never demanded for those things. Every time he shakes hands and gets a deal, he doesn't talk about compensation for lives or justice for the victims. He moves on. He's a mercenary, actually. Basically, that's what Raila has become over the years. So yesterday I was in a space with his son, and I told him, go and tell your father not to betray his grandkids. Because basically the guys in the streets are actually his grandkids. I can be Raila Odinga's son because I'm the same age with Raila Jr. But the people who are protesting and leading this protest are 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kids. And they're saying, we got this. So I'm just telling the politicians, lay off these demonstrations and protests, let these people articulate their own issues. And the thing about dialogue, how do you go dialogue with politicians and it's the kids in the streets? And all they're asking for is the upholding of the Constitution. There's no new ask by these young kids. They're not saying that start new laws. No, they're saying the existing laws work. Implement the Constitution fully. That's where the fight is at. So our ask for everyone who is here and people who can talk to Raila Odinga and online and offline, is tell him not to make this movement a barrier issue this weekend. Because what politicians do over the weekend, they go to churches and burials and try to set the agenda of the week. And what they're trying to, when they do that, they're deflecting young people and make them keep off. Because the reason why they're in the streets, they're saying they're tribeless, they're partyless, and they're leaderless. But the moment someone's trying to insert themselves as their leader, you just spoil everything. So I think it is in bad taste for someone who's not in the streets. In this particular, the last 3 weeks, and people have died to come in and try to speak on their behalf. Those kids know what they want, and they're saying very eloquently and loudly, let them speak for themselves.
Cyprian, from your perspective, you've been at it for long. Perhaps how does the protesters keep the momentum as it is and to ensure they're not divided by the politicians? Because that can be a mechanism in which now they separate this.
Three things very quickly. The first thing is what Bonnie has spoken to. Be united around the issues, set the agenda, and what the Gen Zs have done is that they have published their agenda. That's the first thing you do if you want to remain united. That's very, very important, that the agenda is clear, you publish it, and you own it. They have even said that the leader is the issues. The issues are their leader. The second thing you do to keep a movement together is that you hold everybody accountable who is involved in the process and in the struggle. And the young people have managed to do things we were unable to do. I don't want to give you details, but let me tell you one story. In the year 2000, we were 1,500 of us here, and we only had 2 mobile phones, James Orengo and Munuve. And a priest, a reverend, I don't want to name him today, asked for Munuve's handset. He didn't know, don't name them. And he went out there to speak, but he did not know how to operate the mobile phone. But it was State House which was speaking to him. So when Munuve was given back his phone, he realized that it is State House which had been speaking to the convener of the meeting. That's why I didn't want to name him. And so you have to ensure that the infiltrators do not divide you. And that's why I'm really saying kudos to Gen Zs, because they have identified the infiltrators and they have ensured that they are flashing them out. That is extremely important. People should know, and what you've done, what they have done is really powerful, because they have even moved out of people's YouTube and whatever, so that they pay the price. Which some of these things, we didn't have these things in our days. Finally, which is what I want to really speak to, the Gen Zs do not know how to deal with it. You are never going to go to the streets and you are not infiltrated physically. So in NCEC, in our struggles in NCEC, we established the self-defense teams, the self-defense forces around active nonviolence as the principle. So you need to train 500 to 1,000 young people who are responsible for shielding and protecting and identifying and recording, to ensure that you are not infiltrated by people who are agent provocateurs, who break people's shops and burn people's vehicles, and then it is blamed on you.
Thank you so much, Cyprian. Before I come to you, Dr. Njoki, I'm told we have Professor Kivutha Kibwana, former governor from... Yes, correct. So if we could have him, please. Professor, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Thank you so much, Prof. Please carry on.
Okay. First of all, I really want to
put my hat off for these young people, the Gen Zs, who have done something one can equal to the Mau Mau of the 50s, not even the NCA, NCC struggle of the 90s, and this is huge. And following mambo wanafanya kidogo kama mtafiti, I can see that they have realized that hii system ya ukoloni na ukoloni mamboleo mpaka ichenjiwe kutoka kwa roots. And I think that's the biggest thing that I have, seen from the struggles and from their work. Ndio tuwe na system mpya, which is an identical twin to the 2010 constitution. Na jinsi ilisemekana hapo awali, nafikiri ni Houghton, somebody said this, ni kazi ngumu na ni marathon, so that people don't think it's a quick fix. Na ndio nimesikia mkisema kwamba system ichenjiwe, personnel kabisa pia iwe ni personnel mpya na values mpya na norms mpya, alafu eternal accountability. Kila wakati muwe mnafuata. Na ndipo ninaweza kuuliza Law Society na wale wahusika wengine pamoja na Gen Zs wenyewe, ikiwa katiba inaweza kutranslatiwa hata even in those brief ways, kila lugha ya Kenya, na ndio najua kuna moja imetranslatiwa kwa Kiswahili, ndio iwe kwamba people now will learn the constitution. And you Gen Zs, please get into the wards, get into the rural areas, make sure that up to the ward and all those WhatsApps which are there in the rural areas, make sure that the message that you have gets there. And of course, this concretization of your demands, so that nobody, will be able to say, we don't know what they want, because no public decision without Gen Zs. So that those who are calling for dialogue, whatever it is, to be known that there should be no public decision without Gen Zs. I think that becomes very, very, very important. And the Occupy movement, my understanding of this movement from watching, listening, and so on, is you occupy any institution, you occupy any space, so that you get out the old ideas, the old values, and then you infuse new values within that particular movement. So it's symbolic, and that's why the artists, the comedians, and so on, the energy they are bringing and the innovation they are bringing in terms of really trying to change our country is very, very important. Because before, comedians were said, these are just people who make others laugh. But this is like the beauty of the Gen Z movement is it is functional leadership. If there is a job to be done, people are told do that, and they do that. It is not the hierarchical thing that the system wants, so that they can pinpoint who are the leaders that we can buy, or who can we actually replace their leadership with the functional leadership, with our own leadership, people that we ask to be leaders, so that they can derail the movement. And so please continue with that complexity. I don't know, and also like the social justice centers, they should go to the informal settlements and make sure that these people are being confused to be goons, to be told that the fight is bigger than being given 500 bob or 1,000 bob every day to do, things that are not correct. If there was 2 minutes, I could read a poem I wrote in 2021 for young people of Africa, but I don't know whether there is that time, because I know that many people want to speak. But Law Society, please continue with this Citizens Assembly, because this is important, and all those ex-space bunges, they are very, very, very important for the future of our country. I don't know that I would have 2 minutes to read a poem which I wrote for young people. If there is, yes. If not, another time.
Do we have the 2 minutes, Director? Please carry on, Professor. If you can shorten them.
I can do so.
Please do so, but if you can put it more tightly because of time. Prof, can you hear me?
Okay, then let me read it. Yeah, I can hear you. What? Yes. Hello?
Please repeat, Prof. I couldn't hear you.
I was asking if I have 2 minutes to read a poem which I wrote in 2021 for the youth of Africa, Youth Seed.
Please go ahead. Prof, can you hear me?
Can I do so? Maybe somebody else? Yeah, yes, I can hear you now. Yes?
Yes, you can do so, please, kindly.
Okay. Youth Seed for the youth of Africa. If Africa is eclipsed by a dark continent, the sun to beam humankind's oasis of civilization is a swarming rays of youth. Some say Africa's youth is unschooled, restless, boisterous, uncouth, high voltage. However, young people are the eternal reservoir for nourishing Africa's modernity. If the continent and our youth fail to enact a symbiotically binding social contract, we have entombed Africa alive. How many generations must we miscarry before we can procreate seminal life? In traditional Africa, when fire died from the earth, a child was sent to her neighbors to borrow fire. Mother Africa, you must dispatch your youth corps to retrieve fire from society's ashes so as to illuminate and warm Azania. The youth's essence are energy, inspiration, vitality, creativity, resilience must never again be hijacked. Young persons must renounce the culture of youth for hire. Instead of degrading itself in wild orgies, youth must turn healer. Its spirit must soak Africa, become the miracle remedy of our cancers, union of Africa's body and soul. Youth must gather its talents. Youth must conserve its latent force. Youth must own itself. Youth must purify itself. Youth must organize. Youth must mobilize. The world is the youth to subdue. Youth must command the world. The tremor of young people's power, which will smash Africa's barren past, which will reassemble Africa's majesty, is rumbling. Listen, prepare, give way. Victory is as certain as sunshine. Africa must endearingly embrace our youth. Youth must draw Africa to its loving heart. Africa must palaver with our youth. Youth must make conversation with youth. Youth must dialogue with Africa and the world. Africa must befriend our youth. Youth must reinvent love. Youth must proclaim we must live love. Youth must transform itself worthy heir of Africa's struggle tradition during its pilgrimage to Africa's bosom. Africa's youth must open its eyes to survey the panorama of opportunity as it prepares to awaken the snoring, lethargic proverbial giant. Africa's renaissance is youth renaissance. Africa's youth, the future is here. The future is the present. The future is now. Just to finalize, because it's long, youth must birth our Africa. Always remember, sacrifice, pleasure, pain, blood, and joy are companions of every noble birth. Youth of Africa, your Africa is waiting. Don't keep our people slaves any longer. Unchain their mind. Let them be truly free at last. Africa and your youth, where is your redemption anthem? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for your perspectives there. Before we round up, I'd like to get closing remarks from Dr. Njoki, and then from Boni, and then Cyprian, and then Namwaya, correct. Do you think what the president has done is good enough in terms of ensuring there is accountability, even as he forms the next cabinet?
For me, as somebody who researches politics, and I have researched Kenyan politics for long, I do not think there's so much more that can be done. Remember, these are politicians, people, and now that's what I was telling people on Twitter. It's nice, yes, we all wanted, of course, they get rid of the cabinet, but where are they going? Have you checked how much money they're still going home with? Has anybody even, well, no, if it was serious, they would have been told tomorrow morning report to the commission that researches corrupt, I mean, what do you mean, the corruption? EACC, right? Nobody has been told to go to EACC and be investigated. So police reforms have not been done. For me, the first person to have been sacked should have been IG Kome and Adamson Bungei. Because, and police reforms, if there's a country that is desperate for police reforms, is Kenya. You know, and not just police reforms, the whole security sector reforms. In 2000 and after now, the new constitution, a lot of money was invested. Even the British, I know they were leading in security sector reforms. What did security sector reforms do in Kenya? They were bought new uniform. Those days they never used to have those swanky knee pads and I don't know, all those maroon things they're wearing to protect themselves. They never had them. They used to show up in just wearing their uniform. So police reforms just bought them more equipment to harass citizens, right? So till police reform is done, and until we get an IG who believes in human rights. Remember the police training. Many of you, if you've ever talked to any police officer, they'll tell you, the first thing they are told, Rayani adui yako. Can you imagine? Raia ni adui. And then when they are being trained there in Keganjo or in the GSU, Embakasi or wherever, they are given very also torturous and inhumane treatment in the training, and they are told, tunafanya hivi ili tutoe uraia ndani yako. Can you imagine? So how do you expect such a person to protect your rights, right? That's why, even the other day I was in a government building and I had to talk to the police officer. And I'm so, you know, these days I'm just so pissed off even seeing them. And one of them, I asked them, but why did you people kill our young people? He said, tutaua tazaidi. That, the arrogance. So it is, and I was asking them, were you trained like that? You know, where does this thinking come from? So till we get a security sector that is reformed, and security sector is a long path, but the most visible is the police. IPOA, you can hear we have problems. Inside the police, there's usually also an internal unit for investigating police, human rights violations, police course. And according to sources, because I've met some of those people, they'll tell you the current IG doesn't like human rights at all. So if there's a unit that has been frustrated, and maybe even that's why IPOA is behaving that way, it's because of the frustration at the person at the top. Remember also we are dealing with a president who has never been on the right side of human rights, ever. You know, everything he does is cosmetic. You know, and hata kama inaitwa nini, even if a chameleon changes the color, the DNA remains. So till we get a president who respects human rights. Because as I said, if Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which is a Bill of Rights, is not respected, we cannot enjoy any other right. Those are the first degree human rights. And that's, you know, what we are saying, the freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And that's why young people are all trying to go to Europe. Because there, you know, I can protest every day. If you go to France, Paris, even they have an, you know, the name for being on the strike is manifestation. French people in Paris, even every day there is a strike. Every day they are on the road. They are what do you call it? They are protesting. How many French people have been killed? Or have you heard about the killings? Only one, which was like 3 years ago. If you check even now on the internet, the French are always on the street. That's the country we want, a human rights state, a country where everybody's rights are respected, that you can wake up, you can go and protest like Rex Masai did, like Beasley Kogi, like David Shege, and you still go home and you feel that that's what we want. So for me, 3 things have to happen. Police reform. And so even now, if that hashtag of, what do you call it, Kome must go, Bungei must go, has to join Ruto must go. We have a problem because the president has never believed in human rights, and that's the biggest problem. So when we have somebody at the top who doesn't believe in human rights, who doesn't believe in the constitution, because people can say a lot of rhetoric, look at the history. The history betrays them. So maybe they can change. I'm not saying they might not change. Hopefully, this generation, this third revolution, it's not actually a revolution. A revolution would need radical change of everything, like, you know, the French Revolution and others. But I hope we can have radical changes. We must, of course, I celebrate Gen Z. I celebrate millennials. Bonnie and I and many others, we are millennials. Gen X. These are our colleagues. So also this idea of exceptionalizing Gen Z is good, but remember all of us have been involved in this, and it's been a journey. This should actually be Okoa Kenya or Liberate Kenya movement, because all of us, we are tired and we want to liberate our country. This is the only country we have. I lived in the UK for 10 years. I came back because we want to change our country. So, and hatuendi pahali pengine, ni hapa tu, we are going to make this country those countries that we want, where human rights are respected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Otiemo, coming to you. From your insights, clearly, IPOA has failed. How do we now ensure that even as an oversight body remains accountable to Kenyans in light of police brutality? Very few remarks.
I think the failure of IPOA should be seen or looked at in the broader context of the failure of the many accountability institutions that we created under the 2010 Constitution. IPOA was just one of them, and IPOA was to do the actual investigation and prosecution. But there was also the National Police Service Commission, and I think internally there was the Internal Police Affairs Unit, and then there is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is supposed to, actually its decisions are usually supposed to be at the level of the High Court. They can hold public inquests and pass decisions. So the problem is that I think we moved our feet on the pedal a bit, and the state took over, and these institutions have systematically been weakened, so we need to start reclaiming their independence. We need IPOA to work independently. We need the police to be able to be allowed to work independently without political interference. We need a National Police Service Commission to do what it was meant to do, because the law was changed and then they became something else. And we need all these institutions to be brought back to what they were initially supposed to be. Otherwise, without institutions working, look at Parliament, what's happening. It's just part of a deliberate attempt to weaken the institutions and recreate an imperial state that people fought against in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bonnie, as we wind up, what are your closing remarks? And possibly when we look at governance, of course, there are many arms of government that are there and other institutions. From the role of judiciary, we've not had them coming out and even commenting in terms of what has been happening. As you close, what would you want maybe the judiciary to be very keen on, especially given the police brutality and what we've been seeing?
Wow. I don't think there's a police officer in jail for killing a peaceful protester. They rarely do that. I think one of the things that we blame the judiciary on is that they are independent, but they do not have the courage to jail big perpetrators. We look at Governor Obado and the case about Sharon that happened about 6-7 years ago. And a murder happened, but the man is still walking scot-free. And the same man has another case in court about corruption. So if the man is actually a repeat offender, he shouldn't even have bail. So you realize that sometimes the judiciary says you are you're innocent until proven guilty, right? But in this country, you're guilty until proven rich, because rich people do not get the same laws that apply to poor people. My closing remarks is actually that if we could get people to do their work that they're paid to do, Kenya would be very, very far. Whether it's Koome in her role as a Chief Justice, and the magistrate under her, the people in the police service, the people who work for the executive. The problem we have is that this country is run by one person, that's the president, and he calls the shots. So you find that a body like parliament is not independent. It's a rubber stamp for the executive. That's why when they passed the bill, they took it to State House to go, you passed your finance bill, it's here. And we need to teach those people who do that a lesson. The beauty of the past 3 weeks is because now we've taken back the power, we're going to set the rules and the tone on how they behave. So right now we're in control, so you can be able to say, these are expectations. I think even the judiciary should be able to come and say, we're going to have, they actually have special courts on economic crimes, but can you have a case listened to and conclude within a year or 6 months? You have to realize the people who steal a lot of money are very powerful. And they learned something from Patney. Patney was able to buy the entire judiciary and the entire opposition when he stole Goldenberg. And by doing that, he made it easier for people who steal later on to steal enough to bribe everyone. I was just looking up about Anglo-Listen because of the killings in Mukuru, because Kenya doesn't have a proper forensic lab. But 22 years ago, would have bought one with Anglo-Listen money. Anglo-Listen money was stolen. The thieves were never convicted, but guess who was found guilty for defamation? John Githongo, the whistleblower. So you see how injustice the justice system is. So my prayer is, as we reform this country, we get men and women of integrity like our President Faith Odhiambo, who you can believe in and stand and say that if she's in that position, you're safe. And it's very, very important. So the Kenya we want, power. So the Kenya we want, as I conclude, I want the Kenya we want to have the Kenyans we want in that Kenya. Kenyans who believe in integrity and who stand up for their rights. We are standing up for our rights. May we never sit down, ever.
Thank you so much, Boni. Cyprian, as you wind up, what are your closing remarks looking at issues to do with governance? Because it doesn't end with the president. It also trickled down to our counties.
Thank you very much. I want to say that there are 4 things that the Gen Z Occupy movement wants changed in Kenya. They are saying that Kenya has lost trust in institutions, transparency has collapsed, and accountability. Number 3 is that discipline has gone, and finally respect has evaporated. Those are the 4 problems that the Gen Z movement and the Occupy movement has identified. They are not just about the presidency, but you've seen the occupation even of churches. Nobody's going to be spared. What do we do going forward? The sacking and the dissolution of the cabinet by President William Ruto is not enough. It is one of the 6 things that must be done. And just allow me to say what the 6 things are that Ruto must do before we can go back to the budget and the finance bill. The first thing was to sack cabinet. The second thing is that he must overhaul, change the leadership of parliament. There's even a court case I've seen to dissolve parliament because it is not constitutionally constituted. Number 3 is that we, and I hope Faith can hear me on this, Faith, we must establish a judicial commission of inquiry that tells us what happened during the peaceful protests. Who killed the protesters? Who burned police vehicles? Who torched the county government offices from Embu to Nairobi to Kikuyu, assemblies all over the country? A judicial commission of inquiry is a must. Number 4 is that all the security chiefs Koome, Bungei. But we are not talking about the Director General of DCI. That is the man who's killing our people. That's the man who is abducting our people, Amin. Why are people not talking about Amin? You were at Amin's office, he told you that he is not the one abducting, but he does not know who's abducting. So he must, that's number 4, and it's extremely important. Number 5 is that the military must be removed from the streets by going back to Parliament and rescinding the instrument that brought them to the street. Number 6 is that we must be allowed to recall all the members of Parliament who said yes. They must be recalled. They must be recalled. After we do those 6 things, the list of 14 irreducible minimums will kick in. Number 1 is that CDF must go. We are saying that we must close down all the offices that are chewing up our money. The Appropriations Act, the budget which Ruto passed into law, must be completely dissolved. We have rejected the finance bill, but we allowed him to pass his appropriations. So he is not worried. He has money and he has been allowed to spend. So he's not having problems. We must deal with the Appropriations Act. So going forward, the pressure must not be reduced. The pressure must be increased until everything is achieved that is on the list of the things that Ruto must do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my panelists. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. There is another set of panel.
And Minocha has kept saying women. So many women, during the first week of the riots, you saw how many women came out, and young women, and it's sad that they've gone behind so in many revolutions or springs, after a revolution, women are put behind and then men lead. So we must not allow that. There's some discussion I'm seeing on Twitter, let's get rid of women reps. We have a quality problem for men and for women. It's not unique to women, right? We have a serious quality problem. Of course, if most of the KK members of parliament, it was business partners, people who invested in KK, even I'm sure some of the Azimio, but KK is where we have really problematic members of parliament. So it is not, it's a quality problem for men and women. And please stop singling women out as they were not, we just have a bad parliament. And it is now for us, many of us, don't forget, run for politics. Yes. Politics, if it's 2027 or it's after we recall them, don't just sit there. As you do the activism, you also register yourself, get into we need a political party of this movement. Because without that, those are the instruments of getting into power. We will just be talking and then we will. So we need all these activists, and let's own that activism and take that. Can you imagine if we all went into government? We would change everything. So the pressure must not stop. That's what I would like to say.
A round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your insights there. Asante sana. Thank you so much. DJ, as we transit, a little bit of music. I'm being told we are getting into another round with a list of panelists as well. So you can leave the stage. Thank you so much. We have Tess Wavinya from... Yeah. Oh, she's here. Yes. On this round, we have Tess Wavinya from LSK Council. Please take the stage.
Have a youth that, if not properly handled, can be a time bomb that can blow this country.
Is Tess in the house? Thank you so much. And then we have Joshua Okayo. He is one of the victims that were abducted, and he is a student leader from Kenya School of Law. Please take a seat. To make the conversations more interesting, we have Commissioner Fatima Mohammed from IPOA. Thank you, ma'am. Please. And lastly, we have Diana Gishengo from Okwa Uchumi. Kindly, if we could have you on stage. So on this session, we're just going to look at what next for the victims. What are some of the legal instruments there is for them to institute so that they can be able to get reparations for some of the atrocities that were meted on them. So thank you so much. Do we have Diana? Diana, please, if we may have you. Thank you so much. So we'll begin from Joshua, just from a victim perspective, having gone through the ordeal. What do you think will justify some of the atrocities that were meted against you?
Thank you. Nothing will justify the atrocities meted against me. And all those other people, the young people who were abducted, some of whom have since been found alive, but others who have been sadly found dead. Nothing justifies such actions. So yeah, nothing.
Okay. What are your first actions that you would like to get out of the way if you had that opportunity to institute legal actions?
Mm-hmm. Really, I know I have the opportunity to institute legal actions. Mm-hmm. And I want to thank the Law Society of Kenya, LSK, under the leadership of Faith, President. You know, so many advocates have come forward to help, to support, and they are passionately seeking justice for myself and all those others who've gone through what I went through, maybe worse. And yeah, number one is we need to institute legal charges against individuals who are controlling the police force, those who are controlling the NIS, the DCI, Director General. I had Mr. Nyamwamu talking about the same. And after that, the victims also need to be compensated for all that they've gone through. Mm-hmm. And all that is going to be done in due course. I want to assure you that the team, the legal team at the LSK, and all other well-wishers are up to speed, and this is what we would like to see happen. Number one, criminal charges against individuals. Number two, civil charges against, civil, civil matters against the government and those involved, so that then we don't just see them serving sentences, if at all they will. I hope they do. But then ultimately, we also get to get back to our previous state of physical and mental state.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Tess, moving to you. As a body, LSK, are you looking forward to possibly institute legal actions? And what are some of the support that you're already giving to these particular victims of police brutality? Because there was issues of psychological trauma, especially for the victims that underwent the brutality. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, allow me first to state that in our country, we have the Constitution. And in the Constitution, it gives guidelines on how the government is supposed to work from the powers that has been delegated by the people. They do not have the sovereign powers. And it's also from there that such bodies like LSK are formed to keep checks and balance to the government. Now, as you've asked me, what are the measures that have been taken? as LSK, our first mandate is to uphold the rule of law. When you're upholding the rule of law, we're reminding the government, the current regime, which is trying to do and act on its draconian acts, that justice is our shield and defender. And it is not a cloistered virtue. And that's why we called upon our young members to go on the streets, pro bono, to live billable hours, so that we help those whom were peacefully assembling to protest and they were arrested, abducted and taken to police station or detained in places we don't know. We do not have the much capacity to take them to psychological places, but we've been able to partner with other people, with NGOs, with human rights organizations, with psychiatrical facilities, so that we be able to enable them to get such help. Because we are not in normal times anymore. We are in abnormalities. Someone goes to the street to protest, they don't go home, their families are scared, they don't even know where their child has gone to. When you call the phone, no one answers. A good example, the KSL student seated on my left. We got information of where he was found in Murang'a. I was the key person to get that information. And it was so unfortunate that he couldn't even comprehend or even want to speak. So it's only God who knows what he went through. And this government does not even care about that. So the measures that you're taking as LSK is you're reminding the government to uphold the rule of law, because justice is not negotiable. Stop abducting people. Why are you hiding them? If you're doing the right thing, you will not be abducting us, you will not be hiding us, you will not be detaining us, you will not be killing us like Denzel. So we are calling upon all wishers, especially these organizations that has such facilities. We've been able to partner with several that are helping them to go through that trauma process so that they may try to get rid out of it. But as we all know, trauma does not end. Something can trigger it at any moment. But our president does not care. He thinks he runs Kenya, and Kenya is not his. We need to remind him, as a Kenyan, he needs to ask himself, what are you doing for your country? And not what the country will do for you. And he's destroying our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tess, for that. Commissioner Fatima Mohammed, thank you so much for joining this panel. Previously, from our discussions, one of the panelists actually pointed out that IPOA is failing on its job to do its mandate, that is to oversight. From your perspective, in light to the process that has happened, what is IPOA doing?
Thank you very much and for giving us this opportunity to come and highlight exactly what we are doing. First, we have to understand the mandate of IPOA. The mandate of IPOA is to oversight the police in holding it accountable into doing its work. Two, and to ensure professionalism in police work. And to handle how to handle complaints independently. That's a clear mandate of IPOA. What are our functions? One is to investigate police killings and police causing serious injuries. And that's where we are at this particular time. And for these cases that now we have, since the protests have started, I just want to speak about that one right now. That's what is at stake right now, is we're in the process of investigating and recommending to the DPP. One, it's a legal process. And once it's a legal process, you'll need evidence, you'll need statements, because when you send it to the DPP, what will he ask you for? He'll ask for all the evidence, for him to take it to court, for it to be sustained. Already we are asking for people to come forward, give us statements, so that when we go to the DPP, he has something to take to the courts. Otherwise, if we take things that we just pick from the social media here and there, it doesn't help us. We really appreciate you are coming to us. If you'd come to us, we record statements. Then, that will give us basis for our prosecution, because we don't have powers for prosecution. We don't have powers to arrest. I know we've been asked, how come you are not arresting the police officers? We don't have the powers to arrest. Ours is to give recommendation and give disciplinary cases to the National Police Service Commission to either discipline that police officer or to do that, or whatever issue that needs to be done. But as it stands right now, we are very advanced in many of our investigations, but what we are lacking is the crucial evidences that we need for prosecution. The DPP, we work together every single day, and is always asking, where is the stage, at what stage have you reached here? Now that is where we are. And we'd be asking kindly if we could have evidence from the public. Come to us, talk to us, record statements with us. Then we can have a credible case to hand. Otherwise, what we are getting, social media from here and there, we go out of our own motion because we have the powers out of our own motion to go out and investigate and call upon you, come, this is what you have said, get it done, let's do this, let's do that. It's not able to happen. So with the basis of that, we are not able to move forward. Yeah.
Before I come to you, Diana, sticking to Commissioner Fatma, yes. Do you have mechanisms where you actually ensure that those that come forward are actually protected? Yes. Because with issues to do with abduction, I mean, the trust that is there can be actually very little.
We really try as much as possible to hide the identity of the staff or whoever witnesses we have. Unfortunately, we have the issue of witness protection. Now we have to liaise with the Witness Protection Agency. That's another agency we have to cooperate with. Because it reaches a stage that one of our many challenges we have is resources. Even for protection of witnesses. Well, we try whichever cases we have. We have prosecuted quite a number of cases from the police and got quite a number of convictions. Mm-hmm. But as at now, that is what we really need. And coming here, I said now this is the right forum to come and make appeal to the public and tell them that for us to move forward, we need evidence. We need, of course, we know, we have seen what we have seen on the clips, and somebody's asking me, what more evidence do you need? You have seen the clips, but is that admissible in court?
Diana, picking up from what Commissioner Fatma has just finished off saying, do you think there is enough evidence, actually, for IPOA to institute investigations against the police brutality? And what do you think?
Thank you very much. I know I came as Oko Uchumi to work on finance, but IPOA, and I've come after member, right? Member. In IPOA, it is members. The Independent Police Oversight Authority has no commissioners. It has members. And it was a very deliberate thing in the language. It was very different from Article 59 commissions. It was Independent Police Oversight Authority. It had independent members. In the last composition of the membership, they declined government vehicles because of how much they needed to be impartial. According to the Act, they have powers to first and foremost monitor, not investigate, monitor. So as Gen Zs and Kenyans are reporting about incidences of police brutality, IPOA has a legal mandate to monitor. We ought to have seen their statements before anybody else. They have full powers to investigate and move straight into a judicial inquest. Where is the inquest so far? Bodies are lying in mortuaries with police bullets. What else do you need? What else do you need? People are shot broadly and recorded on video. Journalists, local and international ones, ask, give us the video they are given. IPOA, what do you want? Aren't you complacent in this particular situation? I think at this particular moment, not just IPOA, all independent bodies must know they act on behalf of the people, not the president. Mm-hmm. The hesitation we are seeing is because of the co-option of IPOA by the executive. Trying to please NPS. You do not refer cases to NPS. You make final recommendations. Come to us to help you. We the people. You have seen we are powerful. To help you enforce your findings. I wish IPOA was here in the morning when we had narrations of people who can't sleep because they were tortured, leave alone the ones who are dead. We are here speaking, we don't know whether we'll be tortured again. Even within the police service, they are willing to speak because they are our children. There are very many people who are looking for their children. Bodies have been found in Mukuru. These are trends. By the time the president says there are no extrajudicial execution, we expect IPOA to give us trends. Pole mami, and we hear you. I hope those tears, IPOA, you use our taxes. It must change.
Thank you so much, Diana. Coming on from a law perspective. You want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Diana. I mean, I understand and I feel the pain. True. But what we need is, you have said it here, come to our offices. Let's record these things in our offices. Let's do it in the legal manner. We cannot prosecute in the public prosecution, you know, in the public space. Mm-hmm. We need it done in the right manner. And that's the only way. Diana, and I feel what you're telling us completely. Come to our offices. Let's work together like that. Let's have even witness protecting in all our ways how we can handle this matter. We feel the pain, and we know no one is immune in this process. Today I'm in IPOA, tomorrow I am not. Our children are all outside there, all of them. So we cannot say this is one issue that we can ignore. We cannot. We need help. We need all kind of evidence that we can have, so we can push this issue forward. We are all together in this. There's no way that I'm saying that it doesn't happen to anybody. It's all of us inside this thing. And nobody is going to say that we are safe from it. So what we really need, let's come together, let's work together, let's push this agenda forward. We have shortage of resources in our IPOA. We are overstretched. We cannot be in every sector, but if we partner with social justice centers, if we justice with everything else, we'll be able to move forward. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Fatma. Coming back to Tess, if I may have your attention, Diana mentioned an inquest, and there is the issue of reparations. Is it enough for people that were tortured and even experienced the impact and the effect of the protest to get justice? Is it enough?
Thank you very much. It is not enough because it is not being done. If I may retaliate, the mission of IPOA to conduct impartial and independent investigations, inspections, audits and monitoring of the National Police Service to prevent impunity and enhance professionalism in the interest of the public. We the people, the sovereign of this country is we the people. When that inquest was supposed to be done, they are not doing it. They are telling us to go to their offices. We are in an era of social media. We are not in 1972, where when someone is brutally killed, abducted by the police, it cannot be seen out there. Bodies are being found everywhere. Today, bodies have been found at Mukurwa. Are they investigating? Are they acting suo moto? Yet it is an independent body that can act suo moto to process those inquests. Are they doing that? She's saying that they don't have the budget. Have they come to the Mwananchi to tell us that? Are they waiting that when we need them, it's when they come and tell us that failure? Why are they not doing what they're supposed to do? It is not enough until it is done.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Joshua, coming to you, you are a victim. What support do you need, not only you, but also from your family, because they experience the whole ordeal even as you get abducted? what do you think are the initial supports that you need, you and your immediate family members?
Thank you. I think before I get to the question as to what support I need, myself as an individual and the family, let me speak to this issue just a little bit. A few days before we got to Thursday, the second biggest protest, so many MPs in Parliament were saying that these are photoshopped, photos have been photoshopped, and these are not real figures, these are not real protesters. These are just, young people young children. They were actually calling us kids from middle-class families who, with Uber and iPhones and everything. Until they saw the real deal on Tuesday, the 25th of June. So there's that illusion at IPOA. They're still imagining that these abductions are not real. They're still imagining that, these people go missing and then they are found dead or some found tortured. These are just jokes, all right? Even with the bullets in people's bodies, they still think this is a joke. Or they think there's a special group of people somewhere that are not the police or that are not being, patronized by the government that are doing these killings. So the IPOA live or they are working, I don't know whether they're working really, under an illusion that these are false abductions, these are false killings, and probably I think in their heads they think no one has been killed so far by the police. Because they want the victims, all right, to present evidence. They want the victims to come and report. How can a dead person come and report at IPOA? How can a dead person actually come to you to report? Today I've seen they've given about 14 names. I've seen the post they made about 14 names calling us to, I think I was one of them, to go and report at IPOA. Did you even mind that maybe some of us are not walking? I remember the first day I could not walk. When I was picked, I could not walk. I could not speak. All right? Or are you going to wait until all of us are fine, can speak, can walk, so that you start when everything is all cool and now you can hide behind all that calmness? I think it's time we just call them out. And all of them should go out, should go home. Now, as to the support, and I don't want to speak just for myself. I am very alive to the fact that most of the abductees have not come out to speak, which I understand. I also have a right. I should have been resting somewhere on the bed and trying to, to heal. Right now, someone is hugging me here, and someone can't hug you because your body is not yours. But I'm coming out because I know if no one is going to speak to this issue, then we shall be sanitizing the government by our inactions. So then it is just important that we speak. That is why some of us are coming out to speak. Not that we are okay, not that we are fine, not that we are fully healed. We are not. But because we want this in the heat of passion, when still we understand the importance of all these slogans we've been chanting, we have to come out. I am under the care of 2 people currently. And every once in a while, they come to check on me. Sometimes I shout in the night, something I've never done before. I don't know whether I used to do, but people who used to be close to me never told me that I used to shout in the night. The very first day when I slept, well, I couldn't catch sleep, but when I went to sleep, I fought someone who was sleeping next to me. Just woke up and fought. I didn't know this was happening. They reported to me the following day. I've had serious issues of sleeping. Sometimes I just zone out. All right? So, number one is we need to be supported psychosocially. We need to, of course, I've started conversations with some counseling psychologists, but I don't think all the abductees have a pleasure of getting such people. So it is important that this is brought to the attention of everyone else, that we need to be supported by counselors, counseling psychologists, psychiatrists, and everyone else who can support us mentally. Those of us who've incurred charges in hospitals, I remember the first day when I went to the hospital, we had some charges that we incurred. And afterwards, I've been going to the hospital. I've gone to the hospital like 4 times now. Every time going for reviews, every time going for checkup. And my left arm is still not functioning. Why? Because I don't know really why, but they can't find what's up with my arm, especially the upper part of my left arm. So such things, you don't really know what's happening. Maybe we are going to the hospitals where they can't get to know what's up. If we could just afford to go to a better hospital, all right, where such things can be checked, where such scans can be taken, so that we get to understand what's happening. Some of these people will be coming forward, and you may think they are okay, they are walking, they are okay, but deep down in their bodies, they have some injuries that they cannot show you. Also, I think it's just in order that the mental torture that we've gone through, and this is not a burden I'm going to put to the general public. This is a burden I'm going to put to those who are behind the abductions and killings. May we be compensated.
Thank you, Joshua. Diana, coming to you, one of the things that I picked from Joshua is the fact that a lot of the victims are yet to come out and share their experience. And it's my belief, one of the many ways in which people begin to actually comprehend what happened to them and even begin maybe the process of healing is actually by talking. As an organization, and even as you join in the conversation, how do you think we can be able to bring out the victims to actually now share their own first account just as a way of getting that healing?
I think this forum, after this forum, we are going to see many more people speak. Because one, my experience with all these processes of extreme violence, torture over the years is people self-alienate immediately. You can't believe what happened to you. And most of the time, remember, most of them were abducted and they were blindfolded. You felt so alone. So you want to stay there. But listening to one account, so for the victims who've come today and shared their account, they have opened the door for many more to start speaking. But we will organize as many sessions of solidarity, of counseling, of listening to every victim wherever they are. And allow me to acknowledge, I don't know your name, Mami, but we feel your pain. Tabitha, we feel your pain. Tabitha clearly is looking for her child, who has been missing and took part in the peaceful protest. You can see her pain. There are very many parents whose children are missing. They don't know where to search, but you can't silence a mother who does not know where their child is. So the more we keep speaking and spotlighting these stories, we will create avenues for that. And I'm aware the social justice working group, police reform working group are creating all these spaces, and we hope we can reach out to the professional counselors group to take on this particular issue. But allow me to urge the member from IPOA. The act is very clear. IPOA acts first on its own motion. Secondly, when a complaint is filed. Please read the mood. Read the mood of the country. It is time to act on your own motion. IPOA has expansive powers. to take over any investigations around the service. They have powers to summon the IG, summon Bungei. How many bullets did you shoot? Give us the record. You have more privilege and power than any victim will ever have. And please do not go to another space and tell us to come to your office. We are taking victims to counseling rooms. We are taking them to hospitals. We can't be taking them to IPOA as well. Please, IPOA in the past, particularly during the 2017 violence in Nairobi, in Migori, in Kisumu, gave us daily updates. Gave us daily updates of police killings, of people who are missing, of enforced disappearances. We relied on their data to infer the trends. Surely, budgets may have been slashed, technology has grown. Organizations working in this sector, including the Law Society, they have data. Reach out, cooperate. Please, you have a place in ensuring that women like Tabitha get justice and their burden is lighter. Allow me to pause there. My world is the budget.
Thank you so much, Diana, for that. If you may pick up the microphone, Commissioner Fatma, kindly, whatever Diana has brought out, you may answer as you put forward your closing remarks. The mic, kindly, the mic is not on.
Thank you, Diana. I've heard you very clearly, and the mood of the public we have had loud and clear, and we are working towards ensuring that all what we are asking is patience. And for true, I know time is not there. You're saying, no, there's no time, but time is there, because at the end of the day, what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve justice. We want to achieve the person who is responsible, even if it's going to be the IG, and definitely it will be the IG, he will be held accountable. That's a must. It will take place. Maybe it might not take place today, but it will. That is want to assure the public that we conduct very credible investigation, watertight. We want when you take to the DPP, he doesn't return it back to us. He doesn't say, oh, go fill this gap, go fill this gap. We will come to your spaces. Please open up to us. When we come looking for you, don't hide yourself. Don't say, no, I'm not going to take. And we want to assure you very clearly that for sure, we will protect your identities in terms of witnesses. I know you're saying victims are dead, they can't speak, but they have relatives. They have, and we don't want to have dead people, to be honest. We are looking for a process that we all inclusive. You all support IPOA. IPOA needs the public support in terms of getting funding, in terms of getting all issues that are needed for us to ensure that justice is served. It will be served. Daily updates, we find like that if you release everyday statements, people will like, this is too much now. But we give you, since these protests have started, we have been releasing quarterly. I mean, every other week we've been saying, these are the number of cases we have. Up to our record, we have up to 39 dead. There could be more. We're asking for more space, for more information. We will come to you. If you feel that you cannot come to our office, Diana, we are ready to come to your to the social justice centers. We have our working MOU with LSK, very clear. We have signed one so that we can cooperate. We are looking for cooperation with members of the public. We are looking with cooperation for any institution, civil society. We have gone to Bunge ourselves, asking for more funds, more powers, because we are very limited. You're saying we have powers, yes, but it's up to a certain limit. We hand over the files to National Police Service Commission for disciplinary. We hand over the files to the Director of Public Prosecution to prosecute. Then he's the one to take it to the judges. But if we can have it ourselves, those prosecutorial powers, you will tell me, okay, what else are you reading for? You go direct to the judges. Judicial inquest of inquiry, we've asked for it from the time of the Riviala bodies that happened. we have not kept quiet, and we are not sleeping on the job. What we need is cooperation from the public. We want patience from the public. I know you'd want answers immediately. You want us to arrest so-and-so. We have no powers to arrest, but we are asking for every information. We write to the IG on a daily basis to ask to give us, like when we are monitoring, when we say we monitor police operations, we monitor and investigate police operations. And when you investigate, you monitor the operations, you ask them to give us the deployment. Who was on that street? Who was on that, the deployment for the officers that were taking in that process on that day? So those are the things we are looking for. Here we're asking to come to us. We also have a psychosocial support system that can help, because we all need it ourselves. Even hearing from you now, myself, I think I also need counseling, because it's too much to bear. And we're all in this together. I'm sure today when we go home, we'll all feel and say, and you're not alone. You are all in this together. So that's my closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Fatma, Commissioner Fatma. As you take up the mic, Tess, kindly give us your closing remarks. And picking off from what Commissioner has said, they're looking for cooperation, they're looking for information.
Thank you very much. In the public eye, the last time we had faith in IPOA, as she has mentioned, was 2017 and 2018. If IPOA wants to redeem itself, she is saying that they give us weekly updates. Why don't you give us daily updates? These killings are being done every day. These abductions are happening hour per hour, not weekly. If you want to redeem your image to the public, remember you are acting on behalf of the public from the delegated power we gave you as we the people. Give us those daily updates. We do not wish to see updates tomorrow on Twitter, the IPOA Twitter handle saying we could not trace Ogunda to record a statement. You can find Ogunda. You can find those abductees. Yes, we do have an MOU with LSK, but have they written to us to help them to get the information on the ground? No. So if IPOA wants to redeem itself, please take up the mantle. Do your work independently as per the powers you've been given by the people of the Republic of Kenya through the IPOA Act. Go on the ground, investigate, get to know. And I'm sure once we start seeing you on the ground, we will willingly come, restore your image, and we will willingly cooperate. Because we want, as we are saying, we do not want dialogue. We want action. We are tired of dialogue. We want action. If we start seeing action tomorrow, all of us will flock at IPOA's office. All of us, myself included, because we have been victims as well. We've been followed by plainclothes police. We don't even know who they are. But if I go and nothing is being done, so that is what we are asking. Just do the work, and as Kenyans, we will cooperate. My final submissions. I'm speaking as an advocate and also as a member of the Republic of Kenya. And as we want to ask Dr. Ruto, the president, as you go to bed tonight, remember the words of J.F. Kennedy. It is not about what your country will do for you. It is about what you will do for your country. And realize what the people of the Kenya are saying is what we want it done. It is not about you, it is about the people of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tess. Before we come to you, Joshua, for your closing remarks, I'm meant to understand there are some burning questions from the audience. If we could get brief questions, briefly state who you are and your question, and then we could get the ball rolling. And to whom is that particular question directed to? So, yes, Mama, let's begin with you.
Okay. Majina zangu naitwa Tabitha Wanjiru Kailo. I'm looking for my son. Sijui kwenye yako. Simu imekuwa mteja from date 18. That's the last time we talked to him. Na juu ya hii mambo iko, I was calling kumwambia kuongea kuhusu maandamano, na ndio nikapata mtoto wangu ako mteja. From that time nimekuwa nikizunguka, nimeenda hospitali zote zenye ziko around. Alikuwa na Kamweki, nimeenda hospitali zote, nimeenda mortuary, nimeenda police station, na to make the matter worse, ile kitu inaniuma, nimereport Kasarani police station. Hakuna usaidizi yoyote unapewa. As a Kenyan, nafaa kufanya nini? Kama mzazi wa Mwangi, nafaa kufanya nini mimi? Cause ile kitu nafaa kufuata, ile njia nafaa kufuata ya kwenda kureport a missing child, umefanya. Unaenda unapata police amekaa na unamwambia mtoto wako amekosekana for this time na umereport, na hakuna kitu anakusaidia nayo. Anakuambia kuna data inafaa kutoka kwa Safaricom. You never know. Haujai kuwa in that scene again. Hujui utaenda wapi, hujui utaanza wapi, hujui utamalizia wapi. You can imagine hizo masiku zote unalala, unaamuka, unaenda kutafuta mtoto wako. Unaenda hospitali, unaenda mpaka unaanza kuamsha wale watu wenye wako wamelala wamejifunika. Uone kama mtoto wako alipatwa na shida yote ama aliumia kwa maandamano, ako kwa hospitali. You can imagine venye tunaenda through. Familia, kila mtu ako kwa pande yake, ingine pande yake akitafuta mtoto. Na kuna government. Kuna ile kitu unafaa kufuata. Kuna wale watu wanafaa kutafuta missing person. Kuna data, kuna technology. How can sasa utaenda ukitafuta, unaenda ukiangalia everybody. Uangalia kama huyo ni mtoto wako. Utafanya nini? Ukienda kwa police station anakuangalia, hakushughulikii, unatafuta njia zenye anaweza kukusaidia nazo, anakuambia hana gari ya kwenda sijui kuangalia nini, sasa ni utafute pesa umpe. What is this? Kenya, makosa yetu ni nini? Makosa yangu kama mama ni nini? Makosa ya mtoto wangu ni nini? Ni kuwa tu Mkenya. Nini alifanya mbaya? Kutokelezea kwa barabara kama alikuwa ametokelezea kwa barabara. Alifanya makosa gani? Na ni light yake. Ukiona mahali unafinyika as a Kenyan, kuna light ya kuandamana. Mimi Joseph Mwangi Kairo, mimi mzazi, kwa nini napitishiwa uchungu kama huyo nikiwa mzazi? Tukiwa familia, kwa nini tunapitishiwa uchungu kama hiyo? Kwa nini? Sisi tunafaa kuwa tumesaidiwa. My question is, na zizo na direct to wakubwa wa Kenya hii. Kama ni mtoto wa Ruto angekuwa amepotea, all those days angekuwa saizi amepatikana. Juu kuna venye data zenye zinafaa kutumiwa apatikane. Lakini juu ni mtoto wa maskini, na lakini ni maskini Mkenya, ama Kenya ambaye niko na national ID ya Kenya. Mtoto wangu ako national ID ya Kenya. Cause yeye ni mtoto wa Kenya, anafaa kutafutwa kama venye wa Ruto anafaa kutafutwa. Kama wale wakubwa wengine, mtoto wangu anafaa kutafutwa in the same venye anafaa kutafutwa. Hakuna Mkenya mdogo, hakuna Mkenya mkubwa. Juu maisha ni maisha. Mimi mtoto wa Ruto hawezi kuwa mtoto wangu. Mwangi wangu hawezi kuwa wa Ruto. So I'm looking for justice for my son. Nitafutiwe mtoto wangu, nipewe mtoto wangu, nipewe mtoto wangu. Hiyo ndio uchungu yenye niko nayo kama mama.
Thank you so much, Tabitha. There she is seeking, of course, her son Mwangi. And of course, from LSK, would like you to answer where she would get help, and from IPOA, if you could. But let's take a round of other questions. Yes, the guy there next. Please make it brief.
Good afternoon. I'm Edwin Deda from Kibra, and I want to go on record as the person who rescued Frank Okoth, who was feared dead. And I participated in the demos as a person with disabilities for reasons known to me. My question to IPOA, this young man, as we talk, though he's in a quite stable condition, he still has wounds of 6 bullets. And with not trying to tell you how much harm those bullets has caused him, such families do not even have access to justice. So you find someone like me, I have to come to avenues like these ones so that I can also amplify their voices. So my question to IPOA is, because part of his life, or 70% of his life has been disoriented, how are you going to help this young man who in the first place was feared dead, and the reason is because he did not have an ID, and you know if someone dies, the only identification to his relatives is taking the fingerprints. So when the police do their scans, they don't find him on record, and the country saying he's dead, yet he is not. How are you coming to also make sure that he's not only protected, but is also able to acquire all those documents that were part of the reason as to why he was on the street? On the second question, we understand that there are people who either helped other demonstrators to go to the streets against their own wish, because there were two occasions. Some people were participating on demos online. Others went to the street. But there were those ones who did not want to go. But because he's a young man, a form ndo imetokea, haezi acha form. So how are we going to hold those people accountable? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take one more burning. I want a lady, if there is a lady in the room. A lady. Okay, let me get the guy to the front here. The one in blue, light blue shirt. Thank you. This one. This one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lerionka Tupunya Sunkuli. First and foremost, I'd like to say I'm very sorry to the mother who has just announced the loss of his son. And it's so much unfortunate. In our community, we are not supposed to shed tears because I'm a Maasai. But that mother has actually touched me. I really feel it bad when I see it's like my mother who is looking for me. Put on that shoe of that mother who is announcing the loss of her son. It is very, very painful. My question is, we have seen videos circulating, and I've attended all the demos of the killing of this Rex Masai. And the police have been masked out by the public, including the girlfriend, including his sons, the photos. But nothing has happened up to now. We have not even seen that police officer arrested. And we are here complaining that IPOA is doing something. It is totally doing nothing. My information that I'll close with it is to William Ruto. Take this information to the bank. We are waiting for you. God is also waiting for you. God is also waiting for you and watching for you. Charlene Ruto, please stop lecturing the youths. We have never seen any daughter or any son of a president coming to speak for the youth. Who are you? Go and nurse your injuries there. Thank you.
Kindly, if you could just pass the mic here.
Thank you, thank you.
Please, let's make the questions precise,
Yes.
to the point, because we are running out of time. Please, if you may.
Thank you. My name is Isaac. My question goes to the madam from IPOA. There are photos, videos circulating online. I believe you have seen them. As per now, how many police officers have been prosecuted? Number two, last year during Azimio demos, very many people were killed. The issues were reported to IPOA. Even photo evidences were there. As per now, 1 year later, how many police officers are in court answering for killings of innocent protesters? And are we expecting any action anytime soon as per concerning people that were killed in the recent demos? If not, When are you guys from IPOA resigning, going home, so that we can disband that IPOA, we create a system that functions? Thank you. Anguka nayo.
Please, let's ensure that your questions are very brief because of time. Kindly, the lady. And then we will close at that point. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Ambogo, and mine is just to make a very brief statement. I happen to be one of the people who have been actively taking care of the people, some of the victims who went through whatever they went through during these demonstrations. And from my observation, all I would say is that these people need the support of the community. You know, sometimes what happens is that when someone, for instance, is abducted and found, people now go quiet and think that all is well. These people need beyond telling them pole. These people need you to act beyond asking them questions about what they went through. They need your support. They need your presence. Some of them need you to physically come and sit with them and just, you know, spend some time with them. So if you hear or know of any of your friends, close friends, distant friends, who have gone through these horrendous experiences, find some time, look for them, but most importantly, do not bombard them with questions about what they went through. At their own time, they will tell you, and in their own fashion, they will explain to you what they've been through, but that support is very necessary. And the support should go beyond psychological support. Some of them need financial support. Some of them need to relocate from where they currently, or where they used to live, because they're not safe where they used to live. I hope you guys get me, right? And I'll donate 30 seconds to the LSK member to ask a question.
Because we're running out of time, I would like Commissioner to answer kindly.
Let me throw in just 1 second question. I want the Commissioner to give us an update. They are saying they have confirmed 39 people were killed. Were they involved in the pathologist? Have they recovered the pathologist report, ballistic report to know where the guns came from, where the bullets came from? Those are the things we want to know, so that we're able to know who are the guys we are going after. So they're not just stories of action. And so we want to know, what have you done with the data? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please, Commissioner Fatma, if you could, a lot of the questions were directed to you. The first one from Mama Mwangi, if you could, as IPOA, as an oversight authority, how can you help her to find his son? And then there was another one that was directed to you from a gentleman that was seated in the middle. There's a guy that has lost much of his ability to do anything, 70%. How do you ensure of his safety even as he continues to give information to IPOA? And what are some of the financial support from your organization that you can be able to accord the guy? And then the other question that came from the other end is, what are some of the cases as IPOA has instituted so far, and how many police are behind bars?
Okay. Thank you very much. Mama, I feel you. As a mother, I know what you're going through. And I just want to assure you that we'll work together. We'll see how best it is that we can help you, so that we can also get your missing son. When it comes to the issue of Rex Masai, we have reviewed the clips, the CCTV cameras, and we find the suspect is still at large. We have done post-mortem, we were there. We are looking at the ballistics. You know, we don't even have labs to check on this ballistics. We rely on DCI. That's also another shortcoming that we have. So when we get DCI examining the same ballistics that they are using, it becomes a bit difficult. That is why during the task force of the Maraga, we recommended that the DCI forensic lab gets out of the DCI. It becomes independent. Those are the part of the reforms that we need as a country. For that way, we'll be able to analyze. So when we attend, we are not able to get ballistics. It becomes very difficult. What we're in the process and seeing how best. We have written letters to the IG to ensure that we get the correct number of details of what is missing in our report. In fact, the case of Rex Masai, we are almost closing in. And at the end of the day, I want to assure members of the public, we will get justice for Rex and all the 39 or 40 members who died of this Kenyan Republic. Postmortems we have attended, we are recording statements. At the end of the day, we'll assure you that we'll have justice. I think that's where I want to leave it at.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Fatma. LSK, be brief in terms of what are the helps that you can be able to give in relation to Thabita, who is seeking her son.
Thank you very much. My mother, it is unfortunate that for the past 2 weeks, you have not been able to sleep because you don't know where your son is. In law, we have a recourse of habeas application. After this, we'll be able to come and get in touch with you, and we get all the details, and we proceed to file a matter on habeas application. Because, as it has been narrated, it happened during the maandamano, and it is known it is the police who are abducting. So we are going after them in that habeas application to produce him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tess. Let's get the closing remarks from Joshua as we wind up this session. Of course, the discussions are ongoing on Twitter, formerly now called X, so you can continue the conversation there. But Joshua, on your closing remarks, what is your call on action to the leaders that are listening and watching today?
IPOA, the members of IPOA, your difference, the difference between you and CSS is just time. So, the former CSS, yeah. So please get to work, don't be lazy, do that which you're paid to do, because you are getting your salaries from the Kenyan people. To my fellow young people, especially those who were abducted and found alive, I would love to encourage you to come out and speak. Because if you don't speak, if you don't tell people what is really happening, what this government and the police are really perpetuating, then no one is going to know the dark side of the police and the government at large. To everyone else, do not be deluded by the two things that have been done. Do not be cheated that because the cabinet secretaries have been dismissed, that because the finance bill 2024 was dropped or rejected, then someone is meaning well for you. They are not. Because if they did, we would not have gotten to a point where after killings, after abductions, after torture and everything, then the perpetrators are calling for dialogue. If they wanted dialogue, that should have been done way before. If they indeed meant well for the people of Kenya, and they wanted to engage the young people and act upon their requests and demands, they should have done this. I mean, to the very latest, should have been the first Tuesday when we went to the streets. Otherwise, they waited for a second protest, a third, and a fourth for them to act and to tell you that we are going for a dialogue. It's not going to work. They have not changed. They are the same people. They are the same people, the same characters, and they will be making the same decisions. Right now, they will make something that makes you happy to make you think that they're going to change. They're not going to change. Let us heed to the call to focus on the bigger goal, which is an overhaul of this government and let them go home. Because ultimately, no condition is permanent. Ruto must go, and this is a just cause. And when the cause is just, conquer we must. Please help me say that. When the cause is just, 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 and indeed we shall conquer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for that powerful closing remarks. At this point, I'd like to close.
Make my closing remarks.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh.
Thank you. Mine is twofold. One, in addition to IPOA, the NIS is also supposed to have a similar oversight body under Section 66 and 67. It has never been operationalized despite numerous court rulings. The National Intelligence Service, that's a major area. Then the second area is, and the chair of the students at KSL has clearly indicated that this revolution is being given to us with a lot of trickery and treachery. When the president rejected the finance bill, we all felt a sense of a win. But the following day, he signed something called the Appropriations Act. That gives him full powers to spend the budget that he created with the wrong priorities and so on. He said he needed to do it before June. People, that is a lie. The Constitution anticipates that we can close a financial year without an Appropriations Act. And thereafter, the government will only be allowed to spend 50% until a proper Appropriations Act has been passed. He has said he will amend it using a supplementary budget. Supplementary budget is for additions, not for deletions. Please, let us demand a new budget that has the people's priorities. Otherwise, he still has all the money to continue violating us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana, for those closing remarks. We thank you for sharing and the discussions that we've had. And we wish you well, Joshua, even as you seek justice for what was meted against you. So at this point, I'd like to invite the LSK president, Faith Odhiambo, to come and give her closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good job you're doing. How are you?
And we want to announce the Inspector General of Police has resigned. People's power, people's power. As we close, give me 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. First of all, I would like to say that the JQuat students are asking that the police to receive their petition against the murder of one of their colleagues, Denzel, Omondi. And so they're asking that their petition be received, that the police are humble enough to meet them, receive their petition for the full investigation onto the death of one of their very own, one of our very own, one of our comrades. We have seen the pain of a mother who is losing, who is missing one of her children. And so these are complaints that we ask all the police agents, take your work seriously. We seek that justice not only be done, but to be seen to be done. As we end this session for today, we have not, the Citizens Assembly will continue. We will collate what we have agreed today and share them as part of the views of the Citizens Assembly. We'll be working to come closer to each and every one of you. And our motto is, we are leaving no man behind. We will leave no man behind. So we invite one of our very own to end this session. Wenye hawatusikii tutafanya nini? Tutaanguka nayo.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! I want us to take a 1 minute moment of silence for all the lives that we have lost. We are going to say their names, and when we say their names, you're going to say viva in their honor. Denzel Omondi, Brian Lemayan Kasaine, Austin Makoha, Mike Kihunga, Kelvin Madanga, and all the people whose lives have lost. Tutasonga kwa mapinduzi, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Social justice tupe uwezo. DJ. Haya, tutaimba wimbo wa mapambano. We'll raise our left hands in honor of our country. Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na kia jasho letu na kia jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu. Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu.
Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupe tuliangushe, haki na uhuru zichanue, haki na uhuru zichanue, na uhuru wetu wa Kenya, wa Kenya, uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie mashamba yetu wa Kenya, wa Kenya, mashamba yetu wa Kenya, tupiganie na jenzi wetu wa Kenya, wa Kenya, na jenzi wetu wa Kenya, tupate katiba yetu wa Kenya, wa Kenya, katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze. Holeyo, 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 viva.
Tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufana, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Viva comrades, viva! More power to the people, more power. More power to the revolution, more power. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. So the very immediate next segment is first-hand account, narratives and testimonials of various victims. We are going to start with the victims of police brutality, and this segment is going to be led by Linus Mwashigadi. Over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. We welcome you to the Citizens Assembly here today. In this session, we will get to hear from the victims themselves what they faced, their first-hand accounts. For those that are joining us virtually, we welcome you, and you can join in the conversation. For the first speaker, I'd like to call Nadia Nthia to come up and to take us through her experience and the police brutality she met during her protest. You can begin with explaining who you are, and perhaps there or here. Okay, you can just have a seat here. And then we can have a series of questions, and then we will open the floor for Q&A. For those that are here, you can join by reserving your questions, and those that are live, you can also post your questions online. Is it on?
No, it's not.
It's on. It's on. Thank you so much, Nadia, for being brave and coming forward to